to listen to anywhere, anytime. Audible has a huge selection of audiobooks, everything from the old classics way back in the day to the new books coming out now, and it is usable on both your computer, app, and basically here, there, anywhere on the go.
I'm surprised Audible still sponsors people. Like, I feel like everybody knows about Audible by now. Yeah.
Go. As for audiobook recommendations, you all know me, you know I love my Warhammer books, but sometimes Warhammer can get a little dark and depressing.
Yeah,
so instead, let's find some that's a little bit more lighthearted. The Infinite and the Divine is a hilarious spy versus spy over 10,000 years story about two Necrons at each other's throats. And one I have not read yet, but want to get into very soon, is Caiaphas Cain, Hero of the Imperium, the commissar that stumbles his way to victory across all of the wonderful Warhammer 40k universe. Wonderful, I say, in quotes. If you want to check out these or any other audiobooks, go ahead and look in the description and go to audible.com/Bricky or text Bricky to 500-500. Thank you very much to Audible for sponsoring this video, and let's get on with the topic.
Let's see it.
Hello everybody, my name is Bricky, currently serving 10 to life for forcing you to draw Wonder Bread. Graphics are defined as a product of the graphic arts, usually in design or illustration. It is also known as visual images from computer processing. But to us,
it's how good the game looks, alright?
Gamers, we deem graphics as do that shit look good.
Exactly.
I suppose you could say it's origin.
Do that shit look good.
That Battlefield
Let's hear
3 trailer way back when, I would say, dang, those are some good graphics. As in, literally, the things I am seeing look good. The graphics on screen.
Yes,
but really, graphics now are a term more so used to describe how good looking a game is. Does it have a good visual fidelity?
I think that, like, yeah, visual fidelity and like the resolution of like the character models and how detailed something is, I think people refer to as graphics. Whereas like I think the art of the game is like the style.
Direction.
I think graphics and style are different.
Works from an art director overseeing a film, publication, or any other medium.
At
Another
least, like,
way
that's
to
how I
describe
see
it
it.
would be the process that creates the feeling of a tone or a scene in some
graphics are garbage.
The tone you're going for is a
Art direction is everything.
depressing tone.
Much more important than graphics.
That doesn't clash with the tone itself. Because I think it would be quite jarring if you told Cormac McCarthy's The Road story while making it look like Grand Budapest Hotel. The strength of your graphics, say for a film or TV show, the resolution, the quality of your camera is not what's used in order to create the tone you are going for. It certainly helps, but having a good resolution, having it look good from an actual pixel point of view, doesn't convey tone. The opening of Saving Private Ryan isn't good because it's in 8K 700 frames a second.
Yeah.
It conveys a harrowing tone by sucking all the color out, by making it seem really claustrophobic, and with the use of props and extras on the battlefield to make it look like a battlefield.
Sure.
Or even smaller touches like never showing the face of the enemy in the beginning sequences and only seeing either the point of view of the gun or the point of view of the soldiers with just those slight muzzle flashes coming from the bunker. Putting all these things together creates not only very hard to watch opening to a film, but it creates that tone you're looking for, in which graphics mean almost nothing. This is something I've had to end up explaining on more occasions than I would particularly like to.
Yeah, people don't fucking understand it. Yeah, I wanted to let him completely explain that. I think there's a lot of examples of this. You guys ever seen Limitless? And like, whenever the guy's on the drugs, the saturation of the colors becomes like much more evident. Sin City, I think, is another great example of the art direction. Let's see. Fuck. Those are the first two that come to my mind. And Dread. Yeah, the Matrix, I think that's another good one. 300.
Yes, Dread, yes.
Yeah, you can think of like movies that are just like super fucking stylized. Zack Snyder movies, pretty much all of them are like that. And I'm trying to think of some other ones with like very evident, like 1917. It's like 1917, 1914. I think it was 1917. The movie where it's like, it's filmed as if it is all one massive take. So like, that's another example. Yeah, Tim Burton is another great example of that. Fuck. Mad Max. Yeah, Mad Max is a good example of that too, for sure. And I think games are the same thing. Like Wind Waker was one of the first games that did this. This got very
Yes, and Wind
popular in
Waker
game
was
days
awesome.
with, like, they
I
called
always
cel shading at the time.
loved
And
the
now you
look
have like all the
of
anime
Wind
variants of
Waker.
that, like Genshin Impact, Tower of Fantasy, fucking Blue Protocol. I mean, there's like literally 1,000 of these games coming out because people like them. Borderlands, yeah, there you go. Jet Set Radio. So this is, there are a lot of examples of this, and it's in film. Obviously, art itself has very evident themes, and like the direction of the art is very clear.
And it's the reason why I wanted to talk about it today. As far as I'm concerned, graphics mean next to nothing, while art direction is consistently superior. Graphics are temporary.
Yes.
Art direction is forever. Let's
This
start
is
with
so-
an example.
Yep.
By the way, on this, he is totally fucking right about, like, the premise of this video is something I completely agree with.
The one I used earlier, Battlefield 3.
Yeah, Valheim and
Battlefield has
Minecraft, for
always triumphed its graphics, particularly when Battlefield 3 came out. I remember the war that was happening at the time, Modern Warfare 3 versus Battlefield 3. It was like a console war at the time, or about as juvenile as one, but hey, I was a teenager. But in that little campaign trailer, when you're getting pinned down by a sniper and you had to fire a rocket at it, and the building kind of crumbled around the spot where you fired it at, I was sitting there
That was
thinking,
awesome.
this is going to be the best goddamn game ever.
Exactly.
And about
No,
2,000
it
games
was
of
a garbage
Operation
game.
Intro later, yeah, it was pretty great. I love Battlefield 3. But despite my like for the game, I can't remember a single campaign mission. Better yet, I can't remember...
Yes, the
a single
campaign mission with the
mission in
sniper
campaign.
rocket
The
launcher
level,
was absolute
places.
garbage.
I know it was... in the
It
release
always
cycle,
was bad. Like,
place
even
where
back then,
I don't
nobody
know
liked it.
anything.
Yeah, this is one of the weaknesses that games that are very realistic run into, is that because of their realism, they lack a specific artistic style that people can remember.
About the campaign, not just because the story was boring, but also
I remember that bridge.
I don't
Yeah, in
remember
PUBG.
where I was. I don't remember a vista or a combat room or a special encounter. I don't remember anything. Hell, I don't remember anything for the Battlefield 4 campaign or the Hardline. Remember, I don't even remember Hardline. The only mission I really
I mean, if you don't remember anything about the campaign, I think it just says the campaign sucks, okay? Like, let's just be honest.
remember in Battlefield 1 was the opening one, where every time you died, you went to a new person. That was actually pretty cool. But besides that, I don't remember any of this. Because none of it's memorable. Because graphics triumphed. Because it was trying to make it look photorealistic and not try to give it some kind of identity, some kind of feeling when you walk into a room and you think, wow, as you see this kind of environment sprawled out in front of you. It was about making it look realistic.
Yeah.
And that made it less than memorable. The story didn't, but it made it forgettable. Take an almost identical setting, though, and move it over again.
Like with Fortnite?
Spec Ops The Line. An incredible game,
Okay.
Spec Ops is. But when it comes to the setting...
Spec Ops
it's
The
not
Line.
identical.
Oh my god, so good.
American soldiers in a foreign country, generally Middle Eastern,
Okay.
similar colors, lots of buildings and sand. But the parts of Spec Ops just stay in my head so much better. The imagery of that game has so much
Well, yeah,
more.
like, I mean, isn't that scene pretty much straight out of Jarhead? Yeah, it's cinematically appealing. It looks good visually. It's not just that it's photorealistic, but it's stylized in a way that's memorable.
Or character to it. The sand swept Dubai, how it almost creates some kind of like bowl with the
Yeah, that's
huge
badass.
sand and glass towers and skyscrapers all over the area. Sometimes I would walk into a room and that imagery would stay with me, either because it was so incredibly harrowing or it was just put together really well. Even in a
To be fair, I think this is an unfair comparison. Because it's very obvious... Bro, like, this is not real life at all. And it's
because it
not
was
like
so
this is...
incredibly harrowing.
Yeah, this is not real. Like having a bunch of people hanging from street lamps, stuff like this. So obviously this is going to be more realistic than Battlefield because Battlefield has a realism tone. Like this does not have a tone of realism even though it looks photorealistic. Does that make sense?
Wow.
It's not real life yet. Other way around. Hotel, no. It was grounded as fuck. This happened. So you're telling me that a bunch of people were hanging from streetlights in a massive, like, a massive pile of destroyed cars right outside of Dubai City? Yes? Send me a picture of it. I don't believe you.
Or it was just put together really well. Even in a game about sand-swept Dubai,
Yeah.
it still can work with its colors. It still has multiple times where it is bright and vibrant, and it has good-looking colors in an area that should only be gray and tan. Even your characters have sand and blood that constantly get caked onto them as their deteriorating mental state continues.
Well,
Hell,
it's also like, I mean, Dubai is just more interesting than a random other country because it has like this massive disparity. It's got like these super poor, like almost slave class people, and it also has like the richest people in the world. So like just visually, it's more interesting.
the overwhelming amount of the upside down American flag
There
in
you
a
go.
foreign country, I think has enough symbolism in itself. And its strength is that it pretended to be a Call of Duty Battlefield clone. It pretended to be another modern military shooter. And that's where its strength lies, because you think it's gonna be. And then it changes itself. The story alone is great, but even in a place that you've seen a million times, American soldiers in some place in the Middle East, it still has imagery that sticks with you.
Yeah.
How about one of my favorite video games
Well,
of all
because
time?
it's more extreme too. It's way more fucking extreme.
BioShock. BioShock, even when it came out, didn't have the greatest of graphics. The characters moved in that uncanny valley way, their faces looked very strange, and overall it wasn't the greatest at the time, but it didn't matter. Early 50s, Art Deco, steampunk, horror, underwater city. Throwing all this political intrigue, bit of religion in there, and oh my god, there's nothing like it. But even if you play the
Yeah, of course. It's effectively like a variant of steampunk. So yeah, it's again stylized.
the original 2007
Yeah.
version of the game,
I remember Jason, I bought this game and Jason came over to my house every day and he played it and he beat it.
you would still call it beautiful, even if its graphics kind of suck, because it has that environment.
Yeah.
System Shock 2, same thing. Prey 2017. Have you played Prey? Have you played Prey?
I
Why
have not.
haven't you played Prey? Take the same Art Deco style in BioShock, put it in a space station, change plasmids to alien powers, and give it the dishonored looking UI and characters. Why have you not played Prey? Did I mention the Mick Gordon soundtrack? I didn't mention the Mick Gordon soundtrack, did I?
Sounds pretty cool. Yeah. This is a video game? What the fuck? That's badass. Yeah, I love music like this.
Yeah, Prey is awesome.
What the fuck? That's badass. Yeah, I love music like this.
I still have not finished it though. I barely played the game,
last
to be
act
honest.
is
That
a
is
little
great.
iffy, but you should really play Prey.
Over a decade ago?
From BioShock, put it in a space station, change plasmids to alien powers, and give it the dishonored looking UI and characters. Why have you not played Prey? Did I mention the Mick Gordon soundtrack? I didn't mention the Mick Gordon soundtrack, did I?
Sounds pretty cool. Yeah. This is a video game? What the fuck? That's badass. Yeah, I love music like this.
The last act is
That
a
was
little
great.
iffy, but you should really play Prey.
Over a decade ago?
Every single faction in Warhammer
Yeah.
pulls from some other media or some other culture.
Yeah,
but
Prey
by
came out
mixing
in
that
2012, I
sci-fi,
think.
Sci-fi fantasy elements. But then you take the sci-fi ideas and then you mix it with the fantasy elements like knights and wizards and such, psychers, etc.
Yeah.
And then you make those giant knights pray to a spirit in their gun with incense. You turn every ship into a cathedral, and you've got something that really has a unique identity. The Adeptus Mechanicus.
Yeah, exactly. It just looks very appealing, and it looks very... Like, if you see something from Warhammer, you know it's from Warhammer. I think a good example of, like, what this done right is versus done wrong is look at Warcraft 3, and then look at Warcraft 3 Reforged. The new models are garbage. They suck. But if you go back and you look at the old models, they have that fundamental like flair to them, where like they stand out and they look great just on their own. And I would even argue that a lot of things in Vanilla WoW were the same way. Like, go back and look at weapons in, like, Burning Crusade or Vanilla WoW, and they have, like, a certain amount of, like, artistic flair to them. Like, remember the axe from, like, Tempest Keep, or, like, Soul Cleaver, the axe from...
Nah, he's talking bullshit, at least in my opinion. But classic is nice.
Like Thunder Fury, for example.
I love classic weapons because they, a few of them actually look like real weapons.
So it's not super high fidelity. It doesn't have like a massive amount of detail to it, but what it does have is extremely stylized, and it looks really cool.
They still look like that. That's the problem. They just get bigger every, like, all the time.
And then have a massive amount of religious zealotry and steampunk. The goddamn Necrons are undead skeletons combined with a massive amount of high-tech and heavy Egyptian themes. This leads me to the physical part too, because this isn't just games. When it comes to things like arts and crafts, sometimes it's better to have an identity with your crafting than it is to make it look really realistic. Hyper-realism things like dioramas and such are incredibly impressive. Very cool to look at. But sometimes just having an identity in your own work is more important. And I see this a lot, especially online with artists, people
it's a famous, I think it's Picasso quote. It said, you know, it took him 5 years to paint like Michelangelo, but it took him 50 to paint like a 5-year-old. So like this is a very common theme and a common idea in art in general. Like I can be wrong with like a lot of the details, but the essence of it is correct.
They always try to go really hard to make it perfect. I'd say your artistic identity matters more than the minutia of the art itself. Let's use Warhammer Miniatures, for example. I'm not a top-level painter. I think I'm decent. I don't think I'm bad, but I am not super high level. But I'm really proud of my Sisters of Battle art because the combination of the white armor, the magenta robes...
That's very impressive. I will say that is a lot better than mine. And by a lot better, I mean these are really good, and mine look like shit.
And actually creating a base that looks like a field of flowers, I think really adds personality to them. Because you take a faction that might be one of the most evil and hardcore in the Imperium, and you give them like a...
I love how this guy made an entire YouTube video just for the sole purpose to pat himself on the back for his Warhammer 40k painting skills. I mean, you don't see this kind of devotion from just anybody, alright?
Contradicting art style where they look very holy and they have a field of flowers and all that. It adds this neat contradiction to the army. And so I'm really proud of that army. I make mistakes with my painting all the time. The faces are terrible, but I really like the identity they have when you're playing them on the tabletop. I'm working on the Night Lord's army.
A really great example of this is Bloodborne. If you actually look at the character models in Bloodborne, you will see that they're garbage. But it doesn't matter because the art style of the game is so, like, it's so iconic and it's so well done that it doesn't matter.
Right now, here's a picture of my obliterator that I'm currently working on. You know, it's not perfect.
A good example for movies is Legend. Remember Legend? It was like a fantasy movie from like the 80s or 90s. Like it obviously it doesn't look great and it doesn't look realistic, but it does look appealing because of the style.
All of my painting
Tom Cruise
are great.
Was in
sometimes
it.
I use too
Valheim.
many
Yep,
coats.
there you
Sometimes
go.
I use too few coats. Sometimes I accidentally bump certain parts of the armor that shouldn't be a certain color when I paint. Yeah, there's problems. But it has an identity that I really like. Night Lords are criminals and murderers before they even are adults. And so it has that vibe of, okay, unchained, out of the prison, the chains around the hand, the barbed wire, that really gives it this feeling that while it has the same color scheme as regular Night Lords, it feels unique. Going for a super well painted, 10 out of 10 pro painter looking mini is fine, but I think I'd rather take a 7 out of 10 mini with a unique, original style first. The reason I wanted...
Yeah, color theme and style of those colors is more important than how well the edges are painted. Of course that's true.
Make this video is twofold. Firstly, it's a reminder to you creators out there that style sometimes is more important than substance.
And this is something that a lot of streamers don't really understand either, and it's the reason why Tyler1 can be a massively successful streamer with a microphone that looked like it came out of the asshole of a gorilla. It sounds like it came out of the asshole of a gorilla. But other people, you know, they buy a $300 microphone and they're mad because they're not getting 10,000 viewers. Well, you don't understand, like, where the value is coming from. You don't get it. Yeah, streamers have this issue, YouTube content creators have this issue, etc.
People keep...
No one's mad because of that? No, I absolutely think this is true. I think that a lot of people that are streamers, and you guys tell me if I'm right about this, a lot of small streamers over-upgrade their setup too early. And they don't focus on content, they focus on having a really good-looking camera, or having a really good microphone, or something like that. That's not the real goal.
Going for perfect instead of going for unique. Often the media that I consume, games, movies, TV shows, I often rewatch the ones that are 7, 8s out of 10s more than I rewatch the 10 out of 10 ones. Because sometimes the things that are perfect don't speak to you and you don't enjoy as much as the things that are decent. And secondly, I wanted to make this so I can provide examples of the difference between graphics and art direction and which one you should aim to go for. It also helps me so that I can point to this video if anyone...
This is also a big concern that people have with Ashes of Creation, actually. It's because Ashes of Creation doesn't have, like, a very particular style that you can tell, hey, this is Ashes of Creation. And to a lesser extent, I think this is an issue with Lost Ark as well. I think Lost Ark doesn't have as much of a defined style. I think they have a style, but it's not as defined and iconic and appealing as something like World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy, or Genshin Impact. Like, I'm thinking of games that have, like, great style, like Riot. Riot has an incredible fucking style with Valorant. Like, they completely nailed it. Whatever they were going for, they got it 100%. Let's say Diablo. Diablo has a fucking amazing style. Overwatch, S-tier style. Let's see, besides that, OSRS. Great style for what they're doing. There you go. And Fortnite, amazing style. Elden Ring, amazing style. And there are also games that have, like, style doesn't make your game good or not, but people will remember the style of a bad game, but they will forget the style of like a decent game that, you know, was like, okay. Valorant's bland as fuck? Well, then why does everybody do fan art of it? It's because maybe, you know, other people like it.
Says to me, why do you think that game looks good? Its graphics are terrible, i.e. Bioshock or something. Because graphics don't matter. Graphics are temporary, and art direction is forever. Thank you very much for watching this video. If you want to buy merch, this is another one of my merch shirts. I like this one a lot. It's pretty good. Let me go ahead and answer some questions from y'all. Hey, Brick, I know you said before, if Gamer Subs were to make a flavor, what would it be called? I would probably call it something like anime thigh sweat or anime ab sweat. Not because I particularly want to, but more so because I think that would sell like hotcakes. Ricky, how do you think about the new Pentakill app?
Schlatt really had a good idea with the Titty Milk name. That was such a good fucking name. Holy shit, that was so good.
Album. It's pretty good, though I think I've been a little bit spoiled by Guilty Gear. I thought to myself, damn, this isn't bad, but it's not Guilty Gear. More of an Adept Ridiculous question. Would short-sleeve mechanical men's shirts ever be a possibility? Maybe. Probably you have to buy a whole bunch of dark red shirts, and at that point it almost feels like dark red long sleeve, dark red short sleeve. Is it
merch is hard to do.
Is there enough overlap? So we'll see. Actual questions. It's pretty good. I'll see you next time. It might be a Legends of Runeterra video. I kind of want to do like a follow-up, so we'll see. Bye-bye.
I think this was a really, really good video. I think he gave great examples, and especially the distinction between Battlefield and the second game. I haven't played the second game, so I don't remember
Back off.
What the name of it was. But, like, the distinction between them was absolutely fucking great. This is a great fucking game.
Back Ops The Line is such a good game. Like, even the gameplay is also pretty decent, at least.
Ricky's awesome to watch him for a while. Yeah, this is my first video of his that I've seen. Yeah, I think this is fucking great. And right, really good video.
But yeah, the game just oozes style. Also, it's an anti-war game. I think it's from Germany.
I don't think Grand Theft Auto has a great style, personally. FIFA doesn't have a great style. Warzone, I don't think has a great style. Counter-Strike does, but that's because it's so iconic. Let's see. Forspoken, I don't think has a great style to it.
No, Forspoken looked like monkey doo-doo.
And why? Because that's not the point of the game. It's not like style is a make or break for games. I just don't think it does. You know, where you talk about games that are very stylized, League of Legends, Minecraft, Valorant, World of Warcraft, Fortnite, Among Us, Apex Legends is 50-50, I'd say. Overwatch, Genshin Impact, Valheim, Elden Ring, Lost Ark to an extent, Path of Exile. I wish they would lean more into that, personally. Yeah, those would be some of the games that I would say are, you know, those are the ones that have, like, memorable styles that, like, whenever you think of the game, you think of different images in the game. Okay, here we go. Indie games killed the AAA industry. Alright, let's watch this.
How did Halo go from this to this?
Let's see.
How did Halo go from this to this?
I just want to see this. You know what's so funny about these battle passes and shops? Is that every single one of them looks the exact same. Like, there's never, like, a new shop, and I feel like they make them look the same intentionally because people are conditioned to buy them the exact same way.
That was a pretty interesting show. And how can a game made by one dude in his bedroom have a larger player base than Halo, Call of Duty, and Battlefield combined? To answer these questions,
buy them
by one dude in his bedroom.
Make them look the same intentionally. Make them like there's stops. You know what's so
I want to see the original.
I just want to see this.
From what to what?
Let's see. Okay, here we go. Indie games killed the AAA industry. Alright, let's watch this.
How did Halo go from this to this?
Let's see.
How did Halo go from this to this?
I just want to see this. You know what's so funny about these battle passes and shops? Is that every single one of them looks the exact same.
Yep, they do. Pretty much.
I found in Battlefield.
A new shop, and I feel like they make them look the same intentionally because people are conditioned to buy them the exact same way.
And how can a game made by one dude in his bedroom have a larger player base than Halo, Call of Duty, and Battlefield combined? To answer these questions, we first need to understand why AAA studios have taken all of their desire to make fun games and just thrown it out the window.
Because they don't make a lot of money!
It all started a few decades back when the video game industry really became mainstream with the release of Space Invaders. This game took the world by storm.
Holy shit!
And really put video games on the map. See, companies were...
You don't see a crowd like that unless there's a Minecrafter in the store. Holy shit!
The world by storm and really put video games on the map. See, companies were scrambling to get a piece of the growing video game industry, and the man who kicked everything off was Space Invaders' only developer, Tomohiro Nishikawa. See, the thing is, back in the 70s and early 80s, most games were made by one or a few developers. They couldn't pack much into one.
I think the reason why they're trying to make more money is because it's a publicly traded company, and if they don't make more money, they get fired, and then other people who do make more money replace them, and then that's all there is to it.
Yep.
So it's all that. I mean, it's not really complicated, and also, why do these companies keep making battle passes? Because battle passes work. and store stuff works. People buy them.
Yeah. And I hate them for it. Stop buying this garbage. Please.
Graphics or music to attract a lot of players. Games developed at this time really had to be fun. And Tomohiro understood this perfectly.
Well, not only did they have to be fun, but they had to be fun in a very short burst of time. They had to be fun in the same way that Vampire Survivors and Dark and Darker is fun. You can get into the game and start playing the game within 5 minutes and having fun. Like, probably not 5 minutes, like 1 minute and start having fun. And the reason why is because they were all in arcades. You can't have a game that takes like fucking 20 hours to get into it in order to enjoy it. You have to have, House of the Dead. You have to have a Gauntlet. You have to have something really simple. It's because many games back then were built around, like, how accessible were they at an arcade? Because arcades make a lot of money. Think about it, right? You have one life and it's a quarter. How long does it take to spend $1? If you suck, really not that long at all.
In an interview a few years ago, Tomohiro even had this to say. Yes, I developed Space Invaders by myself. In those days, that was the standard for games to be made by one person.
That's nuts.
Today, however, that work in development is so divided and specialized that one person can't really see the whole picture. In that sense, I think developers need to go back to the beginning. Although Tomohiro...
I think that that's not really the case. I think that, you can look at Vampire Survivors was developed primarily by one person. Valheim was an incredibly small team. Minecraft, that he already used, was developed by Notch primarily. And yeah, a lot of these games, are developed by small groups of people. Conkle the Goat, there it is.
Doesn't fully explain what he means by beginning. What I interpret his words to mean is to get back to where each team member understands the vision of the game they are working to create. The video game industry wouldn't be the same without Tomohiro, and I believe he's a huge reason why gaming is what it is today. Space Invaders captivated millions around the world, causing people to fall in love with video games and ushering in the golden age of the AAA game. Over the next few years, technology for making games improved drastically. Games became more sophisticated, requiring more people for development. Couldn't just make a game on your own anymore. The industry was maturing, and teams needed all sorts of talent and specialization to make games.
I think that you definitely do have AAA games that are AAA games. I think the best recent example of that is God of War Ragnarok. It was a AAA game. There was a massive amount of money and resources put into it. It's an expensive game at a full box price, and I think that many people, Elden Ring is another example, obviously, but I would say like even From Software comparatively is much smaller than Santa Monica Studios, and I forgot who actually publishes. I guess Bandai Namco publishes Elden Ring, so Bandai Namco is massive too. But either way, you can use Elden Ring or you can use God of War. Both of them are good examples. There are good AAA games that come out, but I think the problem is that really, think about how much money whoever made Anthem lost versus how much money whoever made E.T. on Atari lost. You invest so much into one of these AAA games that for it not to be a massive capital W, it is just horrible. It can change an entire company.
Game studios began expanding at an incredible rate to create more advanced games. So as the 80s and 90s progressed, we see less and less solo developers like Tomohiro producing these great games. Bungie is a great example of this. They only had 3 employees in their team. Together, the 3 of them went on to create a few successful games. Operation Desert Storm, Minotaur Crete, and Pathways into Darkness. But they were relatively small and simple. A few more employees were added over the years, and the company grew. Most of the employees were college students with nothing but the desire
Marathon,
to
not Anthem.
probably inspired by developers like Tomohiro. As Chris Butcher put it,
the culture of Bungie is pretty simple. There's a bunch of college kids who wanted to drink beer and eat pizza and do amazing cool stuff in their basements.
10 years after the launch of Bungie.
Yep, that sounds just about how game development should be. There you go. It's kind of AAA's fault. I think that the problem actually isn't that. I think that, well, I'll give my full thoughts about this, but I think that AAA has become too big to succeed. I've said this like 100 times, right? So you've probably heard this 10 times right after. Who's going to talk about this again? Yes, I am. Because a game like Vampire Survivors Think about it as a canoe versus the Titanic. A canoe, if you see an iceberg, you're like, oh, I'm just going to turn and get away from that shit, right? Like, I don't want to go over there. But, like, if you're the Titanic and you're going towards that iceberg, it takes a long way. Not canoe, a canoe, okay? Those are the little things in the water that you go, woo, 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 like that. Yeah, those are canoes. One of those is very easy to turn. And having a small, agile group of people that can easily change things based off of consumer feedback is, in my opinion, necessary for success in the industry now. Because people's opinions change, people's feelings change, people's tastes change.
Oh crap.
And then also games are just so infinitely more complex than they were in the Space Invaders days that you're going to have things happen, and if they're not fixed immediately, they become massively problematic for the game itself. And I think Space Invaders is just not like that, right? I mean, there's just only so many things that can go wrong. And so now there are infinitely more complexities, but there are also infinitely more bugs because you can just never test every interaction realistically. So with these smaller companies, they're able to easily just like make new content because there's less red tape, there's less barriers, there's less everything. Versus like Blizzard, for example, if Blizzard wants to change something, like you remember seeing this with like Ian talking about how they have like this, you know, idea of like a pipeline and creating modular content and all this stuff. And it's like they already were making Shadowlands whenever BFA was being received badly. And they were thinking, man, if they didn't like BFA, they're not going to like Shadowlands either. And a smaller industry, a smaller studio can just say, oh, okay, well, let's just scrap this and change it. But Blizzard can't because they have hundreds of people involved in it. You see what I'm saying? That's why.
40 people were doing just that. And from the scrappy team nourished by pizza and beer, Halo was born. Obviously, it exploded in popularity.
Yeah, Halo was the first
Halo
big
was
hit.
the only reason most people bought an Xbox.
Yes, I also had a Halo machine. It did, however, get upgraded to a Halo and God of War machine whenever the 360 came out, however.
Microsoft, of course, loved it. So more money, talent, and resources were just growing.
Not God of War, Gears of War.
But even though the team grew in size, the culture was still the same. The Bungie team was passionate about making the best game, and man, they did just that. Halo 2 was released, and people lost their minds over it.
That's like, hey, people talk about like Halo, like Elden Ring, for example. Like Elden Ring was hyped up to be like this massive, foundational, huge game that's going to change everybody's lives, and it came out, and it was. It was as good as the hype. It was as good as everybody had hoped for it to be, and beyond that, it was even fucking better. And you know another game that did that was Halo fucking 2. Halo 2 was so fucking insane for its time. You had online play. Halo 2 was the first time that it really brought console players and the broader gaming audience online. Halo 2 fundamentally changed how video games are played. Halo 3 is a better game, objectively, but Halo 2 was a bigger accomplishment and a bigger triumph for its time. And Halo 2, whenever it came out, everybody was so hyped up for it, and it met every single one of those expectations. It was so fucking insanely good. I played it every day, man.
And it was national. With the successful launch of Halo 2, Bungie was on a pedestal, and people could...
Everybody at my school played it. We had like a clan and everything.
7 finally rolled around, and if you thought the hype for Halo 2 was big, Halo 3 was even bigger. The multiplayer, the campaign, and the community were on a whole new level.
Yeah, they took like a lot of the missions or like the custom maps. Like back in Halo 2, if you wanted to do zombies or infected, you had to kind of like do gentleman's rules for this, right? Where everybody starts as like brown, one person's green, and then they swap teams whenever they get killed. And then it's like, oh, you're not swapping teams because you got killed, and there's like always drama with this, right? There's a bunch of 14-year-olds. And like BXR, SWAT, let's see, what are some of the other modes that we had? No, we had Team Rockets in Halo 2. I think, yeah, probably SWAT and Infected are the two biggest examples.
No! It was the pinnacle of the
Yeah,
So
Halo 3
they
was
had set out to
amazing.
create some of the best games of our era, and were ready to throw in the towel after Halo 3. The studio had achieved what it set out to do. They were ready to move on.
It was really important for us to end on a high note with Halo 3.
But of course, Microsoft couldn't let that happen. Halo was the golden goose. They went down. So Bungie was asked to create one more Halo game before leaving Microsoft.
Which, to be fair, Halo Reach was really good. And I think ODST was good in its own right. I preferred Reach, but I think that Halo Reach was good. Now, my personal favorite, if I was going to go back and play any of them, would be Halo 3. However, I think Halo Reach was great.
That game was Halo Reach.
Fair and sweet, no cap.
Halo Reach
Maybe it's
was
nostalgia.
a beautiful game. The campaign was emotional,
Yep.
and the Forge was unreal. That said,
For me, Halo Reach was better. Was better for me personally because I actually read the original 3 Halo books whenever they came out. I read them in like I was like 14, 9th grade, 2004.
I don't think Halo Reach was as good as Halo 3. Like, don't get me wrong, I think it's a phenomenal game. I mean, it made $200 million on its launch day.
No
To
surprise.
many, it was peak Halo. However, for me, I believe Halo Reach wasn't made with as much passion as the previous Halos because the team had already told the Halo story they wanted to tell. Players were pretty sad when Bungie moved on from Halo.
And Halo
but
Reach was a
excited to see
prequel.
what they would do next. And as we watched Bungie give its farewell, Microsoft, behind the scenes, handed the Halo mantle to a new studio. Well, only a year had passed since Reach, and it was announced that Halo 4 would be coming out in 2012. At the time, most of us didn't think about Halo 4 being made by another developer as being too big of a deal. We just
I
accepted.
think that most of us were probably like, because I played Halo 4, I didn't buy Halo 4 because at that time I was just playing WoW. I was all the way in on WoW, and I didn't really give a shit about playing console games anymore. But I played it over at Jeff's house a pretty good amount, and Halo 4 was good. Like, I remember playing it and thinking it's not as bad as people are saying it is. But if I remember right, Halo 4 shipped and it didn't have ranked mode or something like that, right? Like, there was some massive element of Halo 4 that just didn't get released on launch. Let me see if I remember that. Halo 4 was okay. No multiplayer? Yeah, it was something fucking no split screen. Yeah, something massive was missing. And that's the kind of stuff that really killed the game too. Because split screen is like, I mean, how many of you guys played Halo split screen? Me and Zach Nickel-Reedy, like, the first game that we played together was Halo 1 split screen. In his fucking grandma's house in the den that was basically just a garage with AC in it, and we would sit there listening to Nirvana with this fucking 21-year-old cat that would shit on the floor, and nobody cared because it's 21 years old. We're not going to get rid of it. It's not going to learn now. That's all there is to it. And we would sit there and we'd play Halo 1, man. It was so fucking good. And Halo 2 came out, it was even better.
Excited for more Halo. And on launch day, the hype clearly had a big impact on Halo 4 because it made $220 million.
Which was more than
Players
Halo
were
Reach.
eager to continue the story of Master Chief. But something was different. The gameplay was different. It just felt off. I mean, it looked like Halo.
It didn't. I feel like Halo 4 had loadouts, right? Like, all of this has been such a long time ago, and as somebody who didn't play it super intensively, I remember it had it had loadouts. Halo didn't have loadouts before then. If people wanted loadouts, they would have played Call of Duty. Like, in Halo, you started off with a pistol or an assault rifle or an SMG, and then you pick up the sniper rifle, you pick up the rocket launcher, and you use that.
It didn't feel
Yeah, it's sprint too.
And only after a few months in, players started dropping like flies, flocking back to Halo 3 and Reach. At the time, players thought that maybe it was just a fluke. 343 was learning the ropes and got caught up in that Call of Duty hype. Halo 5 will be different. 343 learned their lesson. Halo 5 rolls around and it makes $400 million in its first 24 hours. So people loved it.
You have to also keep in mind, like, all of these
5 was
amounts of money
Garbo.
that games make, keep in mind that this is with inflation. So, like, the amount of money that they make, the amount of people that are able to afford this game becomes more every year. So it's not just a $180 million difference, it's a little bit less than that.
Right? Nope. No co-op campaign, overly aggressive and competitive multiplayer, and no content at launch. How can a company screw up so many things that their predecessors, Bungie, had already paved the path for? Players at this point just hoped 343 was going to learn from their mistake.
I think that also, like, a really big factor for this, too, is the fact that a lot of the people that played Halo 1 and 2, by the time that Halo 5 came out, these people were out of college. They were in their career. They're working. They might have a family at this point. They're just simply not going to be investing a lot of their time into playing video games, period. And obviously, whenever the Master Chief Collection came out, like, people played Halo 3 a lot, but there's not a lot of people playing Halo 3 now that much, Halo 2 now that much. No, I think that really the truth is that, you know, this style of game also kind of got outdated. And I think, like, I didn't really play a lot of Halo Infinite. I think I played it for, like, fucking, like 20 minutes or something like that. I have no idea. But I really feel like this is something that Call of Duty did very well. Is Call of Duty saw that everybody was going for BRs, and they made Warzone. And Warzone made Modern Warfare, and it made Call of Duty a massive game again. Halo has refused to adapt. And I don't know why. I genuinely do not understand why Halo refuses to adapt. It doesn't make sense to me. It's like they're killing their own game.
Listen to the community this time and release a game that plays really well. Barney Ross said 343 will do better and promised there will be a co-op campaign this time. The next Halo will be different.
And I would say for the FPS one, not for the
Well, that wasn't included in launch when they said it was coming, and now inexplicably it has been canceled. Split screen co-op has been canceled for people picking it.
We have had to make the difficult decision not to ship campaign split screen co-op and take.
I think that's what the issue is right there. It's that you have all of these massive fucking things, and you ship a game that's incomplete. That's what the main issue is that you have to make this amount of money, you have to sell this game, and selling the game is more important than making the game. If you release a bad game, sometimes things need to be released with a few, nothing's going to be perfect on release. But if you ship a game that is missing a massive feature, people aren't going to play it.
The resources that we would use on that and go after this list and all these other things.
And I also want to say too, a lot of this is actually probably not 343's fault in terms of the different features not being enabled on launch. The truth is that Microsoft, in the same way that they railroaded PUBG into releasing for Christmas even though it wasn't ready, Microsoft is a massive publisher, and they probably just made them publish it for some holiday time or some different financial quarter, and that's all there is to it. This could probably not even be 343's fault. You could argue that it is because they didn't plan it properly or, like bad development, but overall, the release of it without these systems might not have been their choice.
How can a company with 6 years of development, $500 million, make a game with such little content, so many bugs, a garbage progression system, and just be okay to release it? How can 343 screw up this much? It just doesn't make sense. We've heard many answers from the community. 343 didn't earn it, 343 doesn't like Halo, 343 is trying to turn a party game into a competitive game. All valid answers. But you would think that if 343 really cared, they would figure out how to make a good Halo game. However, the main reason why 343 just can't make a good Halo game is something about the company is fundamentally broken.
I think that a huge factor is just simply because that they're getting pushed to publishing dates that make them cut corners on the game. I think this is a huge problem. It's happened with a number of games beforehand. I don't think that's the only reason.
Was that a fucking mystery? Of course, that's the problem.
I don't think that's the case. But I think it would have been substantially better, and the features probably would have been enabled on launch, and people would have been able to criticize the quality of the features rather than the fact that they did not exist.
Compare 343 to Bungie. So Bungie's entire company culture revolved around making the best game possible. This drove them to make Halo bigger and better each release. 343's focus, on the other hand, revolves around money, how they can make more of it. Every Halo game they release has less content and has gotten worse.
30
Even indie
tier.
games don't have problems with creating a progression system, yet multiverses and Splitgate just fucking blow Halo Infinite out of the water. You don't even have a progression system.
It's easy to see the difference in quality between these two studios, but it's not as easy to see why there's a difference. And this is why 343 doesn't have the capacity to make a good game. The leaders of the company don't put quality of the game first.
Well, there's no innovation in the game. That's what the real problem is that I feel like with a lot of Halos, a lot of the recent Halo games that I've seen, and I have a limited understanding of this, so please, if I'm ignorant of this, you know, you can discount what I'm saying, but from my observation, it seems as though the Halo games made by 343 do not have a tremendous amount of innovation. Like, for example, Halo 3 didn't have a lot of innovation. I think Halo 2 for its time was more innovative than Halo 3. However, it was perfect in the ways that it doubled down on. And I think Halo 4, you know, like trying to take things from other games and apply them into their game, and then also not following the trends because they don't really understand what makes these things popular. They only understand that they are popular. It's like, for example, it's like in math homework. Whenever you copy somebody's answer, but it doesn't mean that you know how to do the problem. And I think this is kind of what happened with Halo.
But money first. And this culture of money first thinking trickles down to everyone. Even if you are a 343 developer that just loves Halo. Any reward as an employee only comes when your work is furthering the goal of making more money, not the best game.
Yes. All the details are...
I love it.
The first time?
Oh, so you're really hoping it doesn't crash, right?
That's fantastic.
Now, I haven't answered a very important question. Why wouldn't 343 prioritize making the best game? Won't that make you more money as a company?
No.
At first glance, this seems obvious. Make a good game, you'll make money.
Oh,
right?
man.
No.
If you make a great game and you have a marketing budget, then sure, you're bound to sell copies. But large AAA companies discovered a way to make more money than ever before without necessarily making a great game. Live service games. You may have noticed that an increasing number of AAA...
By the way, I want to say that the way I diverge from this is I love live service games because it means they continually grow and get updated. And in the same way that, like, I just shift away from the live service games that are in a bad state and I come back to them whenever they're in a good state. I love live service games whenever there's new content that comes out because it makes me feel like I'm playing in a living, breathing world that's continuously being developed. I don't think every game should be a live service game. I don't think Elden Ring needs a battle pass. But I think that having systems like this where the game continuously grows and adds more content and more depth to it is cool. Every big surprise.
Some of them, yes.
You know, resident MMO Andy is a big fan of live service games. Yeah, I do like this. But all live service games are not created equal. Like, Halo Infinite is a live service game, but so is Final Fantasy XIV.
The games launch live service games with battle passes and content roadmaps. Why? They make a lot more money after launch day.
They do.
Thanks to microtransactions. You no longer just make money when people purchase your game. It's not one and done. You can make money now during its entire lifespan. The developer is inclined to continue supporting the game and its community long after launch. But it doesn't help that 99 out of 100 live service games coming out these days are only that way because executives are rushing out unfinished products. And most of these games just end up in the AAA graveyard next to Anthem. Still.
And that's what's so bad, man, is that whenever a game like that fails, it's so damaging. Like, think about how many people lost their job after Anthem failed. It's sad.
There are a few games that have found long-term success with this model.
Very true.
League of Legends, World of Warcraft, Destiny 2, but I would argue that the success of these live service games have hindered the creation of sequels long overdue. It's been 20 years since Warcraft 3 came out.
True.
20 years. Where in the world is Warcraft 4?
True.
Yeah, where's Warcraft 4?
True.
The reason Blizzard hasn't made it yet, despite Warcraft 3 being so successful, is because they haven't figured out how to make it a live service.
Nope, that's not one. No, I completely disagree with this. StarCraft 2 is a live service. Are they making StarCraft 3? No, they're not. The reason why they're not making StarCraft 3 is because RTS games are dead. The genre's dead. Like,
yeah, but
that's the reason.
true.
It's not any other thing besides that. Listen, I can go and I can bring a box of games that you can install onto Windows 95 that are RTS games. Okay? Red Alert, Pharaoh, Age of Empires, I can go on. And all of the other Command & Conquers as well. I love RTS games. I think they're fucking amazing. StarCraft is another one. I had that for the Nintendo 64 though, actually.
Wait, you had the... Oh my god. The N64 version is worth quite a lot because nobody actually had that game.
Age of Mythology, I had Age of Mythology. Dawn of War, I had Dawn of War. I had so many of these fucking games, man. Yeah, Generals, Command... Bro, Cody would come over and play Command & Conquer Generals, man. I remember that so fucking clearly. He played it on my first computer that I got. And I think that's why they're not making Warcraft 4, is because StarCraft is dead and RTS as a whole is dead.
So here we sit in 2022, having watched our favorite IPs disappear or just be bastardized by the companies we once revered. What do we do now? For every bad AAA game released, 10 great indie games are
yeah, strategy, like RTS has died pretty much with their last Command & Conquer game.
Come out. Like, I remember, I think that we spotlighted this one and this one at the OTK Games Expo even. Like, we love indie games. I'm a huge fan of this stuff. I think it's incredible. So it's not like it's gone.
Which battle shall I use?
I mean, why is the Untitled Goose Game the best stealth game I've ever played?
Hey! Who will you fight with? I'll just take this.
Why is Hollow Knight with...
Wait, what? A stealth game? Untitled Goose Game, really?
Simultaneously. I mean, why is the Untitled Goose Game the best stealth game I've ever played?
Hey! I'll just take this.
Why is Hollow Knight, with its dreary atmosphere and tight gameplay, the best Metroidvania? And why is a roguelite indie game about escaping hell over and over?
I've never played the Goose Game. Well, I played the first level, but yeah.
Sounds simple, but play just so perfectly.
Because the gameplay is good, and the gameplay is all that fundamentally matters.
Not because these indie developers are the most talented or have oodles of cash on hand. It's because they did one thing and one thing only.
Gameplay.
Followed the fun. That game about escaping hell over and over is the breakout phenomenon Hades. And I can't...
And I think I feel like a very big compounding factor in Hades' success is the fact that it has an incredibly well done storyline. I love the storyline for Hades. I think it's amazing. Like, as somebody who grew up, his parents was divorced. Like, I found it very meaningful. I liked it a lot. So it was not just the gameplay; it was multiple things.
Think of a game or game studio more focused than them on following the fun. Why? Because Supergiant Games spent 2 years with Hades in early access, making sure every detail of the game was what.
Only 2 years in early access.
2 years. I know you hear early access and like live service, you imagine all the train wrecks over the years. But Hades and Supergiant did it right. Hades creative director Greg Cassidan said this about its 2-year early access. With Hades, we identified that we wanted to make an early access game first and foremost to see what we could build in partnership with our community. So the plan was to do early access from the get-go. Supergiant wanted Hades to be in the hands of the community, not for the quick buck like these other games, but because Supergiant wanted to build a fun game that the community would love. This culture, this mentality of following the fun is what sets apart Supergiant Games and a variety of other indie studios from Japan. Us gamers really only want one thing: play a fun game, alone,
just want to play
with
a
our
game.
buddies. And indie studios really understand this concept because they're gamers too. Indie studios these days...
This is actually a huge reason why Dark and Darker exists. And it's even the devs and the guys that make the game have even said, they're like, yo, we're guys that love gaming, we don't like where it is right now, and we're here to change it. It's great.
They're reminiscent of Tomohiro or the original Bungie team. Solo or small team developers who are focused on building something they or the community actually want to play. We seem to have come full circle. Yes, new tools have made it easier than ever to make games, and yes...
And I think that the new tools that make it easier than ever to make games are actually very much being underplayed in how much they open up the ability for people to publish their games. Like, for example, in the 80s, how could you really self-publish a game if you were the Dark and Darker team? Well, you'd have to go through Nintendo, you'd have to go through PlayStation or something like that, or at that time, I guess, Atari or Midway or something. But now, you can self-publish a game. The barriers to entry are so much lower and so much easier for you to get your game in the hands of other people. Yeah, Sega, Konami, yeah. It's just completely opened it up in a massive way, and I think it's a great thing.
It has made publishing games incredibly simple. But that's not the main reason we are entering the golden age of indie games. There was the 100th Minecraft copycat would be rolling in money. The reason why indie studios are dominating the video game industry is because indie studios have what AAA studios don't. They have a culture and a desire to follow the fun.
No matter what, that's who Bungie is. We're always going to make what we want to make. We're going to make it a game that we want to play.
And Bungie fucking stood behind that shit too whenever they left Microsoft. Like, they said, fuck you, we're gonna do our own thing. Yeah, we're done with this. Not concentrate? Yeah, let me link you guys. Yeah. They dropped their mic and they fucked off. Yeah, exactly. And to Activision? Yeah. And then went to Activision? Well, I mean, I feel like a lot of the people that play Destiny are happy with the way the game is. Like, am I crazy? Yeah, I definitely feel that way. By Sony? Yeah. And, no, they're not at all. Yes, it's boring. Really? Well, I guess maybe that's not a good example. I never played Destiny 2. I have no idea. I feel like the people that like it really like it. The people that don't, I guess, don't. It's hard to say. And Destiny's even better now that Bungie's solo again. Yeah, some people say that. Maybe some people don't. It's impossible really to say for sure. But I think this is a great video. I can see why it's so popular despite it being from a very small content creator. So I'll go ahead and I'll give them a sub and I'll give the video a like. I think this is a great thing. And the fact that indie games are getting more popular now and the barrier to entry is so much lower and just a few guys with a dream can make a game happen much more easily than they could in the 90s and even really the 2000s with how much distribution has changed and everything about that. You don't have to worry about physical copies anymore. This is fucking amazing. And we are going to see so many good games come out. I'm very happy to see it. What went wrong with gaming?
Frankly, my main hobby for most of my life. I love video. Frankly, my main hobby for most of my life. And now I make video games, which is great. But recently, I've been analysing new games and critiquing new systems, and I've noticed a slow but insidious trend toward games becoming more and more monetized, but not fairly monetized.
Of course not. Because if they were fairly monetized, then people wouldn't want to buy them. People want to buy the unfair advantage.
Player monetized. It's the feeling you get when you...
Four fucking years ago. Oh my god.
Over on SFO Arcade, we just finished up Forspoken, the latest PS5 exclusive. So I guess it's finally time to talk about it. And yes, it stinks. I wouldn't break out the Indefensible intro and title if it didn't. Let me give you the history. Square Enix's early history is one of console exclusivity. Square games came out only on the NES and then the SNES. Then they famously jumped ship to Sony, choosing the PlayStation 1 over the Nintendo 64, due to the latter opting to stick with cartridges that maxed out at 32 megs, while the former utilized CDs with a storage capacity of 700 megs. Back in the 90s,
That's wrong, they did not max out at 32.
Just wouldn't fit on a cartridge. And as a kid of the 90s, let me tell you, this fueled a lot of schoolyard fights. Square continued to be exclusive to
well,
Sony
maybe
during
at the time,
PlayStation
yes.
2, for the most part. This strategy of Square Enix exclusivity worked because
But at the end of the N64, 64 megabyte cartridges were a thing.
Was wildly more popular than the other options. But with the 7th generation of consoles, that's the Wii, Xbox 360, and PS3 by the way, all 3 of them were exceptionally popular, and Square Enix realized that remaining loyal to Sony meant losing money. So they developed a proprietary engine called Crystal Tools, meant to streamline the production of their big upcoming title, Final Fantasy XIII, making it easy to run on multiple platforms. The only problem is it sucked. Crystal Tools ended up being a huge Square Enix boondoggle, delaying the release of Final Fantasy XIII by almost 2 years while offering little to no value. By 2011, the Crystal Tools engine had already been pushed to its breaking point during the development of Final Fantasy XIII-2. Cracks were showing, and Square Enix needed something else if it was going to be able to keep up on the PS4 and Xbox One. You'd think, after the failure of Crystal Tools, Square would be smart enough to not do this again, and maybe they'd use more conventional, more functional, more well-documented developer tools. Maybe license an engine, like Unreal or Unity or something. But no, they made the exact same mistake. To solve their Crystal Tools problem, Square Enix developed the Luminous engine in 2012, and showed it off at the E3 of that year with the tech demo Agni's Philosophy. Now, if this looks familiar, that's because it should. A lot of it ended up becoming Forspoken 10 years later, which is also why huge chunks of Forspoken look about 10 years old. The Luminous engine ended up having all the same problems that Crystal Tools did, becoming another giant money pit for the company. To date, only 2 games have used the Luminous engine, Final Fantasy XV in 2016, and Forspoken in 2023, 11 years later. So, broken engine, decade-old art assets, last-ditch attempt to recoup monumental cost. Forspoken's off to a great start, isn't it? What else could go wrong? Well, it was officially announced 3 years ago as Project Athia. And when you go back and watch that old 2020 trailer, you can see a lot of the pieces that would come together to later be Forspoken. These locations, that dragon, it's all in the game. But this trailer was considered to be a huge joke. Look closely. She's not wearing boots or some kind of era-appropriate footwear. She's wearing kicks. Air Jordans, baby! That's when we all knew we were in for a fucking ride. I'm gonna spoil everything about Forspoken because I don't care. You shouldn't either. If for some dumb reason you do, now's your chance to bail out. The plot of Forspoken is the most bog-standard isekai plot I've ever seen. Isekai is a Japanese word meaning different world, and it refers to a genre of storytelling where a character from World A inexplicably finds themselves in World B and has to contend with a sudden upheaval. It's basically a fantastical version of the fish out of water story, even though the word isekai didn't really start to be used until the glut of 80s and 90s anime that used the trope. This type of story has existed for quite a while. The quintessential Western isekai, for example, is Alice in Wonderland, and looking at Alice gives us a basic idea of what the rules are. 1. The world that the protagonist originates from is generally the modern real world, at the time the story was written. In Alice, that's Victorian England, while in Vision of Escaflowne, for example, that's 90s Japan. Rule 2. What differentiates isekai from a normal travel epic, like Lord of the Rings or Journey to the West, is that the protagonist in an isekai doesn't go on a daunting yet physically possible journey, like crossing a continent. The journey is seemingly an impossible one, making the quest to get back home nigh insurmountable. In Alice, Wonderland is sometimes portrayed as an alternate dimension, and sometimes as Alice's own psyche. In Escaflowne, Gaia is an invisible, habitable planet caught in Earth's orbit. In Digimon, the characters go into a physical representation of the internet. In The Black Knight, or A Kid in King Arthur's Court, or Chrono Trigger, the characters are flung through time with seemingly no way back. In a countless number of isekai anime, especially pornographic ones, as well as those old cartoon shows where your average kid gets sucked into the TV like Captain N, the alternate world operates like a video game. Rule 3. Some people are tempted to call a movie like Avatar an isekai, since the trip to Pandora is through deep space. Maybe, maybe not, but I think it's not an isekai because of the 3rd rule. The protagonist has to be somewhat isolated, and must adapt to living in a totally alien culture. In Alice and Escaflowne, the characters are alone. In Digimon, it's a small group of kids. To contrast, in Avatar, a ton of humans have moved to Pandora and set up shop, recreating Earth-like habitats. Of course, people have played around with the genre. Sometimes you'll see a reverse isekai, like Beastmaster 2 or Thor, where the protagonist is from a fantasy world and crosses the dimensions to come to our world. Sometimes the protagonist doesn't adopt the role of a prophesized hero in the other world, and instead becomes a villain, like in My Next Life as a Villainess, or as a side character, like in That Time I Got Reincarnated as a Slime. But pretty much all isekai stories hit the same beats. The protagonist's life in their original world is pretty shitty. By random chance, the protagonist encounters a piece of the other world. Maybe it's a person who crossed over, maybe it's an artifact, but whatever it is.
That time I got reborn as a slime.
Once on the other side, the protagonist is stuck with no way back. New friends help the protagonist through the initial period of despair, and they begin to right wrongs in their new home and grow as a person. At the climax of the story, they finally have the opportunity to go home, and they take it. But once they're back, they realize they've changed too much. They can't go back to how things used to be. Their old life sucks, their new life is full of meaningful relationships, and now all they want to do is go back to the other world again. Eventually they do, generally just in time for the final confrontation with whatever villain happens to be at the center of all the events happening in the other world. A confrontation that our side heroes wouldn't be able to overcome without the protagonist's return. It's also revealed at some point that the reason all of this happened in the first place is because the protagonist, despite having an outwardly mundane life, has had some connection to the other world this whole time. Generally because one of their parents has traveled across the barrier in their youth and secretly settled in our world. Isekai stories are so old hat that any modern attempt either plays with the formula to make something new or sarcastically leans into the genre, parodying the whole thing and breaking the fourth wall constantly. Forspoken does neither of those things. In fact, Forspoken is the most by-the-books isekai story I've ever seen. It feels like an AI generated the script. It follows every single convention of the genre. Frey lives a shit life as a poor black woman on the run from both the law and gangs in New York City. She breaks into a building to steal what looks to be a very expensive gold brace. The brace sucks her into the fantasy world of Athia, from Project Athia, remember, where she is a mage specializing in earth magic. The land is covered in a consuming blight that corrupts all life and turns them into zombies, and the townsfolk desperately need a hero. The first 3/4 of the game consists of very generic open-world wandering and fetch questing with little in the way of actual plot, until Frey wakes up one day and finds herself back in New York, this time living a much more comfortable life. This is the one real deviation from the isekai convention. Frey's trip back to her old life ends up being an illusion created by another mage. She doesn't actually go back, but it serves the same emotional purpose. After this sequence, the final couple hours of the game is literally just cutscenes. They seriously dump all of the lore and the story on the player in the final stretch, expecting us to care when it's actually just really boring. And the lore that they dump is something that we all predicted within the first hour of the game. The Blight corrupted the other 3 mages, called Tantas, powerful wise women who wield fire, water, and wind magic to complement Frey's earth magic. Frey is the daughter of the original Earth Tanta, who in a fit of madness throws her baby into the portal to New York. No, seriously, she just...
Garbage game, I don't care.
That was a pretty interesting show. Even though you're not an android, you have some great power.
No. There's a lot of stuff removed. And it's not even just about the HD versions, like from Japanese to English. They've already removed much or many things for pretty much every game.
Nickelodeon hates Avatar: The Last Airbender. That's right, it had to be said. Okay, maybe that's a little bit of a stretch, but the network definitely has a love-hate relationship with the beloved franchise. Since its initial release in 2005, all the way up to its record-breaking Netflix re-release in 2020, Avatar: The Last Airbender was both a commercial and critical success, and the show has quickly become one of Nick's flagship franchises. The show's success can largely be attributed to its beautifully rich world building, its cast of relatable characters, and its commitment to anime-influenced linear storytelling. But these are all things that you've already heard before, because everyone adores Avatar, except for Nickelodeon, which brings us back to today's topic, how the Avatar franchise is sometimes held back by the very studio that created it. In this video, I'm going to cover every single bump of the road, starting from the show's inception all the way up to the present day. Throughout this journey, you will see how love truly is a double-edged sword. Let's get into it. Starting off, Avatar's creators Brian Konietzko and Mike DiMartino, often referred to as Bright by the fans, were actually approached by Nick to make the show. Now, at the time this was a bit unheard of, since it's normally up to the show's creators to pitch to various studios, looking for anyone who's interested. But in the case of Avatar The Last Airbender, Brian Konietzko had already worked with the studio before, and thus had already established a friendship with Nick's VP of Animation, Eric Coleman. Specifically, Nick was looking for a new action and adventure series that could capitalize on the early 2000s craze for Legends and Lore franchises like Harry Potter and The Lord of the Rings. Needless to say, Bright delivered, creating a vast fantasy world from scratch after only 2 weeks of brainstorming. It was during this early concept creation phase that Nickelodeon presented their first restriction to the show, limiting the depiction of physical violence. Now, admittedly, this isn't that big of a deal, and I'd be willing to bet that most shows airing on kids' networks had to censor themselves in similar ways. Still, I decided to mention this small hindrance because it eventually led to one of the most fundamental parts of the Avatar world, elemental bending. Bending was not only a genius way to incorporate natural elements into a magical combat system, it was also a slick way to have stunning fight scenes without fists ever having to actually connect with faces. As a non-physical and non-lethal combat system, bending was perfectly suited for this mystical world.
Very non-lethal, yes. Not?
Well, at least it was mostly non-lethal, but
Yes.
more on that later. Now, the actual run of the original series basically went off without a hitch. The show was originally greenlit for 13 episodes, but the higher-ups at Nick liked what they saw so much that they went ahead and added 7 more episodes to the first season. The 13th episode of Season 1 was The Blue Spirit. This could have been a really cool spot to end it on, but of course I'm more than happy that the show was given extra time to expand on its world and characters. At the peak of its popularity in its original run, Avatar The Last Airbender was the most popular show on basic cable, with nearly 6 million people tuning in live to watch Aang fight Ozai during the season finale. By this point, Avatar's fanbase had built up a reputation for being one of the most interactive of any of Nick's properties. Not only was the Avatar message board the most visited section of Nick.com, Avatar fans also had a giant presence at real-life events like Comic-Con. It was reported that before Season 3 had even aired, fans of the show had already spent over $121 million on the Avatar franchise, and this number was predicted to double after the series finale. And it doesn't even take into account the money earned from commercials and ads. Rather, it only focuses on the revenue generated from merch sales, video games, toys, and DVDs. Needless to say, at this point, Nickelodeon was all aboard the Avatar money printing train. In a 2007 interview, then president of Nickelodeon, Seema Zagami, optimistically said that the Avatar franchise was on the rise, with a loyal fan base willing to follow the characters anywhere. She noted that if the network played their cards right, Avatar could become their very own Harry Potter, a big-hitting franchise spanning multiple mediums, generations, and most importantly, bank accounts. Unfortunately, for Nickelodeon and Avatar fans alike, the very next sentence to come from Seema's mouth in this interview was the following: "The movies will kick the business into high gear, and hopefully, when I'm replaced 10 years from now, someone will be making Avatar 10. You heard that right.
10?
She said, the movies.
Oh no.
Cue the music.
No, not the real life bullshit.
Here's a trigger warning. That's right. Directly following the show's record-breaking and critically acclaimed original run, Nickelodeon thought that the best way to submit Avatar as a household franchise was to turn it into a live-action trilogy directed by none other than M. Night Shyamalan. At the time, Shyamalan, of course, wasn't yet known as the man responsible for eviscerating an entire beloved franchise. He was actually a respected up-and-comer in Hollywood, with a few classics already under his belt. Nevertheless, Shyamalan was still a strange pick for the Avatar series. The franchise spans a lot of genres: action, adventure, comedy, martial arts, and family friendliness, but still doesn't cross over that much with the mysteries and horror films that Shyamalan was known for at the time. There are plenty of red flags that Nickelodeon overlooked following M. Night's hiring, such as these previous two movies, which both ended up being commercial train wrecks. Both 2006's Lady in the Water and 2008's The Happening were such bizarre departures from Shyamalan's previous work. He had already become a bit of a laughingstock before The Last Airbender had even finished production. But Nickelodeon missed yet another opportunity to axe Shyamalan before things really got out of hand. I'm talking, of course, about the movie's casting. For a franchise that prides itself on its Asian-inspired roots and cultural inclusivity, Shyamalan's cast is a tad bit, let's just say homogenous. Backlash quickly followed the cast announcement, with fans, journalists, and academics all wondering if there were any racial undertones motivating the decision. Rather than seeing this massive red flag for what it was and firing the project's main decision-maker, Nick decided to stick with Shyamalan and only forced him to change out Zuko's actor, Jesse McCartney, for the more ethnically diverse Dev Patel. Way to go, guys! Now all the good guys are white and all the bad guys are brown. That fixes literally nothing and makes things even worse somehow. We all know how this story ends.
That wasn't a good play.
Also, no kidding. Horrible. You said it.
But the effects were decent.
No, Sasha, no, the effects were not decent. They were trash too. Despite all of this nonsense, The Last Airbender movie wasn't technically a failure, because it still made a profit of about $20 million in the box office, and about $70 million when you factor in DVD sales. Still, the movie's horrific reception convinced Nickelodeon to make their first ever and their only ever good decision pertaining to this movie. They canceled the planned sequels. Remember Seema Zargami's quote about Avatar 10 coming out before she retired? Well, just be thankful we don't live in an even darker timeline where that actually could have happened. Before we jump into all of the problems surrounding The Legend of Korra, I think now would be a great opportunity to look at some of the more minor hiccups that Nickelodeon made when dealing with the original animated series. Let's start with the official Avatar The Last Airbender DVD release, and that it was absolutely terrible. I know a lot of you, me included, probably grew up with these DVDs and are feeling a little bit defensive right now, so let me explain. Most of the discs are perfectly fine, beautifully showcasing the hand-drawn animation in mid-2000s appropriate 480p resolution. However, notice how I said most of them are fine. The big problem lies with disc number 1 exclusively, the DVD that contains the first 4 episodes of the show. For whatever reason, this disc is the victim of a haloing double line effect that is so abhorrent the episodes are nearly unwatchable. I mean, just look at your screen right now.
Oh god.
It's a mess. Or maybe it's not and I'm overreacting. I'm definitely a tad bit spoiled with all the 4K content of 2022. Let me know in the comments down below if you think this effect is as bad as I think it is. But regardless of what you think, I at least have Amazon reviewer Red G on my side.
No, it
Red,
does look
of course,
like garbage.
World famous for ending his 4-star Amazon review by saying, "What's unfathomable to me is that the quality was not fixed between Book 1's original 2006 box set release and this complete collection in 2015. It's deplorable, a sorry state indeed." I agree, Red. It is a sorry state, and an embarrassing one too, since Nick had every opportunity in the world to fix this issue sometime during the past 16 years. But for whatever reason, they haven't. The only thing that Nick has changed about the DVDs in more than a decade and a half is the set's box art. This, in my opinion, is a true disservice to the Avatar fans who are just trying to relive their favorite show. It wasn't until the Blu-ray upscaled version of the show began selling in 2018, 12 years after the fact, that fans were finally able to watch the first 4 episodes of Avatar with a little bit of dignity. While the DVDs offer one way to relive the magic of the original series, the other way to relive it is through reruns. And wouldn't you know it, Nickelodeon managed to flub their way through those as well. According to Avatar's creators, Mike and Brian, they initially butted heads with Nick execs about how reruns should be handled after the show ended. You see, the network, who was mostly familiar with anthology series like SpongeBob and the Fairly OddParents, noticed that Avatar reruns were performing relatively poorly. Bright took a look at the issue and suggested that rather than airing the episodes at random, like Nick often did with their other shows, they should instead air the Avatar episodes in order so that audiences could become invested in Aang and Zuko's stories. Rather than listening, Nick decided to try a few other strategies, including things like airing all the Sokka-focused episodes at once, or airing all the coolest fight scenes together, but nothing was working. So eventually they decided to trust the creators and they just aired the episodes in order. Nick later informed Bright that once the change was made, Avatar's ratings skyrocketed again, and the show was the #1 show on the channel. Go figure. After the colossal failure that was the 2010 movie that shall not be named, Nickelodeon decided to go back to the Avatarverse source and directly ask Bright for more serious ideas. Bright pitched a concept for an animated movie that followed an older gang as they searched for Zuko's lost mother. This pitch was flat out rejected by Nick, said that they had no interest in straight-to-television animated movies at the time. Now, this is a bit surprising because if you ask most Avatar fans what future series they'd be most excited about, adventures with an older gang are usually at the top of their lists. Despite this small setback though, the network was so confident in Bright's abilities that they went ahead and greenlit a 12-episode-long miniseries without even needing another pitch meeting. The only requirements for the miniseries were A, it had to include bending, and B, it had to be in the Avatar universe. So the rejected pitch about a movie to find Zuko's mother was eventually adapted into a trilogy of graphic novels called The Search.
Yeah, I still haven't read that book or those novels.
Season 1 of The Legend of Korra. Nickelodeon mainly took a backseat regarding the development of the sequel Avatar show. Some executives did initially express concern over Korra being a female lead, because conventional knowledge reasoned that boys would not watch shows about girls, even though girls watch shows about boys all the time. But these fears were quickly quelled when boys who saw early test screenings of the show just thought that Korra was very awesome and very buff. And that's a pretty accurate assessment. So season 1 of Korra basically went off without a hitch. It wasn't until season 2 of the show that the network interference really began, and Nick's love-hate relationship with the franchise seemed to definitively tilt towards hate. Everyone knows about Saturday morning cartoons. They are a staple of nearly every generation, whether they be G.I. Joe, Pokemon, Sailor Moon, or the Magic School Bus. Saturday mornings were the prime time for animated shows because kids who were out of school had nothing better to do than to let their brains rot just a little bit. During its first season, The Legend of Korra aired during this coveted Saturday morning slot. However, when ratings began declining in the lead-up to season 2, Nickelodeon booted the show to air instead on the less desirable Friday night. Nick defended the move by reasoning that Korra's older audience of teenagers was more active during the late afternoons than they were used to. That almost makes some sense, right? I thought so too at first, but the data clearly does not back this reasoning at all, since the viewership numbers continue to diminish into season 3. Now, the show was still very popular relative to other Friday night programming, just that the time slot itself was not as popular or as populated. So why didn't Nick at some point respond to the poor performance by moving the show back to Saturday mornings, where it had previously done very well? I'm not sure, and neither was Bright. There were several other factors that likely contributed to season 3's lackluster performance, the first of which was a total lack of marketing. The third season of The Legend of Korra was announced only a week before it premiered. 1 week. 7 days. That is almost unheard of, especially when compared to the modern practice of announcing new MCU projects years before they have even begun production. In addition to only giving the season a week of build-up, Nickelodeon also aired season 3 episodes 2 at a time, almost like they were trying to rush through the season as quickly as possible. It's just so weird. But these previous offenses all pale in comparison to what Nick did next. They pulled The Legend of Korra off the air and made it only viewable online at nick.com. You heard that right. Nickelodeon effectively soft-canceled one of their most popular shows in the middle of its best season. Because, by the way, season 3 of The Legend of Korra was just, mwah, chef's kiss. And Bright was caught off guard too, since they were only notified a few hours before the announcement was publicly made.
Do you know of any other shows that were on air and then got in mid-season got relegated to digital?
I don't.
I think that might be that's a dubious honor.
Fans of the show immediately began speculating as to why the unprecedented move to digital was made, and many assumed that their question was answered 2 episodes later when this happened.
Freedom is something that you can give or take on a whim. To the people, freedom is just as essential as air. And without it, there is no life. There is only darkness.
Why was the show pulled from cable? Because suddenly it had become too mature for Nickelodeon's kid-friendly network. It almost made too much sense. But Mike and Brian have remained pretty adamant that the move to online wasn't influenced by the show's content at all. Rather, they repeatedly claimed that the show was moved online because it performed really well online, and that by moving it there, Nickelodeon was making an early play at the emerging online streaming market. But this doesn't make that much sense, because if a show is doing really well in one area, cable, and extremely well in another area, online, the solution to boosting one isn't to just completely cut out the other. And Brian seemed to have been on a similar wavelength, because at one point he asked,
We said, isn't that going to hurt the ratings if everyone's seen it online? They're like, those two audiences don't really cross over. So, okay.
Listen, Nick, if we're to believe you, and the audiences don't cross over as you say, then why are you completely shutting the door on one of those audiences? They don't cross over. It just doesn't make any amount of sense, but I digress. As I mentioned before, on the scale from love to hate, Nickelodeon was definitely sending The Legend of Korra a whole bunch of mixed signals, and it only gets more convoluted in Korra's final season. Season 4 of The Legend of Korra also aired exclusively online, but regardless of that, production went pretty well until the network unexpectedly slashed an entire episode's worth of budget from the final season. We're talking a budget slash to the tunes of hundreds of thousands of dollars, maybe even $1 million. This is once again bizarre behavior from Nick. Not only was The Legend of Korra still a very popular show with a very energetic fan base, but now, according to Nick, the show was supposedly the face of their entire online streaming strategy. Someone might want to tell Nickelodeon executives that it is usually not a great idea to shoot yourself directly in the foot. The budget cuts presented Bright with 2 paths forward. They could, 1, fire a bunch of their staff early, or 2, make a clips episode. Being such wholesome guys, they never even considered the first option. So that leaves the question, what exactly is a clips episode, and how are they made? Basically, clips episodes are a sitcom trope where all the characters sit around and say, hey, you remember when? Followed by a montage of highlight clips from the show's previous seasons. It's kind of like the Emerald Island play from Avatar: The Last Airbender, but without all the new animation and innovative ideas. Clips episodes usually get a bad rap for being pointless and self-indulgent, and Bright was not happy about having to make one. They were so unhappy, in fact, that right before the episode aired online, Brian publicly posted to his Tumblr to explain the situation and to preemptively apologize for the clips-ridden episode remembrances. In his post, Brian threw a lot of not-so-subtle shade towards the network, and despite remembrances definitely feeling a bit off compared to the rest of the season, Bright was still able to keep it interesting. The final bit of network interference concerning The Legend of Korra involved the on-screen depiction of Korra and Asami's romantic relationship. Keep in mind, the final season of Korra aired in 2014. While that was only a few years ago, it was a vastly different era for LGBT rights. For context, at the time, only 18 countries out of 193 had legalized same-sex marriage, and the United States was not one of those 18 countries. It wasn't legal in the United States until 6 months after Korra ended in July 2015. All that to say that while it's not too surprising that while Nick was supportive of the idea of Korsami, there were a lot of limitations involving how the romance was allowed to be shown, basically meaning that it wasn't allowed to be shown, like at all. During the final moments of the season finale, when Korra and Asami entered the spirit portal holding hands, it's no wonder why so many people felt like the romance had come completely out of left field, because it kind of did, but by necessity. Yes, When revisiting the show, there were definitely strings and subtle hints sprinkled throughout the series pointing towards the idea of romance, but you can't blame someone for initially missing them because they were so small. I do not necessarily blame Nick for censoring Korosami, because it was a needle that had to be threaded very carefully. For another example, the show Adventure Time faced a similar obstacle over on Cartoon Network. Only a month prior to Korra's season 4 premiere, Adventure Time's creator confirmed during a book signing the female characters Princess Bubblegum and Madeline had previously dated. While the news got cheers from the small audience attending the book signing, Adventure Time's creator had to further explain that the relationship could never actually be shown on the show because of its illegality in so many countries. This was the exact same pressure that Mike and Brian faced with Korosami, so confirming the same-sex relationship at all was a giant gamble, one that seems to have paid off because Korra is now celebrated as a beacon for queer representation. Additionally, during Adventure Time's finale 4 years later, times had already changed so much that the show's creator finally felt confident enough to show this on screen. After Nickelodeon's blatant mishandling of the later seasons of Korra, and with no new plans for the Avatar franchise on the horizon, fans began to question the network's ulterior motives. Some began to imagine a world where Disney bought the franchise and continued to produce big-budget Avatar series. Others took to sign a 2015 Change.org petition that argued for Nickelodeon to license the franchise to Netflix. The petition, which stated that the possibilities are endless and is practically guaranteed that the show would be successful on Netflix, turned out to be right in a huge way. In the summer of 2020, Avatar: The Last Airbender became available on Netflix in the United States. What I'm sure Nick thought would be a big splash for the nostalgic show turned into a tsunami as the show captivated the world at large. The 2005 animated kids show went on to break the record to become the longest running series to stay on Netflix's top 10 chart, beating Tiger King, Stranger Things, and everything else. It was an extraordinary success, and Nick was definitely taking notes. Current president of Nickelodeon and recently appointed CEO of all of Paramount Pictures, Brian Robbins, recently revealed that a big part of Viacom CBS's current day strategy is licensed content. And by the way, for those who are unaware, Viacom CBS is Nickelodeon and Paramount's parent company. Yay, monopolies! Back to Brian Robbins. He explained that Viacom's main goal right now is to boost the number of subscribers to Paramount Plus, their streaming service. Viacom's tried and true method of getting extra eyeballs on their shiny new service is to first license content to the bigger players like Netflix so that these shows can attract new audiences. Then, once everyone watches the old show on Netflix and becomes hooked, Viacom ends the license and makes the show and all future content from the franchise exclusive to Paramount Plus subscribers. Viacom did this with iCarly, and now they're doing it with Avatar. Gotta love corporate America. So when Avatar became the biggest show on the planet during the summer of 2020, Nickelodeon's dream of having their very own Harry Potter-esque money machine came roaring back. Suddenly, Nickelodeon was firmly planting themselves back on the love side of the love-hate equation. That's where they'd like to stay. Nickelodeon immediately hit up Mike and Brian with a new offer. Not for a new show or a new movie, but for a new studio completely under Bryce's control. Avatar Studios is an extremely ambitious effort to once again turn the Avatarverse franchise into a household name.
Yeah,
Rightfully
everybody
juggling
already
multiple
hates
projects at
that
once, including
project,
movies and
and
TV
has
shows,
been for
books and
years.
video games, animation and live action, past, present, and future reincarnations of the Avatar. Viacom recently offered the creators of South Park a very similar deal for the development of Paramount Plus exclusives. There's no word on the precise monetary value of the Avatar Studios deal, but giving these shows new status as a bankable franchise alongside the confirmed $900 million that Viacom just gave South Park's creator for a similar deal, I have no doubt that Mike and Brian are finally getting their due. Because whether Nickelodeon loves Avatar, or whether they hate it, at the end of the day, one thing has always been true. Money talks. And right now, people are screaming more Avatar: The Last Airbender. So there you have it. That was my first ever YouTube video. It took a while to make, and it is much longer than I expected it to be. And I am definitely not used to the sound of my own voice. But if you made it all the way through and can even hear this message, then just go ahead and press subscribe, ring the bell, and all that, because you clearly like Avatar, and you clearly appreciate in-depth analysis about Avatar. And that's basically what I'm going to be doing here. This video was more about production and how the franchise was created, but future videos are going to talk about Avatar lore and Easter eggs and secrets and stuff like that. So if you love Avatar, then you are in the right place.
The life of every Avatar. The world of Avatar wouldn't be anything without, well, the Avatar. Unified with the spirit of Rava, the Avatar serves as the bridge between the spirit and physical worlds, and is the only person capable of bending all four elements. Also, due to their connection with Rava, the Avatar reincarnates through the cycle of elements, water, earth, fire, and air, reborn into...
Ever since its introduction to Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, Crystal Beasts have been a fan-favorite archetype, joining the likes of
But
Heroes, Cyber
garbage.
Dragons, and even Front. But unlike those archetypes, Crystal Beasts has never had an opportunity to shine within the competitive metagame, which is why they're the topic of today's video, discussing what's held them back for so long, and whether or not their latest support could make them a meta-viable deck. The Crystal Beast monsters are an archetype of monsters whose main gimmick is that whenever they're destroyed by battle, card effect, or other means, instead of sending them to the graveyard, you place them face up in your spell trap card zone as a continuous spell card. Then, as continuous spells, these Crystal Beast monsters can provide you with a number of benefits, whether that's a strong effect like with Crystal Beast Rainbow Dragon, free cards that you can summon out with Crystal Beast Ruby Carbuncle, or even just increase the impact of your archetypal spells and traps. All of this is done with the express purpose of summoning out an ultimate crystal monster, an archetype of Rainbow Dragon variants that usually need the Crystal Beast monsters to be used in order to fulfill their summon conditions. Initially, Rainbow Dragon was the only ultimate crystal monster in the game, but this eventually expanded to include Rainbow Dark Dragon, Rainbow Over Dragon, and Ultimate Crystal Rainbow Dragon Overdrive. Speaking of Rainbow Dark Dragon, Crystal Beasts also have a sister archetype, the Advanced Crystal Beasts. These cards are still technically Crystal Beast monsters, even become continuous spells in the same way, but the Advanced Crystal Beasts revolve specifically around Advanced Dark, a field spell which makes all your Crystal Beast monsters dark so you can actually summon out Rainbow Dark Dragon. So, what's the idea behind the Crystal Beasts? In the past, the general idea behind the whole archetype is that you wanted to fill up as many of your spell and trap card zones as possible with as many different Crystal Beast names so that you can reap the most benefits. Because the more Crystal Beast monsters you had in your spell and trap card zone, the more you could benefit from your overpowered spell and trap cards. Rare Value is an archetypal Pot of Greed, Crystal Abundance is Soul Charge, and Crystal Raigeki and Crystal Conclave serve as great ways to interrupt your opponent. And eventually, if you got enough Crystal Beast monsters in your spell and trap card zone, you can unlock every benefit of Rainbow Ruins, the main Crystal Beast field spell. A battle trick that's also a spell and trap negate that also draws you free cards that also lets you summon out your Crystal Beast monsters from your spell and trap card zone. Then, after swarming the field and filling the graveyard with enough of your Crystal Beasts, you can then special summon out Rainbow Dragon, a big beater with an impressive 4,000 attack that's capable of wiping the entire field with a single effect. However, for a long while, this game plan just didn't do enough to justify playing Crystal Beasts. For starters, Rainbow Dragon is a terrible payoff for the deck, because while it has two great effects, one to wipe the field and the other one to make it gain a ton of attack, you can't activate those effects on the turn that it's special summoned. So after you've spent all the effort putting 7 Crystal Beast monsters with different names on your field or graveyard, your best payoff is a 4,000 attack beat stick that might as well be a vanilla, since you have to wait an entire turn to be able to use its effects. But the thing is, you were never really summoning Rainbow Dragon anyways, because in order to bring it out, you need 7 Crystal Beast cards with different names, either on the field or in the graveyard. But out of the original 7 Crystal Beast monsters ever released, 5 of them had terrible effects as monsters that didn't help the deck further its game plan at all, with only Sapphire Pegasus and Ruby Carbuncle having relevant effects. What's worse is that as continuous spells, the original 7 Crystal Beasts actually do nothing on their own, and just fill up your spell and trap card zones with virtually no effect, in a similar way to the original Toon World. So even with the absolutely absurd number of busted spell and trap cards the archetype has available to it, it was doomed to be unplayable because most of the actual Crystal Beast monsters were basically just vanillas, both as monsters and as continuous spell cards. which meant you didn't even want to play a big density of Crystal Beast monsters. And this also weakened your Crystal Beast spell trap cards, since a lot of them require a certain number of Crystal Beasts to be in your spell trap card zone to be useful. It meant that summoning out Rainbow Dragon would be almost impossible. As a result of this failed playstyle, however, there have been a number of attempts to reinvent Crystal Beasts throughout the years. Rainbow Dark Dragon, for example, attempted to give Crystal Beasts a new payoff with an immediately usable effect. That was really awkward to use since none of the actual Crystal Beast monsters are dark monsters, so you had to play Advanced Dark if you wanted to summon it. However, with the recently released Structure deck, as well as the deck's most recent support, Crystal Beasts have gone from almost unplayable to a solid rogue option that's capable of taking games against Fluttery, Sprite, and even the Tier 0 tier limits. So let's look at notable cards in the deck and how this strategy has evolved from what it once was to what it is today, and discuss why certain Crystal Beast cards have succeeded in making the deck great, and why others have failed, and how even some of the worst Crystal Beast cards have managed to see use. Let's start off with Rainbow Dragon, Crystal Beast's original boss monster. Rainbow Dragon isn't technically a Crystal Beast card, but is an ultimate crystal monster with its own built-in summoning condition, letting you bring it out to the field if there are 7 Crystal Beast monsters with different names on the field or in the graveyard, and it can't be summoned in other ways. This is an incredibly demanding summoning condition, especially in a deck like Crystal Beast, where a lot of the deck's monsters don't have ways of bringing themselves or others to the field, and as a result it's incredibly difficult to swarm the field and graveyard with enough Crystal Beasts in order to bring out Rainbow Dragon. But if you actually manage to summon Rainbow Dragon, you get a 4000 attack beat stick with 2 really strong effects. Its first effect lets you send Crystal Beast monsters you control to the graveyard at quick effect speed to increase the attack of Rainbow Dragon by 1000 for every Crystal Beast monster you send, which would make Rainbow Dragon an excellent tool for O2K. And that's not all, because Rainbow Dragon's second effect is even better, allowing you to banish every Crystal Beast monster from your graveyard to shuffle back the entire field into the deck. Now, this includes your own field as well as Rainbow Dragon itself, but this form of non-destruction, non-targeting board wipe is excellent, and a big reason why a card like Zeus sees competitive play. However, while these effects are directly strong, Rainbow Dragon also comes with a heavy restriction which prevents any of its effects from being used on the turn that it's special summoned. This restriction basically removes all Rainbow Dragon's potential utility, and turns it from a hard to bring out but potentially strong payoff into just a high attack beat stick, which meant that it was never worth the effort to bring out. And even when Rainbow Neos was seeing competitive play, a fusion monster that requires an ultimate crystal monster as a material, Rainbow Dark Dragon was often the choice of ultimate crystal monster simply because its summoning condition, despite being difficult to fulfill, was at least a bit more feasible than Rainbow Dragon. So because Rainbow Dragon is hard to summon out and has a terrible restriction which kills its playability, you would expect a more modern Crystal Beast deck to have moved away from it and not played at all. However, the modern Crystal Beast support has changed Rainbow Dragon's role, because now, instead of being a bad payoff for an archetype that would rarely summon it, it's now a really integral engine piece that Crystal Beasts now want to play, even if there's no chance of it being summoned. And that's because of 2 specific cards, Awakening of the Crystal Ultimates and Crystal Beast Rainbow Dragon. Awakening of the Crystal Ultimates needs you to reveal an ultimate crystal monster in your hand if you want to get access to either of its effects. This sounds like a lot to ask because it requires you to play Rainbow Dragon and have it in hand in order to use it, but it's worth the hoops to jump through because both of its effects are absolutely absurd. If you choose to use the first effect, you can take a Rainbow Bridge card and either add it to your hand or send it to the graveyard. Meanwhile, if you activate its second effect, you get to special summon out any Crystal Beast monster from your hand, deck, graveyard, or spell trap card zone. And if you happen to control Ultimate Crystal Monster, you actually get to use both. This is unlikely to happen, as even the latest Ultimate Crystal monsters are hard to summon, but it is a neat little bonus to keep in mind. Its second effect is a great way of swarming the field with your Crystal Beast, since it's pretty much just an emergency teleport for the archetype, and is particularly strong since it lets you use the effect of the Crystal Beast monsters you summon, allowing you to place a free Crystal Beast to your spell trap cards on the Pegasus, or if your zone's already full, you can use the summon effect of Ruby Carbuncle to swarm the field with a ton of bodies. And because its effect is so good at helping you swarm the field, it gives Crystal Beast much easier access to the action deck, and is a big part of the reason as to why the deck has a ton of rank 4s and link plays available to them. And its first effect is also astonishing too, because of the sheer variety of options it gives you since you have 3 incredibly strong targets for it. Rainbow Bridge to get access to your other crystal spells and traps, Rainbow Bridge of the Heart for the same reason and for the free normal summon, or you can choose to send Rainbow Bridge of Salvation to the graveyard. But in order to even activate Awakening, you do still need a way to get Rainbow Dragon to hand so you can reveal it. And the best way of doing that is with another piece of the deck's modern support, Crystal Beast Rainbow Dragon. This version of Rainbow Dragon is not an ultimate crystal monster, so you can't reveal it off of Awakening, but to make up for that, it has a really strong trio of effects. The first is the same as any other Crystal Beast monster, where if it would be destroyed, you can place it in your spell trap card zone. And the second lets you summon it out from your hand whenever an attack is declared involving a Crystal Beast monster. But it's the third effect that really revolutionized Crystal Beasts, because unlike the other Crystal Beast monsters, Rainbow Dragon has an effect while it's a continuous spell. which allows you to banish it from your field to special summon any Crystal Beast monster from your deck with its effect negated, and then you must add an ultimate crystal monster from your deck to your hand. This effect is really important because, like Awakening, it's another way of swarming the field with level 4 bodies that you can use to go into rank 4s. But because the search of ultimate crystal monsters is mandatory, you need to have a Rainbow Dragon in your deck to actually use it, so it forces you to play Rainbow Dragon anyways. But because of Awakening, having Rainbow Dragon in hand is now actually just a benefit, since the regular Rainbow Dragon can be used to activate one of your strongest cards. So even though Rainbow Dragon is a terrible payoff the deck is never going to summon, Modern Support has managed to adapt the card's role in the deck to the point where it's now a really important card that you always want to have either in your hand or in the deck. So while in the past you could definitely call Rainbow Dragon a complete failure, it's actually become one of the most necessary pieces to the engine of the archetype. As well as the original Rainbow Dragon though, the way the original 7 Crystal Beast monsters have seen play has also changed since the deck's inception. Now unfortunately, a lot of the original Crystal Beast monsters are still pretty bad, because most of the effects do nothing to aid your game plan and are situational at best. However, even despite this, 4 out of the original 7 Crystal Beast monsters have actually seen recent competitive play, with one of them even being used in tier limits. The most important of the original Crystal Beast monsters in the deck itself, however, is Crystal Beast Sapphire Pegasus. Pegasus has the same effect to become a continuous spell like the other Crystal Beast monsters, but its unique effect is actually really good, because when it's summoned, you get to place any Crystal Beast monster from your hand, deck, or graveyard to your spell and trap card zone as a continuous spell. This effect has always been solid, but it's gotten even better in recent years, because in the past, you had few good targets to place with Pegasus. Your best hope would be place a copy of Ruby Carbuncle so you can bring it out to use its Soul Charge effect, or to just place another copy of Sapphire Pegasus since you didn't really want to play the other Crystal Beast monsters. This didn't do too much for you, but at least let you fill up your spell and trap card zone so you could use your crystal spells and traps. But with the release of Crystal Beast Rainbow Dragon, Sapphire Pegasus' strength has increased exponentially, because when the Crystal Beast version of Rainbow Dragon is a continuous spell, you get to use this effect to summon out any Crystal Beast monsters from your deck and search Rainbow Dragon. This means that Sapphire Pegasus is now a 1-card rank 4, since you can banish Rainbow Dragon after putting into your spell and trap card zone with Pegasus, and then summon out a free level 4 body. This is amazing in the current format for giving the deck access to cards like Abyss Dweller and Baguska. The other of the original 7 Crystal Beasts that have seen play are Ruby Carbuncle, Cobalt Eagle, and Emerald Tortoise. Ruby Carbuncle has always been a really great part of the deck, because whenever it's special summoned, you get to special summon as many Crystal Beast cards as possible from your spell and trap card zones, which is why it's always been one of the best Crystal Beast monsters, since it's a great way of swarming the field if you manage to set up your spells and trap card zones with enough monsters. Ruby Carbuncle's role hasn't changed too much, but because there's so many different ways of placing Crystal Beasts to your spells and trap card zones, and a ton of different ways to special summon Crystal Beast monsters, it's gotten a lot stronger by proxy. Cobalt Eagle has always been seen some amount of competitive play in Crystal Beast decks, because while its effect isn't the best, it's a good alternative target to summon with Crystal Beast Rainbow Dragon or Awakening, because it's a level 4 monster that's Wind attribute, so you can even summon it under a barrier statue. But the strangest of the 4 Crystal Beast monsters that is in play is Crystal Beast Emerald Tortoise, because Emerald Tortoise's unique effect is actually terrible because all it does is change a monster that attacked this turn to defense position. This terrible effect is why it sees 0 play in Crystal Beast decks. But even despite that, Emerald Tortoise was, and still is, sometimes used by the best deck of the format, Tier Limits. And that's because of another new piece of support that's become integral to Crystal Beast as a deck, and has even allowed it to see play as an engine. Rainbow Bridge of Salvation is one of the most powerful spell and trap cards Crystal Beast have access to, even amongst the astonishingly strong spell and trap card lineup it already has. Its on-field effect isn't relevant because it requires 2 level 10 monsters in the field of different types in order to use. It's actually its graveyard effect which is why it's so strong, because once per duel while it's in the graveyard, you can banish Rainbow Bridge of Salvation to add a Crystal Beast monster and a field spell in the game from your deck to your hand. The reason why a deck like Tier Limits wanted to use this effect is because it gave them even more ways to access Primeval Planet Perlarina, their incredible field spell that gives them access to a free search, pop, and attack boost. And because they easily mill Salvation at some point during their turn with the effect of Tier Limits or Ishizu monsters, it meant that Salvation becomes a great way of accessing a field spell. There was just one problem though, because in order to search for a field spell, Salvation must be able to search a Crystal Beast monster as well. And the Crystal Beast monster of choice for Tier Limits was Crystal Beast Emerald Tortoise. Not because of its terrible effect, but because it's an Aqua-type monster, which meant that instead of just being a dead card in hand or in the graveyard, you can instead use it as a free fusion material for something like Tier Limits Kalos or Tier Limits Kaleidoheart, which made both searches of Salvation actually matter. In Crystal Beast itself, however, Salvation is even stronger, and has completely changed the way Crystal Beast play the game. Because not only is it a great consistency tool for the deck, which allows you easier access to Sapphire Pegasus, it also lets you search for the strongest generic field spells in the game. This means that instead of searching cards like Rainbow Ruins or Advanced Dark, you can instead search for cards like Necro Valley to shut down any kind of graveyard interaction to completely stop a Tier Limit deck. Or if you're more worried about Floowandereeze, could instead start a zombie world to stop them from being able to tribute summon. And even against Castira, you have Ecoldi Zone available to stop their Castira monsters before they have a chance to use their effects. And because it's so easy for Crystal Beast to be able to send Salvation to the graveyard, either with the effect of Awakening or using something like Foolish Burial Goods, has allowed for the deck to lean into a more control-based playstyle where they can rely on a field spell backed up by a strong rank 4 to floodgate your opponent out of the game, rather than just being Rainbow Dragon Turbo. And being a more control-based strategy is actually beneficial for the deck, as that means Crystal Beasts get to take advantage of their incredibly powerful spell trap card lineup. Of course, cards like Rainbow Bridge, Awakening, and Crystal Bonds do wonder for the deck's consistency and give the deck ways to search out its best cards. But even its trap card interruptions are incredibly strong. Crystal Conclave, for example, lets you bounce a Crystal Beast card you control and any card your opponent controls to the hand, letting it serve as an archetype compulse that's capable of dealing with your opponent's combo pieces and boss monsters. Another great trap card interruption the deck has available to it now is Crystal Miracle, an archetypal Omnigate that protects your floodgates, field spells, and rank 4s from any kind of board breakers, and keeps you in control of the game while also letting you use its graveyard effect to recur even more advantage by placing a Crystal Beast card to dispel trap cards out, making it another good target for Foolish Burial Goods. This control-based playstyle is something that Crystal Beast decks in the past.
This dude is new. He's coming for my
affectionately referred to as Conclave Control. This control-based playstyle has evolved since then, however, due to the number of options that have suddenly become available to the deck. It's honestly impressive how drastically Crystal Beasts have managed to improve since introduction, as they went from a deck with laughably bad monsters that had little to no use, to even being able to take on tier 0 tier limits. But in order to get to that point, the deck needed a lot of support, as well as a lot of creative minds behind it to push it to its limits. And instead of being limited by the scope of summoning Rainbow Dragon, or trying to fulfill the condition of Rainbow Ruins, these deck builders managed to make a really interesting or strong control deck that has even managed to see recent YCS tops. So it's not really fair to call Crystal Beast a failed deck. There are definitely a few cards in the Crystal Beast that you can point to and call a failure, such as the Advanced Crystal Beasts being terrible cards, the Pendulum monsters the deck has, or even how bad some of the original Crystal Beasts were. But the cards have a lot going for them as well, both as a deck and even as an engine in certain strategies that are desperate for their field spell. And their newly found ability to easily access rank 4s has made them a boon in the current format, since you can access some of the best monsters in the game to counter the current threats or the meta, especially with how consistent the deck is. So now the deck's latently powerful spells and traps can be used to their full potential. And with the up-and-coming release of Golden Rule, an insanely strong spell card that is another E-teller for the deck that also lets you place 2 Crystal Beast monsters in your spell trap card zone, the deck is going to get even stronger. And as a result, it's likely that Crystal Beasts aren't going to fizzle out anytime soon, and in fact have proven themselves to be an adaptable, strong, and interesting rogue strategy that will likely still see play even after the 2 elements leave the meta, unlike the Advanced Crystal Beasts and Advanced Dark, which still have a long way to go before they can be considered viable. Alright, and that's the video. If you know of any other failed cards and mechanics that would make a great video for the series, please let us know down in the comments. We really need some more ideas.
Let's build Ice Jade! This is my water thing. Water? It's because it's ice is... whatever. Don't roll with it. And welcome back to Let's Build, the show where I take a deck or archetype I have never seen before and try my best to learn it on stream. I'm Hardline Joe, if any you didn't know, joined as always by my co-host Critter, as well as Twitch Chad, who is here just chilling out with me, just being cool, being ice guys, if you know what I mean. Isn't that right? Cool cats, Uni Zamboni, Ice Cream. They're not great at the ice puns, but they do their best, and they're here today to help me learn Ice Jades, which is one of the newer archetypes I've looked at. This has been coming out, I believe, all this year. I've seen bits and pieces of this because it feels like every set has a couple of these in it, and yet I don't think I've ever played against Ice Jades. Maybe one duel in the entire year I've been playing Master Duel, so I have zero idea what they do. But we're gonna find out together. If you're unfamiliar with this show, if you're new here, this is a blind deck building show. We're just gonna be reading over everything, learning what the cards do together, and trying to figure out how this works. As a result, this will not be the best Ice Jade deck, or even necessarily a good Ice Jade deck. But it should give you some idea as to how to build a deck if you're new to Yu-Gi-Oh! Or if you're new to this archetype, it should give you all the information you need to know to start building yourself and looking up better builds. So with that introduction out of the way, let's jump on into things. Alright, so as always, trying to learn an archetype from scratch can be a little intimidating. It's hard to know where to start, unless they have a field spell. If they have a field spell, it's usually best to start there. Fields tend to have unifying effects. They'll give you an idea of the theme of the archetype. And in this case, we have Ice Jade, Cenote, Inion, Cradle, which I think I'm just going to call Cradle for short, because I don't have any idea how to actually pronounce those. When this card is activated, you can add one of your Ice Jade monsters that is banished or in your graveyard to your hand. Alright, so right off the bat, we're off to a kind of a weird start. Usually field spells are things that start your combos. There's a lot of field spells that will search something when you activate it. And that works thematically, right? Because the idea is you set up the play field, and usually the field will have effects that help your monster, some kind of beneficial thing. But in this case, you only want to activate the field spell when you've already started playing. You want to have a card that's in the graveyard or banished, and then activate this. So this may not act as the big unifying thing that field spells usually are. This may be more of a combo piece. But let's read the rest of it and see what else it does. So once per turn, if a monster is normal or special summoned, you can target one water monster you control. That monster, along with any face-up monsters your opponent controls, loses attack equal to the targeted monster's original attack until the end of this turn. And you can only activate one per turn. So it looks like you can just lower the attack of everything, but that also includes one of your monsters. So I assume they have either something that protects them from being attacked, or maybe a defense position monster that they don't have to worry about the attack stat. They can lower that, and then your opponent's monsters can't get over them. But you can only activate one instance of this field per turn, so the adding back, you can't do a loop or set up anything like that. Very interesting indeed. Normally, when you get to a field spell, you instantly want to put like 3 of it in there, maybe even a terraforming, but in this case, I'm not really sure if this is something you want to start out with. So from there, we usually go to the boss monsters. And in this case, they do have a synchro monster, but we're making this for Master Duel as always. And this is not only not out in Master Duel, it's not even out in America yet. This is OCG only. So from there, we just go to the monster with the highest level, which they do have a level 10 Ice Jade named Cosmoclore? I'm just gonna call it Ice Jade Cosmo. This is unofficial Cosmo support, don't tell me otherwise. It's a water aqua, only 1500 attack, 3000 defense. So this is perhaps a target for the field spell. You put this in defense, and then anytime your opponent summons a monster, they lose 1500 attack, which is not insignificant when they have to get over a 3000 booty. If there's a face-up card in the field zone, you can special summon this from your hand. Alright, well that's a little bit counterintuitive, but it works. I mean, that's a great way to get a level 10 on the field. It just sucks because it feels like this is something you want to set up first turn, but the field spell is something you only want to activate once stuff's already banished, otherwise you're just losing out on advantage. You can only special summon one Ice Jade Cosmo once per turn this way. So maybe not worth running 3 of these, because if you get multiples, you can't just like spam them all out into the field. Not going to be able to make no rank 10 Ice Jades, unfortunately. Not in one turn, anyway. While Ice Jade okay, the field spell. While the field spell is on the field, monsters your opponent controls can only activate their effects the turn they are summoned. If your Ice Jade battles an opponent's monster, that monster loses 1000 attack during that damage calculation only. Ah, okay. So maybe you don't necessarily have to put this in defense mode, because not only are they losing 1500, but they also lose an additional 1000. They gotta have more than 2500 to even have any attack. So the attack stats on the Ice Jades themselves, not as important, because you're lowering the attack really low. As for that floodgate effect, that's very weird. Monsters can only activate their effects the turn they are summoned, which is like when they would want to activate their effects most of the time. Like a lot of the best monsters are like normal summon, do a thing. I guess that is neat in that, like, you know, you can special summon this from your hand. This is what they would call an inherent summon or a built-in summon. A summon that doesn't start a chain. So if they have something like a Borreload Savage Dragon or even like a Trident on the field, if you field spell and then special summon this, they can't activate those. Because those effects can only activate the turn they're summoned, which was last turn. So is this like a go second stun deck? That's very strange indeed. I still don't quite understand what they're doing. Let's go to their next highest monster, the level 9 Ice Jade Creation Kingfisher. Kingfisher 9000. Kingfisher 9000. For some reason that's buried in my mind. I think it's Rugrats? Is that from the episode of Rugrats? Comment in the comments if you understand what that means. Alright, so this has 25-25, which is not bad at all. Good to know that all the Ice Jades don't have really low attack stats. This, especially with the attack lowering effect of the field spell and the attack lowering effect of the Cosmo, could be really powerful. As for its effect, you can target one water monster you control, equip this card from your hand or field to it. Alright, so we're doing equip shenanigans. That's interesting. All the Ice Jades are waters, right? Yeah, they're all waters. So this could essentially read, target any Ice Jade. An Ice Jade monster equipped with this card can attack while in defense position. Hello, Super Heavy Samurais. You're looking very different today. If it does, apply its defense for damage calculation. It's literally just Super Heavy Samurais. Okay. So this is already breaking expectations. I was like, low attack, but they lower attack. But now it's, they lower attack and attack in defense. And they have decent defense stats. Nothing super huge. What else do we got here? While this card is equipped to a monster, you can target one monster your opponent controls with attack less than or equal to the equipped monster's defense. Special summon this card, and if you do, return that targeted monster to the hand. You can only use this effect of Ice Jade King Creation Kingfisher once per turn. Alright, so since this can equip to anything, and since it's essentially a compulse that also allows things to attack in defense position, I say we finally found a card that we may want to play at 3. I'm going to tentatively put this at 3 for now, because it doesn't feel like it'll be dead. Let's go ahead on to the level 7, which is the only one that's like not green, it's like whitish. It's Ice Jade Creation Ergrocassis. Wow, I can't pronounce like any part of Cassie. It's Cassie. Ice Jade Cassie. There we go. Okay, level 7, 2000. It's a tuner. So, you know, when the synchro comes out, I guess you'll have to use this. While this card is equipped to a monster, the equipped monster gains 400 attack and defense. Oh, for every banished monster. I thought it was just going to be 400. Alright, so when you equip this to something, it turns it into Gren Maju de Aizer. That's interesting. You can only use one of the following effects per turn, and only once per turn. So mutually exclusive effects. If this card is in the hand or graveyard, quick effect, target one Ice Jade you control, equip this card to that monster. While this card is equipped to a monster, you can special summon this card. Alright, so it's a hand trap and a graveyard trap, I guess, that equips itself. So once per turn it can just equip itself, and then if you've got any banished cards, it gains attack and defense. And then you can't use this the turn you use that, but then the next turn, you can special summon it. So I guess you want to equip it like during the opponent's turn.
2 pages.
Oh my god! Replay. So if you have
only 2 pages left. And then there's, oh god, there's a lot of Dragon Ball farming.
Cancel the battle. And then once you make it around to your turn, you can attack.
I think I'll have to get those stupid Dragon Balls at least 5 or 6 times. Because there's 3 or 4 I think there's 3 or 4 capsule thingies I have to get from the dragon.
Excuse me?
There's a little bit of money I'm still missing, and there is a few maps I'm missing.
could check that out on the channel if you're interested. So we got level 5, 1500, 1500. You can send this card from your hand to the graveyard, special summon one water monster from your hand. Alright, so we found a way to get everything out. All the high level monsters can be summoned by discarding this. And then you can get this back to your hand by activating the field spell. Why you would want this in your hand, I don't necessarily know, because it's only once per turn. I'll go ahead and point that out. You can't just like discard, add back, discard, and summon a whole bunch. But what else does it do? If a face-up water you control is destroyed by battle or card effect while this is in the graveyard, banish this card, special summon an Ice Jade from your hand or graveyard, except for Tremora. Alright, so it just summons another one when one gets destroyed by battle. So in addition to everything else, I'm getting Tindangle vibes. They're super heavy Gren Maju dangle barriers. This is getting very unusual. But I'm also tentatively going to put this at 3 because it lets you summon out your boss monsters and anything else really. Got Ice Jade Acti. It's a bunny girl, I think. I think it's a bunny girl. Can't tell. Comment in the comments. Level 4, only 1000, 1000. If this card is normal or special summon, send one water monster from your hand to the graveyard, draw one card. That's pretty nice. If a face-up water monster you control is destroyed by battle or card effect while this card is in the graveyard, you can banish this card, special summon one Ice Jade from your hand or graveyard, except for Acti. You can only use each effect once per turn. Alright, so we have a way to get this thing into the graveyard, and this thing into... Does this want to be in the graveyard? No. That does not.
Why did my teleport
not
not work?
Because it can hop out. You
Jesus
can cycle through
Christ.
that and draw a card. Pretty nice. Any kind of draw card, usually going to be something you want to play at 3. And yeah, it looks like they've got some kind of floating thing going on. There's a big tangled web of effects. This feels more like ice spiders than ice jades, but I get the thematic goings on here, right? It's this, you're freezing down the game by like, and then this comes out, and then these lose attack, and then this does that, over and over again. Alright, Ice Jade Tinola, another level 4, also 1000 both ways. You can send one card from your hand to the graveyard, target a water monster in the graveyard, send this card from the field to the graveyard, and if you do, special summon that targeted monster. The Texplode on Yu-Gi-Oh cards can be a little bit tricky, so it's kind of a reborn. I guess that might be useful. I mean, it feels like they're dumping a lot of stuff in the graveyard at this point. If a face-up water monster you control is destroyed by battle or card effect while this is in the graveyard, banish this card, special summon an Ice Jade from your hand or graveyard, except for Tinola. I'm not sure if that's necessarily a 3 of. I'm going to put this at 2 for now, because it sounds more like a recovery card, although you're going to have stuff in the graveyard. Although the payoffs so far aren't great. I think I am going to go ahead for now and say we probably want this one at 3, because your ability to get it out is pretty easy, and there doesn't seem to be any search power, which is the problem. Maybe one of these spells searches or something. We'll see. But let's continue on. We've got one more monster to check out. Ice Jade Aegirine. Aegirine? Aegirine. I like eggs. Sure, we'll go with eggs. Level 3, 1000, 2000. Interesting. This level 3 has better stats than both of the level 4s. If it can attack in defense position, that's nothing to shake a stick at. If this card is normal or special, you can add one Ice Jade spell trap from your deck to your hand. I saw the words add one and got excited there for a second. We'll have to look at the spell traps to know if that's worth it, but we did finally find a searcher. They've got one. When your opponent activates a card or effect that targets this card, or targets this card for an attack, quick effect, activate this effect. The next time this card would be destroyed, it is not. Also, special summon one water monster from your hand or graveyard, except for itself, but return it to the hand during the end phase. Interesting, so if you try to attack this or target it, it can't be destroyed and you summon something for free, but it gets returned at the end. Well, since it searches, I'm going to tentatively, again, put this at 3. If the spell traps end up being awful, maybe we'll get rid of this, but seems pretty decent. Let's look at those spells. Ice Jade Cradle, normal spell, very little text. Add one Ice Jade monster from your deck to your hand with a different name from the cards you control or in your graveyard. Interesting little restriction there, but it is just a searcher, and it is not once per turn. Hey, so if you open with multiples of these, you could just search all the Ice Jades in the world. So we've got the Ice Jade Searcher. We've got a monster that searches the Searcher. We're starting to get some consistency in here. So maybe we don't necessarily need 3 of this in fact, we probably only need 1. This special summons everything. This draws a card. Okay, it's kind of coming together. We're kind of getting it. I still have no idea if we want to play the field spell with 1 or 2. Okay, let's look at what else we got here. Ice Jade Curse is a continuous spell. While an Ice Jade monster and the Cradle are on the field, your opponent cannot activate the effects of monsters that were summoned that turn. Oh, now it's all coming together, Chad. So you get the Ice Jade Curse. Monsters can't activate their effects this turn. Then you summon out the Cosmo. Monsters can't activate their effects any other turn. Together, they've got a one-sided skill drain. You've just got to get all the pieces together, which makes me be like, considering we have so many ways to summon this. Okay, so this is now the win con, and because this needs an Ice Jade and the field spell, I think we're gonna put the field spell at 3. And this is also the win con. I wish there was some way to discard spells. I guess I can already tell, like, right off the bat, you know what? Let's just go ahead. Forbidden Droplet. Very rarely do I see a deck that synergizes with Forbidden Droplet so well. You've just got a whole lot of cards that have effects in the graveyard. Almost every one of them either wants to be in there, or can be summoned from the graveyard, or has some kind of graveyard effect. You've got field spells and continuous spells that you need to see that you probably want to play at 3, but that if you get extra copies, you can absolutely send them off with Droplet. This may even be a deck you could maybe play Twin Twisters in. In fact, let's go ahead and put Twin Twisters in the side deck. This could be more useful than something like a Lightning Storm if you're playing a deck that's going to have a bunch of floodgates on the field, where you're very rarely going to have absolutely nothing, except for like the very first turn, and you can't OTK. Alright, but let's get back on track. They have one more card, a trap, Ice Jade Erosion, which is a continuous trap. You can target one face-up card your opponent controls, destroy one Ice Jade monster you control, and if you do, negate that targeted card's effects until the end of this turn. Interesting. If a face-up water monster leaves the field by an opponent's card, except by being destroyed, and except during the damage step, you can add to your hand or special summon one Ice Jade monster from your deck. Wow. If they can pulse you or like Mirror Jade you or whatever, this just gets you anything from the deck. You're like, oh, I got rid of my Cosmo, and here's another one. So the neat thing about this, right, is it's technically an Omni-Negate. Because since it's a trap, you can target a spell when they activate it. So if they try to go in with the Lightning Storm or something, you can use this, destroy one of your monsters, and negate that face-up card before it resolves. So this is actually pretty powerful, and I think kind of cements this as wanting to be a go-first deck. And just like that, we've ended up playing everything at 3. I'm sure there's probably some better cards that we could be playing, some more advantageous like water support that works with this, but just looking at the archetype itself, everything kind of seems good. You don't really have a dead card or a useless card. The least useful one feels like Tanola, and even she's pretty good for resurrecting all the things you're going to be discarding. This is definitely something that, like, through testing, we'd probably figure out whether or not we actually want 3 of each of these and 3 of the field spell. Alright, so again, I want to reiterate, we're playing this on Master Duel. We don't have access to the OCG stuff, but now I'm really curious. What is this OCG support? What does it actually do? Is any of it good? We're not going to put any of it in here, but let's just read over real quick so we know what Ice Jades are doing in the future. And we'll start with, let's start with the Synchro monster. Got a level 10 Synchro. And again, we have one tuner, right? Which one was the tuner? The level 7? So the level 7 plus the level 3 equals this thing. Ice Jade Gym Manager. That's what I'm calling it. Don't tell me otherwise. Quick effect. You can activate this effect. That's very strange text. Face-up monsters you control cannot be destroyed or banished by your opponent's card effects this turn. That's pretty good protection. Then, if you activated this effect in response to your opponent's card or effect, and your opponent has a card with that name on their field or in their graveyard, you can banish those cards. So they activate it. It doesn't negate the effect. It just says everything can't be destroyed or banished, and also banish that card, assuming it's still on the field or in the graveyard. Very strange. Finally, if a card is banished by your opponent's card effect, while this is in your graveyard, you can special summon this card. Okay, interesting. Gives you some protection. I'm not sure how needed that is, but pretty neat. If nothing else, it's just a quick effect banish. What more could you need? In addition to that, they have another monster coming out. I'm just going to call it Ron, because that's the part that I can understand. Another level 7. You can discard one other Ice Jade or Water monster, special summon this from your hand. Then special summon an Ice Jade token, which is level 3 and 0/0. Oh, and this is a tuner. This is another level 7 tuner. So we just got a sword soul here. Summon this, summon a tuner, and does it lock you into anything? While that token is in the monster zone, the player who summoned it cannot special summon from the extra deck except water monsters. Interesting. So it is very similar to Sword Soul. It doesn't lock you into synchros, it locks you into water. So you could put these two out and then make, I don't know, Star Boy if you wanted to. Maybe there's some other targets. That'd be something to look into if we could play this. You can only use this effect of Ron once per turn. This card's name becomes the field spell while it's equipped with an equipped card. That's weird, but interesting. It works. And there's like some, I think that's Ice Jade back there, or Mirror Jade. I think that's the Mirror Jade, I don't know. Yeah, so these are both probably worth running. And then they've also got this spell card, where it's like the Ice Jade is fighting against some kind of big dragon or something. I think the Ice Jades are part of, like, the Albaz lore. I'm not actually sure. Alright, if you control a water monster, your opponent has a monster on their field or in their graveyard, so you pretty much have to activate this going second, or after your opponent has hand-trapped you. Take one Ice Jade monster from your deck and either send it to the graveyard or special summon it. Holy fuck. Wow. Just summon from the deck. There's so many archetypes that would kill for a card like this, and that's not even the end of the effect. If a face-up Ice Jade leaves the field by an opponent's card, except by being destroyed, so again it feels like anti-Mirror Jade almost, if they banish it, you can banish this card, target one monster your opponent controls, and banish it. Oh, you're gonna banish me? You think you're gonna banish the Ice Jades? I'm just gonna banish you right back. It writes itself already. Wow. These might actually be playable.
Right.
I don't know. By the time this comes out, we'll be in the middle of like Tierlament and or Sprite format. There'll be a lot of power creep. If this stuff was out right now, I'd definitely be playable. Hell, this might even be playable now. I mean, I don't think it's like Diamond 1 material, not consistently anyway, but I certainly see the potential in it. It's got some things it can do. Alright, so now that we've got the entire archetype down, the next step is to fill in the rest of the deck with tech cards and stuff. Now, my intuition, the thing I would probably do if I was building this myself, is to just put the Master Duel tax in here, you know. 3 Maxi, 3 Ash Blossom, 2 Called By, and maybe I'd remove 1 or 2 of these to get them to all fit in there. But on the last video, people were saying they're kind of tired of seeing that, and I'm tired of seeing it too. That's why they need to ban Maxi. They shouldn't include a card that's a must include in every single deck. But for the sake of making the episodes a little bit more interesting, let's try to find some other tech cards. And I've mentioned this, I believe, in another episode before, but the best resource for that is a website called Yugapedia. At least that's the site I like to look at. You can also search on YouTube. You can also ask around on Discord. There's a lot of resources. I think Reddit might be useful for Yu-Gi-Oh! Deck builds. But I find this to be pretty good. Not only can you get some lore stuff, but they have a thing down here of recommended cards. And these are not usually like the best options you could possibly have, but I'm already looking at some stuff like, oh hey, barrier statue of the torrent, you say. We're already being cheesy. We're already playing a deck that has a one-sided skill drain. Maybe that would be something we'd like to add on to here. Let's go ahead, and we'll just throw 3 of those in here, because we have ways to just special summon a water monster from the hand, and we also have ways to get monsters on the field without normal summoning. So it's not too hard to just, like, you know, put Barrier Statue of the Torrent in there. Another tech card I've noticed on here, something that I've used in water decks before, is Ice Barrier. When an attack's declared involving your opponent's monsters, you can change that attack to 0 and negate its effects. Just a permanent negation. Also, it can't change its battle position, which I forgot about because it's never come up really. More importantly, you can banish this card from your graveyard, send 1 level 5 or higher water monster from your deck to the graveyard, then add a water monster from your graveyard to your hand. And then until the end of your next turn after this resolves, you can't special summon except for water monsters, which is not a problem, because we're all water monsters, baby. Every last one. So let's go ahead, put Ice Barrier in there, and that can actually search with Foolish Burial Goods. This will send a spell trap straight from the deck to the graveyard, and then that allows us to search things out. So some of our brickier cards, like, none of our high-level monsters are super bricky, actually. That also means we can run 1 Gamma Sail, because now it's searchable. Having a searchable Kaiju, especially on Master Duel, where it's best of 1 format, pretty useful, I would say. I think for now, just to kind of make this, let's take all the, like, high-level monsters, and we'll put them down to 2, because now we have a way to get into all of them. The Ice Jade itself, we could probably put down to 2 as well, because you don't really want to set it as much as you want to use it with Foolish Burial Goods. It's just, you can set it. Let's go ahead and bump this down to 1. And there we go. We've got a nice 40-card deck. We won't necessarily always want to go 40. Maybe we'll want to go higher at some point. But let's start out with that, and we'll see how it goes. We also should put in an extra deck. I don't feel like this is really set up for extra deck stuff. We mostly want our monsters on the field. But once again, Yugapedia is our friend here. Let's just go ahead and open that back up. And they have a list of a whole bunch of monsters that we can get in here, including Egyptian God Slime. Must be fusion summoned or special summoned by tributing 1 level 10 aqua monster with 0 attack. Alright, so if you have the Cosmo and it gets attack lowered, you could make that. I don't think it's really worth it. That's the thing about Yugapedia, is like, they'll put every possible thing you could use that has any kind of synergy on here. Most of them are not things you would actually want to use, but it's good to familiarize yourself with what's at least possible. Alright, so using the Yugapedia, I just quickly filled in the extra deck. Again, most of this not important. It's just like, oh hey, we've got waters, the Starboy makes them more powerful, might as well play 3. Abyss Dweller is a powerful water monster. Even if you're locked into waters, you can still make it. You can make Stealth Kraken. We've also got a very limited set of synchros, because we've got a level 7 tuner and level 3 and 4 non-tuners. We can make level 10 and level 11 synchros. The only one we can make consistently without locking ourselves out is Chengying, which, I mean, still pretty good. But you can also potentially make Baronne de Fleur or Star Eater. If it gets released in Master Duel, Psychic and Punisher could be really good. And you can also just play this with like Pot of Extravagance. Put a bunch of 3-0s, put a bunch of nonsense, and just put this in here for more draw power. Now there is one thing I found that is pretty useful, and that's Marincess Coral Anemone. This is 2 water monsters, and you can target 1 water monster with 1500 or less attack in your graveyard, special summon it to a zone this card points to. But this essentially means so that if Cosmo gets into the graveyard, you can turn any of your other monsters, any 2 of them, into this, and then just summon this back out of the graveyard. Or if you have some way to get it into the graveyard, say with Ice Barrier, this can be a way to get it back. So you'll probably want to play this, and maybe even play it at 3, regardless of what you're doing. But everything else is optional, and you could probably play stuff like Pot of Extravagance. Speaking of other stuff, you could potentially play White Howling, possibly decent, especially against Runic. This can negate a spell if they have a spell in the graveyard, and you have a water monster. And then finally, Supreme Sea Mare. This is a fairly new card, level 4 water monster, also an aqua. If it's normal or special summoned, send an aqua from your deck to the graveyard. During the end phase, tribute this card, target an aqua in the graveyard except itself, add it back to your hand. Just Foolish Burial for aquas. Alright, so now that I've got a deck, I can actually sit down and play. It's time for the most important part of learning a deck, which is playtesting. You can think about the theory all you want, but until you sit down and actually play out at least some test hands, you're not gonna fully grasp how it works. So let's do some of that and see how it ends up working. Okay, there we go. Now I'm going first. Now we're ready. Let's go ahead. Foolish Burial goods. Let's be good with our Foolish Burials. So we're going to use the Ice Barrier, and we're actually going to send Tremora. And then we're going to add Tremora to our hand, because there's two things I want to normal summon here, and I can't do both of them. So we're going to use this effect, we're going to discard it, and we're going to special summon this in defense mode. And when it's summoned, we get to search an Ice Jade card. And we're going to go for the one that searches a monster, because that's probably the best one. And we're going to activate that. And then we're going to search, yeah. Then we activate the field spell, which allows us to get back our Tremora. We can now special summon this because we have the field spell, and then we're going to normal summon the barrier statue and set a card. So there we go. It's not a great amount of floodgates. We probably wanted to get the continuous spell, but there was no way to get both of these. Joker's straight. Jack Knight, King's Knight, Queen's Knight, all night. Gotta get it every night, unless you wanna fight. Okay, that's a pretty good top deck. So we can normal summon this, right? We can use its effect to discard the Tremora, draw a card, and then we can make Coral Anemone using Acti and this. And then now that we've got the Anemone, it can bring back this, and when this is brought back, because when it's special summoned, we get to search a card. So we can now get the Ice Jade Curse, and that's the complete effect line. They can't activate monster effects the turn they're summoned, and they can't activate them later. And there's hand destruction. Well, we would have had it, chat. We were close to having it. Fortunately, we still got cards we could do. So, you know, let's go for this one. But I'm not really worried about it because we've still got the effect monster locked down. Let's just go to battle and hope they don't have Mirror Force. Control no cards. You could special summon one Queen's Jack Knight. But you can't summon them because I've got a barrier statue. But I mean, you get to draw a card, so there's that. I mean, if you ever wanted to draw a card, it was your opportunity. There we go. And now they've banished a card, so I could get 400 extra attack, but I don't really think it's worth it. We're good. I don't have to kill my opponent in one turn. This is all about being Frozone. You know what I'm saying? Harpy's Feather Duster. I mean, that sucks, but we're still here. We're still gaming. Aruba, Jamaica, Aruba, Jamaica, 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 Jamaica me crazy, baby. Boonch, boonch, boom, boonch, boom, boonch. Let's go ahead and use the Ice Barrier again. Let's grab our highest attack monster, and then we can activate the Tremora and summon this. And there we go! We win our first game with Ice Jade. And all it took was going first and sitting on the barrier statue, which I mean, you know, this deck does fairly well, but not the best example. Alright, so even after just 2 duels, I'm already realizing a few things about this deck. First of all, I don't think we need to be playing 3 of these, because once you get one onto the field, which is not that difficult, it can just tag itself back out from the graveyard. Another thing I'm realizing is this trap, Ice Jade Erosion, probably not something we want to play at 3. It's not useless going second. And even going first, it's only good if you can get a whole bunch of field presence on. It feels like something that you want to search turn 2 or turn 3 to really lock down the game state. With this, once you've got it. And then in order to help us get to that, since we've only got 2 slots, I think I'm going to go ahead and put in the Sea Mare. We'll try that out, see if that works a little bit better. I'm also considering the Extravagance, but I'm also realizing that once you get one of these into rotation, whether it's into the graveyard or onto the field, you can just make it an enemy like every turn and keep bringing it back to just search a spell every single turn, and that's pretty good. Alright, going first again, and this time we don't have the statue, but we do have a couple other things. I think in this case, all we want to do is Foolish Burial Goods, send the Ice Barrier. We want to activate the Ice Barrier, and get ourselves the Cosmo, because we've already got the Field Spell. Unfortunately, we're doing this where we activate the Field Spell and it doesn't do anything, it gets us no advantage. Because once we've got the Field Spell, we can special summon this. And then if you've got a Field Spell and a monster, you can activate this. And that's the one-sided skill drain. There you go. That's how you do it. And then we just end our turn.
Last page.
And oh my god. MST, which I mean could just have easily have been Lightning Storm or whatever. And Raigeki. Attack for 16. Ouch. Okay, so I think this is where we use Tinola. Fortunately, they've got slightly more attack than we do. Oh wait, yeah, okay, so we can use the Field Spell now. We can target a monster and then target their monster, and both of us lose attack equal to the original attack. Then we activate Tinola, we send a monster, and we special summon one from the graveyard. So we can get this back out. And now we have more attack. Hey, ho, let's go. Hey, ho, attack this guy. Bada bingo, bada jango. And I forgot, this has the effect to lower the attack by 1,000, so they've got to be pretty big. Alright, they've got the Metal Reflect Slime. Does that mean we're going to be seeing the Egyptian God Slime? Yep, there's the Egyptian God Slime. Yeah, let's do this. Everyone loses 1,500. Oops. Ouch, my most of me. Activate the Tinola, but it came back. Alright, so now we can go ahead. We're going to normal summon the Sea Mare. Let's use both of these effects. We can chain block with the Field Spell. Use the Cradle, target this, and what are we going to send to the graveyard? This one, right? We want that in the graveyard so we can do stuff. Everyone loses something, and then we can equip this. Oh, it only equips to an Ice Jade. Well, that's fine. 3,400 defense is a lot of defense. Battle. Let's just go ahead and... Oh, I can only attack the Egyptian God Slime. That's fine. We'll crash. Oh, you're not destroyed by battle. Welp. That's what I get for forgetting. We're fine, we're fine. Oh hey, there's the Ice Jade Curse. We've got another one, chat, so now the lock is back on again. Unfortunately, we can't get over 3,000. It ain't easy. Ah, the Ice Jade Cradle. Perfect. This is just what I need, I believe. Yes, this is where we go for the Kingfisher. We activate this, and we equip it to this, and it turns it into a super heavy samurai. So then we can battle, attack and defense position. We'll declare the Ice Barrier, which negates its effect. Oh, I needed to... Ah, gosh darn it. Well, I can still get rid of this. For some reason, I thought it still had 3,400. It does not. Oh, this deals burn damage. I completely missed that part. So, I target you, I summon the Kingfisher, and then you go back to the extra deck. We've got a Compulse, and then... Well, I can just re-equip myself. Yeah, let's just go back on there, you know, why risk it? Alright, King's Knight, and then what? Utopia! Could it be? Were the legends true? Utopia Ray. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. You lose 1,000 when you attack, and then I'll burn you for 25. The Ice Jades just have a web of effects. They have so many effects that you're...
That was a pretty interesting show. This strength wasn't in the data.
Welcome back, this is part 4 of my review of Shmulpollen's book, All In for God. We got a bit of Flat Earth stuff to finish up, and then we're on to denying the number pi and that 1 + 1 is 2.
Who will you fight with?
If you think I'm joking, I don't joke. I've never told a joke in my life. This is a serious channel. Seriously, I'm not joking.
Here is another observation. You can see the Chicago skyline from
Oh,
Michigan,
God.
60 miles away.
I'm glad you left that credit there to Joshua Nowicki. Made it nice and easy to find. So he's a photographer who spent some time taking pictures of mirages and similar effects across Northern Michigan. And this particular one is a very nice example of lumen, which is an atmospheric refraction effect related to a mirage where the temperature inversion makes the atmosphere act something like a magnifier, bending light down to your eye without the mirroring and duplicating effect that's associated with mirages.
So if you're looking at Chicago here, just maybe now you can just see the top of the siege tower, and if our simulated temperature inversion moves into place, hopefully now you can see all of pretty much all of Chicago, including what's at ground level.
The atmosphere really is loud.
Yes.
The guy looking through the magnifying glass is Tom Coombs of ABC 57, who did a really good piece on this that pretty much says everything that needs to be said. And so I'll go through a few clips and then move on.
The views along the lake are always changing, along with the weather.
Man.
It's always
So
different.
this is
It's
the
just-
extent of your
it's so
skill.
unpredictable that I want to catch as many different views of it that I can. Every day is
Who will you
different.
fight
The views you across the lake or the lake shore, the waves, the clouds, the sun, everything's different. It's always something unique to see. It's a new experience every single day.
Because this is a product of atmospheric conditions, this effect is highly dependent on time of year, time of day, weather conditions, dumb luck. And even when you manage to see this specific effect, you're not going to see it the same way every time. What you'll see is more or less of the Chicago skyline depending on how much of a lensing effect the atmosphere is causing, showing that what you're seeing isn't as real as you think it is.
That picture from a year ago, that's lumen. As are these photos that we snapped. This is a mirage. We caught this looking towards Michigan City. Notice the distortion or flip in the image in the time lapse. On a normal day, say in the summer, you can see Chicago, but only a dozen or so of the tallest buildings.
In this clip, you can see the buildings appearing to come in and out of existence along the temperature. Watch carefully.
See out on the horizon and above it, a dark line is starting to look just above. That's the inversion. That's where temperatures are turning below and they are above, including that cap.
Play it one more time, but slow. So what's seen in the picture is real, but in the sense that an optical effect is real, not in the sense of you seeing the actual buildings across a flat plane. On a day without a temperature inversion, you're not going to see this at all. And if there is one, you're not going to see it stay consistent because this is not what you want to think it is. And the photographer is just as aware of this as everyone else is, which is why he took a picture of it. Because it's a really neat observation. It's one that's way cooler and more instructive about our world than you will ever give it credit.
I'll be waiting
If
for
the
you.
Earth is 3,965 miles in radius, using the Pythagorean theorem, there are 8 inches of curvature per mile squared. According to this basic geometry, if curvature actually existed, Chicago would be miles below our view. You would never be able to see any of it, unless the Earth is flat.
Okay, let's see. I know the 8 inches per mile squared thing is just a really old and kind of bad approximation. And I say bad because it's parabolic, and so it starts to lose accuracy really bad beyond a certain point. And that point is actually beyond this distance. It should be fine at this distance, but you didn't say to use it anyway. For some reason, you said to do it using the Pythagorean theorem, and then you did it in a completely different way. So I'm going to take your advice and use the Pythagorean theorem because it's better. So we draw a circle, that's our Earth. We draw the radius of the Earth. That's 3965 according to you, if I may use your numbers. We draw another line, very much not to scale, obviously, but just for illustration, which is the distance that will work. I checked Google Earth for the distance from Warren Dunes, where the photo was taken, to downtown Chicago, where these tall buildings. And it's about 53 miles. You said 60, the news guy said 50, I'll go with 53. A squared plus B squared equals C squared, so 3965 squared plus 50.
Oh, did that not hit? What the fuck?
24,034. Remember, that is about 3965.35. Subtract away the radius of the Earth. It's about 0.35 miles, or like a couple thousand feet. That's more than the height of the buildings, for sure. I agree, we're far enough away that you won't see them without the luminaire. Of course you don't, which is good evidence that the Earth is not flat. But you said miles of height, and that's just wrong. Now, for the sake of thoroughness, I also did the math with your 8 inches per mile squared approximation, just to see how you got miles of drop. So 53 miles squared is 2809 times 8 is 22,472 inches, divided by 12 inches per foot is about 1873 feet, divided by 5280 feet per mile is about 0.35 miles. Which is exactly the same as what I said based on the Pythagorean theorem. As I said, this works because we're not considering large enough distances for the difference between the two methods to really rear its ugly head. This method will fail miserably at distances that are realistic on Earth. But if the two methods that you recommended using get the same result of a third of a mile, how the hell did you end up thinking the result is multiple miles?
What do you mean wild? Me playing bad or
30 miles up.
idiots talking in the video? Right. Well, the background noise was just somebody shitting on a flat earther, basically. I'm almost done with the game. There's four enemies left. After that, I just have to farm Dragon Balls. Do you know this game? I mean, have you played this game? Or how did you find your way over here? Raging Blast 2? That's Xbox 360 and PS3 stuff, right? Basically the unofficial follow-up to the Tenkaichi games, right? And what came before Xenoverse, I think. Oh no. Shit. Well, I'm playing the PS2 version right now. Well, this is PlayStation 2, but I'm playing it with achievements, and if I don't fail totally, I will be the third person to master this game. Right now, there's only 2 people that have mastered it yet. No! God damn it. And I'm not doing well right now. Don't know why, but Cell is giving me problems.
Oh man, so this is the extent of your skills?
Only 2? Only 2 what?
Who will you fight with? Now then.
Most Dragon Ball games are just pretty old, and nobody really watches fighting games in general, especially if they're older. Don't know what Dokkan is, but Legends is an RPG as far as I know. But yeah, I just remembered it also has this kind of battling system, but still, the game is pretty old at this point. And Xenoverse is also already pretty old. Like, all of these games are, at least, I think Legends is already, I don't know, 3 years old, right? And as I said, nobody really watches fighting games. They're interesting for like the first 2 months after release, and after that nobody cares anymore. No! Yeah, I don't even know what Dokkan is. Oh, I did it. He's fucked. He's dead! Fuck you! Oh.
I was sure you'd be better than that.
100% every single Dragon Ball game? Do you know what you're asking for? Holy shit.
Even though you're not an android, you have some great power. Here's a gift. Take it.
Like, oh my god, the old Super Nintendo games are fucking hard. For example. Or the horrible Nintendo DS and Game Boy Advance games. Oh my god. The newer games, like the Xenoverse games and stuff, like the Xbox 360 games, they're just like they have a lot of content. What I was trying to say, they're basically a graveyard for live hours. Like, pretty much every single Dragon Ball game since PlayStation 2 is just, yeah, much content. A lot of fucking content. Like, I think Budokai 3 started it. Like, Budokai 3 just takes at least 50 hours or something like that to 100%. And every single Dragon Ball game since then is just a lot of content. And that doesn't mean that it's good content, it's just a lot of it. What? Oh my god, he... I've actually had 50-hour streams in the past, but believe me, especially in a game like this, that is not possible for a normal human being. Because even these fights right now are already pretty tough. And doing these after you're exhausted, like 10-15 hours into a stream, you just want to do button mashing stuff, like story mode things that are fairly easy. But doing this challenge mode bullshit after like 20 hours of nonsense is barely possible. Yes, you're correct. I am also ass, yes. I'm not very good at these games. No. No, I screwed up. He also screwed up. Nice. Think that was not good enough. It's probably not a Z rank. Then why do this? Why do what? I mean, I'm good enough to beat the games. But that doesn't mean that I'm very good at it. Ah.
Here's a gift. Now, which bat? Who will you fight with?
I mean, I play pretty much every game on the hardest difficulty the first time. That doesn't mean that I'm very good at them, though. Oh no. So you're playing Xenoverse 2 then, I guess, or you have been playing it?
Which battle? Who will you fight with?
I recently bought most of the DLC. Well, I finally bought most of the DLC for Xenoverse 2. I've never played it though. I played like 10 minutes of the first Xenoverse a while back, and I really did like the combat, but at some point I will play them. Probably. Oh no, that was not what I wanted to do. Oh crap. I mean, being good or being bad is also very,
So this is the extent of your
it depends on how you who you ask. Like, I'm probably in pretty much all of the games I play, I'm probably like, I don't know, top 1% of people that have ever played this game. But that doesn't mean that the other, well, the top more, like 0.9%, they just completely destroy me. Like, there is no game I'm like esport levels of good. That's what I mean. Like, You will probably find for every single game I've played in my life, you will find a streamer or whatever who's much better than me. The only game I've ever I have ever been good at, or really good at, was League of Legends at some point, but that was over 10 years ago. No. Do you? Oh, come on, no. Stop the random teleporting, please. Oh, if you're still here, I just read that PS1 and up. Oh my god, I just remembered. The PS1 games, they're so fucking bad.
Even though you're not an android.
Wait, what? I got a Z rank?
Here's a gift. Take it before.
That was pretty bad, and I still somehow got it.
Which battle shall I enjoy?
2 fights. There's 2 fights left.
Who will you fight with?
Oh, and by the way, why I'm doing this specifically is because the achievements were just released like a week ago. Sadly, I started like, I don't know, like 3 days late. That's why I wasn't the first one to master the game. But right now, I'm still on course to being the third one. Oh my god.
Oh man. So this is the extent of your skills? Now, which battle shall I enjoy? Who will you fight with? Now.
just died. Because he hit the tree, I think. Well, he would have hit the building as well after that, but he died due to hitting the tree.
Even though you're not an android, you have some great... Here's a gift. Take it before... Now, which battle shall I enjoy?
The last one. After that, it's nothing but farming Dragon Balls. So this is the last challenge. And I don't like Kid Buu. Kid Buu is really strong. And he has a fucking, I don't know what they call in this game, but he has a move, he has one of those charge moves, and he has one of the best charge moves in the game. So, if Kid Buu is spamming this nonsense, I'll be having a problem. Or sprint move, not charge move. Well, I got him, but this is not a Z rank, so this wasn't a Z rank. Definitely not a Z rank.
I'm surprised. I didn't think that you would clear all... This strength wasn't in the data. Here's a gift. Take it before I change my mind.
Quick charge. No idea what that is, but it's probably something to do with charging ki. god, that was so bad. Come on, Z-Rank, Z-Rank, give it to me, please! Oh no, it wasn't a Z-Rank.
No! Here's a gift.
Hey.
Now, who will you fight with? Now,
What? Wrong attack. Oh.
now, who will you fight with? Now,
Okay. Sure you'd be better than that.
that was a pretty interesting show.
Well, if that was it, I've done it.
Even though you're not an android, you have some great power. Here's a gift. Take it before. Now,
And by the way, I don't have to do the last ones because I did that a long time ago.
Later.
All I have to do now is buy all the items slash wish for the last stages. And I'm pretty sure to get all the items I have to wish twice for money. I have to wish for at least 2 stages. And I have to wish for 2, 3 or 4 items. So yeah, this is gonna take a while.
Oh, how you doing? All right, choose the scenario. The androids and the android saga. All right, get into the spirit.
I basically have to do this mission right here over and over and over and over again. Probably around 50 times, I guess. Yeah.
Over here. Over here. Over here. Because of the likes of you. It's true that the least of the shades. But as you
Where's the ball? Stop hiding. Ah. Usually this doesn't take so long. Sometimes the ball is hidden in one of the cars or one of the trees. And I'm seriously considering to just restart the mission if that's the case. So I'm pretty sure this actually takes longer. Searching for them in the trees and the cars takes longer than me just restarting. What the heck? Is it in a blast car? Are you kidding me? Wow. The second to last car, I think. Jesus. Yeah, I hate entertainment for this. This is too boring. I will be doing this for at least 2 or 3 hours now.
About that little sign there that says dog cam, because that was how I found it. Now, very interestingly, the image you show here is not some frame of video that you found especially compelling. It's just the thumbnail. It honestly makes me wonder if you actually put in the effort to click through to the video. But I did, of course, and the very first thing I checked for was image distortion. And oh boy, is there ever image distortion. Look at that horizon warp. Yeah, this camera obviously has a fairly wide-angle lens, and that's going to throw off any attempt you make to observe curvature using this footage. That's not what this video is for. It's not fit for that purpose, so it's meaningless. But I can play this same stupid game if you wanna. Here's a different screenshot. Curvature! He goes through a couple more of the worst flat earth arguments, and I just can't be bothered anymore. And then he says you can Google for 200 more flat earth arguments, and then says,
if you want to remain a ball earther, you have your work cut out for you. You will need to debunk every single one of these 200 truths or change your viewpoint. Good luck.
What is it with this guy in this argument? I'm gonna waste as much of your time as I possibly can by raising as many arguments as I can, regardless of their quality, and if you don't spend the rest of your life debunking every single one of them, you have to agree with me. Nope, I don't. As I said before about this, I don't have to engage with you. I don't have to change my mind about anything, especially when the only reason you've given me to is telling me that you're intentionally wasting my time. If you want me to believe you have to stop being lazy and put in the effort. And I don't mean telling me to Google for 200 arguments or I have to obey you. I'm in the effort of putting together a really great argument, or maybe a few, so that you have something really compelling and convincing to tell me so I might actually decide to do what you want and agree with you, instead of just seeing you as incredibly dishonest and pathetic and lazy.
If you believe in your own eyes more than you believe in what scientists tell you to believe, you will believe in the flat earth.
What happens if both of those are the same thing, they are in my case? Then what? Are you going to tell me to believe some random jerk-off who wrote a list of 200 bad arguments I found on Google instead? You're telling me to believe my eyes, right? So why should I believe his eyes and his reasoning over my own? Especially when inevitably his observations and reasoning turn out to be as silly as yours. Why should I just believe the magician actually turned a stick into a snake despite noticing the sleight of hand?
Here are some fun questions for teachers who teach the spinning globe Earth.
Get ready for a splitting headache.
You, if we're on an extremely fast spinning globe, why don't we all fall off of it? Her, gravity, or magnet in center of Earth.
Please tell me you made that up. Please tell me your high school teacher didn't tell you the Earth's magnetic field is the reason you stay on the ground.
You, if the gravity is strong enough to stick me to the ball, why doesn't it stick birds to the ball, which are much lighter than me? Don't expect a good answer.
Ow, ow. Oh, my head. Okay, well, next time you see a dead bird on the side of the road, pick it up, drop it, and watch it float off into the air because it's lighter than you. I'm sure that'll work, and the whole powered flight thing is just a hoax. You know, I like that even in Shmuel's fantasy, the teacher didn't bother to dignify that answer. She's got standards. I don't.
You, can you prove either of these exist, gravity or magnetism? Her, she dropped something to prove gravity. You, that happened because the thing is more dense than the air. If you dropped a helium balloon, it would have fallen up. Why doesn't gravity make the helium balloon fall down? Don't expect a good answer.
If it's density, why doesn't it stick birds to the ball, which are much denser than air? So that's another one the teacher didn't find worth answering. But if you understand the idea of gravity, whether you agree with it or not, the answer is obviously yes. Gravity does pull the balloon. Why, when you put a helium balloon in a vacuum, it falls to the floor. So why does the helium balloon go up when it's in the air? Well, because buoyancy is a direct consequence of gravity. Its up thrust is only meaningful in opposition to gravity's down. Without gravity, or something precisely equivalent to gravity, defining what down even is, buoyancy ceases. And I'm sure, like so many flat earthers, you would respond by saying, gravity isn't necessary, it's just buoyancy acting through density, which leaves a massive gaping hole in the middle of the problem. What are up and down exactly, and why, and what exactly is defining these directions? Why do denser things go down and less dense ones go up? Buoyancy can't explain it because buoyancy depends on up and down already having been defined. It's based on up and down, it doesn't cause it. The only buoyancy answer fails so miserably because it answers just a superficial question while ignoring the one that actually matters, the one that explains buoyancy. And that explanation is there's something that defines up and down based on the direction objects are pulled, and this is what's referred to as gravity. Now, go ahead, disagree with modern explanations of how exactly gravity's action is caused. Say, no, it's not space-time, it has nothing to do with mass, anything like that. It's just angels pulling everything down to mess with us. Fine, whatever, it doesn't matter at this point. But if you want buoyancy, you have to have something that acts just like gravity acts, regardless of what it actually is. And flat earthers, at least some of the ones I've dealt with, take this necessary precondition and toss it in the garbage, thus gutting their whole idea of any explanatory value it might have had, and they don't seem to even realize what they've done, or why people laugh at them for it.
You, how can you be so sure about what's going on in the center of the Earth when humans have only dug 8 miles down? Don't expect a good answer.
Okay, well, judging by this photo, we should be digging around the North Pole where the magnet's closest to the surface. Now that's the magnet, but for the gravity we might have to dig something else. Wait a minute! The South Pole of this magnet is at the North Pole of the Earth! And the oceans were never this shade of gray in other Earth photos I've seen. This is a Photoshop fraud!
You, even if there is a magnet, wouldn't it need to be much stronger when the people are on the bottom than on the top? How does that work? Don't expect good answers.
I asked Shmuel about gravity in an email, and specifically I asked him, if gravity were true, what would be its effect on the meaning of up and down? And his answer was he doesn't believe in gravity. I told him, right, I know, but you're arguing against gravity, so you must understand what this idea is that other people hold, and I just want to see if you do. And his response was that he doesn't need to understand the opinions of people he disagrees with to have an opinion. He doesn't need to occupy himself with false religions and debunking everyone, which actually, by his own standards, all he does. He has to debunk literally everything anyone ever says about anything, or everyone but him is right. But yeah, he has no clue what the idea is that he's arguing against, and he knows it, and he doesn't give it.
This is as far as he or she will normally be willing to go.
Yeah, I noticed your imaginary fantasy teacher stopped replying to you 3 questions ago. Can't say I really blame her when you're clearly strawmanning everything she says on purpose.
The world is a globe, right?
I mean, Aristotle said so. He's on my side. Not only that, but he calculated its circumference. And he lived way before us, and he was way more like God, and nothing he says should be taken with a grain of salt.
This is an intellectual giant, and nothing he says should be taken with a grain of salt. Aristotle was awesome.
And the ground is always
Awesome.
below me when you're flying in a plane, right?
No, the ground is below me when I'm flying in a plane. It's below you when you are. Although actually, assuming you haven't gone underground, if I'm on a plane flight and you're not, the ground's probably still below you.
Wouldn't my plane then need to be upside down when I'm flying across the bottom, or sideways when I'm flying across the equator? Does your plane ever travel upside down during a flight? Does it even seem to turn completely sideways for an entire flight? No.
It's such a ludicrous straw man. I can barely believe you're stupid enough to be saying it honestly. But then again, it's also pretty stupid to intentionally avoid understanding a position you aggressively argue against for page after page of a book with your real name on it. Maybe it's not dishonesty or stupidity. Maybe it's just what I mentioned before. Your incredible level of laziness. Hey, you remember what you said way back on page 20?
I thought back to my college days on the debate team.
Well, it goes on from there.
I once had to argue a position I was told to adopt for 10 minutes. Then the teacher says, now switch cards. Take your opponent's position for another 10 minutes.
Just imagine this guy on the debate team having to argue in favor of a spherical Earth. I believe planes fly upside down in the southern hemisphere because, I worship Albert Einstein and I want to arrest geocentrists like Galileo. Gravity means all the water should flow off the bottom of the earth and gather up on the tray at the bottom of the universe. But that doesn't happen because flat earth is correct, but I hate the Bible, so I pretend I never said that. Thank you, hail Satan.
Science is constantly using math to express their ideas, so the universe seems more fixed than ever. And once again,
sounds correct.
when they do so, they reveal that neither they nor their equations
That's a correct approximation of of an atheistic worldview. Seems legit.
Most of the positions you are. But I think that's going to end now because what we're about to look at for the next 30 pages is full-blown denial of mathematics. The next chapter is called Math. Is Pi a Lie? He spells lie, L-I, and it's about as funny as that dead bird I imagine him picking up off the side of the road. Fortunately, the chapter itself is as funny as his face when that bird failed to float off into the stratosphere, which is to say hilarious.
Yeah, very hilarious, yes.
In fact, every single circle on Earth has a different pi. This fabulous number, 3.141592653589799, is a fiction. It does nothing for you but make you think mathematicians are gods. Apparently not. Apparently at least one mathematician, the one who invented this number and turned it into a false god, is apparently a
god.
Since you don't say who you mean, let's just say Archimedes. But he lived in 250 BC. He was way closer to God than we are, and thus way more intelligent and perfect than you. Why would I believe you over him, Shmuel? What are you, some kind of atheist?
If you don't believe me, run the experiment yourself. Draw a circle with a compass. Take some string. Run it from one side of the circle to the other. Measure the string exactly. Then wrap that string around the circle. See how many times it takes to get the string around the circle. Do it with a few circles. Here's what will happen. Every circle you try this on will give you another answer.
Of course it will. Your method has a ridiculous level of imprecision. The potential for measurement error is just insane. What did you think was going to happen?
Yes, there is more than one pi. There is no magic number. Pi varies wildly.
I don't like pi.
And you'll see people have gotten results as high as 3.40. We've been lied to.
Random, unspecified internet jerk-off fails at measuring a circle with a string.
I like other, well,
This is what science and math
these are not really candy, but I like other sweet stuff more.
And they fix it. They decide on a certain number, always a very large one, and it impresses people.
3 point something is a very large number.
That isn't right. Tell the truth. This number changes constantly, and that big magic number is made up.
It's barely more than 3. I have more fingers than that on one hand. What a strange complaint.
That's one layer of falsehood, i.e. fixing that which is not fixed to impress people. Here's another. They told you that this non-existent number goes on forever without ever repeating a sequence.
No, they did not. They told you that at no point does it just start repeating one sequence over and over and over again forever. Of course it has repeated sequences, an infinite number of repeated sequences in fact. Once again, we see you just not bothering to figure out what you're even arguing against. You don't know what it is, you just know you don't like it.
As if it's some kind of miracle of biblical proportions.
Oh, it's incredibly common. There are infinitely many numbers like this. For example, the square root of any integer is irrational unless it's a perfect square. That is, unless its square root is also an integer. The square root of 9 is 3. So the square root of 2, and 3, and 5, and 6, and 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, and so on like that forever are all irrational, just like pi. This is not something special about pi.
This is what really got the songs and poems started. Well, sorry to spoil the fun again, but lots of numbers do that, not just pi.
Yeah, that's what I just said. Why are you telling me this like it's news to someone? Pi being irrational is not impressive. In fact, it's more kind of just annoying. If pi really were just 3, that would be insanely handy, and also kind of impressive. Way more so than some junky irrational number that means calculations on a circle are always going to be imprecise. Of course, getting enough precision is usually not a big problem, but still.
You can create these numbers yourself in many ways. Just take out a piece of paper. Write 1.1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. See what I did there? That string of numbers after the decimal point will go on forever, and it will never have a repeating sequence. When do I get my Nobel Prize?
Of course it'll have a repeating sequence. You're just typing out every integer in a row. 1, 2, 3, and so on, up to 16 in this case. And presumably you mean to imply we're going to keep tacking on each integer one by one forever. You don't have infinite digits, you have 10 digits, so it must have repeating sequences, and it already did. 1, 2 showed up twice on that. 2, 3 is going to be a repeat, 3, 4 is going to be a repeat, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is going to be a repeat. It'll have infinite repeated sequences, which is fine, because to expect anything else from an infinitely long string of only 10 possible digits is just silly. Seriously, who told you this is special or unique or anything people actually find useful about pi? It brings up the fact that people round pi to actually use it, which of course they do. It's an irrational number, they don't have a lot of choice.
The number 3.14000 is copper. It's not being true to the magical pi number, which is supposed to exist, so it's already wrong according to your paradigm.
Yep, that'd be what rounding is. Using a value that's technically wrong to some extent, but not wrong enough that it matters. Good enough precision, not perfect precision, which simply is not expected when you're doing math on irrational numbers. As I said though, it'd sure be handy if pi were just 3 or 3.14 or something like that. Everyone would prefer that, but it's not that. So all we can do is get on with it.
Further, according to my paradigm, it will almost never be correct because there is only one circle in the world whose pi is 3.14000.
Huh, so if a ratio inherent to the definition of circle is actually instead a function of the size of a circle, how big was the circle the guy measured to 3.4 with a string? Was it super huge or something? Like football field size or bigger? Or was it just drawn on paper with a handheld compass? I mean, if he's just cutting up little bits of string to measure it, it doesn't sound very big. But presumably, other similarly small circles drawn on paper get significantly lower values. Probably some a bit less than pi, even, using that method. Now I, being not a complete dumbass, would attribute this to measurement inaccuracy, since it involves fiddling with bits of string and trying to kinda sorta get it about right-ish. But you attribute it instead to pi actually changing with the circle in some way. So what I'm trying to ask is, does it change wildly, randomly? Like, for example, does a circle with diameter 1 have a pi of 3.1, and then diameter 2 is 3.3, but then diameter 3 is just 3 even, and then diameter 4 is like 3.8? Or does the ratio scale in proportion to the size? And by the way, how exactly does a ratio unrelated to the size by definition scale with size? You endorsed the use of the Pythagorean theorem earlier. What you're saying here kind of has the same tone to it as saying a squared plus b squared equals c squared plus or minus like 20% depending on the size of the triangle.
That's a mess. You could just as well do without it. Just measure the diameter and call that the size of your circle. End of story. Size equals d. We can all agree on the size of the straight string.
Great, I'm sure that'll do wonders for us when we're interested in the length of straight lines. By the way, speaking of the Pythagorean theorem, which apparently you accept, did you know you can approximate pi to arbitrary precision using it? In a very simple but repetitive and boring and kind of consuming process. It's a lot easier if you get a computer to help. The author of this webpage managed to get to 9 decimal places before the double precision floating point version killed that precision. But if you took the time, you could do this to any precision you wanted. And now you have pi defined in terms of triangles in the Pythagorean theorem. So now you'll at least accept that pi is not, say, 3.4. If Pythagoras was right, it's at least close to what we think it is, right?
Some ask, I know pi doesn't work now, but why? Why doesn't pi work? Shouldn't all circles measure out the same way? If all circles are perfect, they should all have the same ratio, right? The size of the string can change, but the number of times the string goes around the circle shouldn't change because all perfect circles have the same dimensions, proportions, or ratios.
Yes, as definition of what a circle is. Yes, correct.
Correct! It should work, but it doesn't, and here's why. It's called apples and oranges. You can't mix them in an equation. When you measure a line in inches, for instance, you can't just bend that line, measure it again, and assume it's still in inches.
So what's the deal with those circumference measuring tapes that do both straight stuff and circumferences?
It's now in a completely different metric. The metric for bends is not the metric for lines. There is no metric for bends because bends in circles are incalculable.
My sticky note for this part just says, where do I even start? With 4 question marks and 3 exclamation marks. And I'm in the same boat now as Cassidy. Where do I even start? I guess what I should do here is try somehow to figure out at least what point Shmuel thinks he's making. And for that, I think we have to go back to the number 1 philosopher, who Shmuel never takes with a grain of salt except all the different times he does, Aristotle. And I think this comes from his Physics, Book 7, Part 4. But may we say that things are always commensurable if the same terms are applied to them? A pen, a wine, the highest rope in the scale are not commensurable. We cannot say whether any one of them is sharper than any other. And why is this? They are incommensurable because it is only equivocally that the same term sharp is applied to them, whereas the highest note in a scale is commensurable with the leading note because the term sharp has the same meaning applied to both. Can it be then that the term quick has not the same meaning as applied to straight motion and to circular motion respectively? That's the end of the quote. So there we have the apples and oranges analogy, although Aristotle uses pens and wines in music. We have the denial of equivalence in length between a straight line and that same line bent, although expressed in terms of speed along the path. Velocity is distance over time, and the time surely in Aristotle's time was thought to be the same in any case. So really he's questioning equivalence in distance. At least I think so. I haven't done like a deep dive into this. I'm just trying to see maybe where Shmuel's getting his ideas. The real question here, I think, is, are we talking about imprecision in physical measurement or imprecision in calculation? Well, we were talking about physical measurement before, and it kind of still sounds like we are. Like if you bend the string to go around the circle, the string has width, and so the inside is compressed a bit and the outside is stretched a bit, and so
Penguin Village, King's Castle.
Exact part along the string's width.
Yep, certainly need both of those.
Should not be that big of an issue if you're already prepared to accept perfect precision.
And after that,
from random people online without the thought of inaccuracy
I don't know.
crossing your mind. At that point, the width of the string is pretty damn negligible. On the other hand, if we're talking about calculation, one way is just to break up the circumference into an increasingly large number of straight lines and then measure those to get a value that gradually approaches the real value. And that's the general idea behind what I showed you with the Pythagorean theorem, and it's the general idea behind a lot of ways to calculate pi. Using geometric objects with straight edges, right triangles, polygons with increasing numbers of sides, and then repeating it with smaller and smaller chunks to constantly improve your estimate. Now, those methods are never going to reach perfect precision because pi is irrational, but they get you as close as you could ever seriously care to get if you iterate them enough times. And assuming you iterate enough to get a few decimal places in, you will never get a value like 3.4. And it doesn't matter what size the circle is. That Pythagoras method is going to converge on the same value with any radius you feed it. It's not a function of size. It's a property of the shape itself.
Circles are beyond measurement. We're soon going to hear about a meditation on pi. We should be meditating on this, the transcendence of the circle over all our methods of measurement. But instead of realizing our limitations and recognizing the glory of the incalculable circle, a creation of God, your geometry teacher tried to tell you he could do the calculation. He could accurately size a circle, and he said he could do this thanks to pi. Lies on top of lies.
I still don't understand this desperation for the universe to be nonsensical, inconsistent, incalculable. What has led Shmuel to think this is so necessary and foundational to his belief in God that he has to throw reality out the window? He doesn't like the earth to rotate because somehow that makes the ground unsolid and it's bad for children to believe. But he doesn't want anything else to ever be solid at all. And that seems like a deep emotional commitment, not just some intellectual confusion. I'd love to learn more about why he thinks this way, but I just don't see that happening.
As far as bridges and tunnels and architecture go, I would bet quite a lot they don't use pi. They only use diameter. That's all you need.
Not only do you not need pi, you don't need to know anything about any curve at all. You know, if you feel comfortable driving on some crazy huge modern suspension or arch bridge designed by a trigonometry and calculus denier, feel free. I'll stay home.
And this line about bridges, of course, is another one, because bridges worked just fine before pi was discovered.
Wait, what bridges are we talking about? Pi's been known, roughly at least, for thousands of years. I mentioned Archimedes. Around 2,300 years ago, he managed to estimate it to between 3.1408 and 3.1429 using polygons with increasing numbers of sides, which is pretty damn good for the time, and certainly usable for any bridge until possibly now even. 3.14 might be good enough. I don't know about bridge design. I don't know what kind of precision they need. But we're not talking about a little bit of rounding here. We're talking about declaring it incalculable and never using it at all. Now, it wasn't just the Greeks who were approximating pi. People from other cultures had pretty good approximations too, although not that good. Really, what bridges are we specifically talking about here? I'm going to guess something Roman, probably, in which case, yeah, I'm pretty sure they weren't using pi. More like a lot of trial and error and rules of thumb that they managed to figure out about ratios and heights and widths and so on, which probably would have been a hell of a lot easier with pi and a better number system. But their construction was also much
better number system. Did you just shit on? Oh my god! Fuck you!
Which also means increased resources, which also means increased costs. Today we have all sorts of mathematical tricks to avoid that. Pi, all the math based on pi. Sure your engineer rabbi was very familiar with and used often.
We all better pray they don't use pi to do anything practical, because that would actually cause a danger of collapse.
I don't know what to tell you, man. It seems to be working out all right.
But no, pi is holding our society together, not God. Pi is a god, all right. A false god.
I still don't understand this attempt to paint pi as a god. I guess it's because modern mega construction involves math, and therefore people deny that bridges and buildings are just held up there by God's whim from moment to moment as he recreates the universe. What do you want me to do next? Deny the existence of stone and steel and concrete?
The damage to children is that they are worshipping a number instead of God, who is the one who created the circle.
Did it ever occur to you that if you want to do weird stuff like teach your kids to worship the god of circles, you can do that and also teach them the ratio of the diameter to the circumference? These things aren't mutually exclusive, you know.
God gave us this shape that defies all our methods of measurement, and it is so beautiful and useful.
And way more beautiful and useful when you understand that ratio. But so the issue is, you don't want this ratio describing this particular aspect of what a circle is to be quantifiable. The diameter, for some reason that's fine, but the ratio of the diameter to the circumference, hands off. Or at least it has to defy measurement. Well, it's going to do that regardless if we're talking about perfection. Since pi is irrational, there's no way to ever get it perfect. There, you got your mysterious, unmeasurable property back. Now suck it up and deal with reality, you big baby.
If you must worship something other than God, let it be the circle, not pi.
You sure you'd be fine with that? I don't believe for 1 second that you would be any more fine with me worshipping circles than worshipping a ratio related to circles. Now, of course, nobody's worshipping pi. Shmuel had some example of some guy worshipping pi a couple pages ago, and really all it is just that there's some guy who competes in pi memorizing contests and runs through the numbers while he meditates, which I guess helps lock them all in. That's not what worship means, that's just enjoying using your memory.
The task given to we humans is not to try to explain a world without God. Turn that upside down. The real task is to try to find him in everything we see. We must try to keep up with his mind-boggling abilities through his creations as best we can, so we can show proper gratitude for it all. To see how just as he is unfathomable, his universe is unfathomable.
Right. There's no intellectual root to any of this. It's all emotion all the way down. A strict emotional commitment to believing everything has to be nonsense and there is no stable ground. Look, buying into some religious belief in a creator being is one thing, and believing that some things about the universe or about your God are incomprehensible, I also understand. But buying into a belief that if you believe in God, you have a religious obligation to see the universe as totally incomprehensible to the extent that you'll start denying parts of it that clearly are comprehensible to some extent, that's something I haven't seen much of. And it's odd because most religious people really don't seem to have a problem with this. If they believe in an incomprehensible God, they tend to say, oh, how wonderful our unfathomable God is to have created this comprehensible universe that allows us to survive and thrive so well. This thing that can be so elegantly described through math and logic. What a miracle. Praise God. Which of course is also something I have issues with, but it seems a hell of a lot more sensible than insisting that nothing can ever be understood in any way at all. But again, I really have to point out, you don't actually do that anyway. Not consistently. Your previous chapter about the flat Earth had the exact opposite message from this one. That the universe should be instantly comprehensible to perfection just by walking outside and looking around, and to say otherwise is anti-scientific and anti-biblical. I'd tell you to pick one, but hey, maybe you did it on purpose just to create a bit more unfathomable inconstancy in the universe. Everybody's got to do their part, right? Now, all this pi stuff was pretty bad, but it's about to get worse. Much, much, much worse. The next chapter is called 1 + 1 = 2.
You're planning to kill me.
Is it enough if I just stop there? Do I really have to engage with this? I don't wanna. You know, I didn't even bother sticky noting this part. I just couldn't handle it. I went and bought 600 sticky notes for this project, and I would have ran out. But I know you'd skin me alive if I skipped it, so here goes.
In short, the answer is no, 1 + 1 = 2 is not a true statement. It is correct sometimes, but not always, and that makes it a half-truth. In other words, a full lie. This will strike at the core of our unshakable belief in math as the most rock-solid and perfect belief system on Earth. It isn't.
Look, I'm gonna go through this chapter because, I mean, I honestly can't pass this. It's gold. It's the funniest thing in this whole book. But don't expect me to go in depth arguing against this festering shit pile. If Shmuel wants to deny actual kindergarten math, I'm absolutely fine with him doing it. And in fact, I want him to continue doing that, because the more ridiculous he is, the more entertainment I get. He brings up the example everybody's taught of one apple next to one apple being two apples, and this seeming so obvious and observational that we never questioned it again. But then he brings up something I'm sure none of you have ever thought about in your entire lives. It's revolutionary. 1 + 1 objects, must be precise, can be combined into one object.
So what if, instead of an apples, the teacher pulled out pieces of clay? She puts it on the table, then she adds another piece of clay.
Okay, so she had one piece and one more piece. That's 2 pieces. So 1 + 1 is 2.
But she sticks it up against the first piece and squeezes them together. How many pieces of clay are there now? There is 1.
Okay, so we're only concerned with the number of clay balls at any given time, not the quantity of clay per ball, the size of the ball. Fine, works for me. So we take 1 plus 1 is 2 clay balls, and then we subtract 1 clay ball from the total, in this case by absorbing it into the other one, to make 1 clay ball. So step by step, that was 1 plus 1 equals 2, 2 minus 1 equals 1. So far so good. Wait, there's gotta be more, right?
The right formula for that case would be 1 plus 1 equals 1.
That's wrong.
That's right.
No, that's wrong. When you had 1 clay ball and 1 other clay ball, you had 2. 1 plus 1 is 2. Then you subtracted 1 by making it part of the other one. That's a subtraction operation, not addition.
There is more than one answer to the question, what is 1 plus 1? I would need to know, what kind of addition are we using? There are many kinds. I told this to someone once and he said, yes, but now the clay is twice as big. This is a logical fallacy. First, because I never said the pieces were the same size.
It's an unwarranted assumption, so it's incorrect thinking. I'll leave it at that.
Second, because we are currently in the business of counting amounts of objects. Focus on quantity of pieces. Don't be distracted by size or weight or mass, which is a separate discussion.
Alright, and that's what I did. I played by exactly your rules. I focused only on quantity of pieces. You had 2, then you had 1 less than 2. 2 minus 1 equals 1.
If she took the 2 apples and put them into a food processor and came out with 1 applesauce, then again the formula would be 1 plus 1 equals 1.
No, that would be 1 plus 1 apples is 2 apples. Then you blend them together and now you have 2 blended apples. If you're just counting objects and you count the applesauce as 1 object, then again you have 2 objects minus 1 is 1 object.
What happens if you have a lake and you add in a bottle of water? How many bodies of water do you have now?
Well, I wouldn't exactly call a bottle of water a body of water, but if you insist, 2 minus 1 equals 1 body of water.
1. Just the lake. 1 plus 1 equals 1. What if you add a sperm to an egg and you wind up with 1 zygote? How many objects do you have now? 1. 1 plus 1 equals 1.
1 sperm plus 1 egg is 2 objects. Combine them into 1 zygote, that's 2 minus 1 is 1.
Examples of 1 plus 1 equals 1 are everywhere. If you add salt to your soup and it dissolves into it and disappears, how many ingredients do you have now?
How should I know how many ingredients there are? You didn't even tell me what kind of soup it is.
20 granules of salt, now gone, and we just have soup.
Okay, but you asked how many ingredients we have. Soup is not a soup ingredient. Salt is an ingredient, so that's 1. Is it salt soup?
So we have 1
High
ingredient.
flavor.
20 plus 1 equals 1.
Wait, 20 salt grains plus 1 what? What's the 1 of some other ingredient? What are you talking about? If you just have 20 granules of salt and they dissolve, that's not even an addition operation. Okay, how about instead of this weird thing you're doing, you just count objects? The soup is 1 object, and each granule of salt is also 1 object. So that's 20 plus 1 equals 21. Then we combine the salt objects and the soup object together into 1 object. That's 21 minus 20 equals 1.
And when you take 1 husband and 1 wife, add them together and they have a baby. That's 1 plus 1 equals 3.
You have 2 people, you add 1 more person, that's 2 plus 1 equals 3.
If they have 10 kids, that's 1 plus 1 equals 10.
Wait, so if they have 1 kid, now there are 3 people. But if they have 10 kids, now there's just 10 people. Shouldn't that be 12? What, do the parents just drop dead after kid number 10?
Is your head spinning yet?
Aching more than spinning, and not for the reasons you hope.
Sometimes I see a blackboard filled with a massive equation, and I think to myself, all of this is only true if 0 is actually an integer and 1 plus 1 equals 2 is always right. Both are in question, so all their work needs to be reviewed. They are clueless.
You are name callers. You like to call arguments names, like clueless.
Well, you just called every single person who uses addition clueless. What does that make you?
I fear a lot of time has been wasted on formulas that go nowhere and teach children things that are deceptive or can never be used in the real world.
Ah, yeah, that 1 plus 1 equals 2. I can't see any practical use for that.
I personally would like to see more time spent on practical math. Counting change, balancing checkbooks, calculating your income tax, or anything else people can actually use.
I'm sure the tax man just loves you. 1 plus 1 equals really whatever I feel like. And that's leaving aside the fact that your whole next chapter is a total denial of the entire concept of division. How the hell is anyone supposed to do any of the stuff you just said under your conditions? Let me see here. I made $20,000 and it went into 1 checking account. That's 20,000 plus 1 equals 1. So my income was 1.
We see a common theme here with math and science. God makes a world. It's beyond our comprehension. We can't catalog it. We can't fix it. It's constantly changing, but they do it anyway.
You keep talking about how these awful scientists keep fixing the universe, making it firm and predictable and unchanging. And I just want to make sure we're clear. You're talking about the same people who came up with relativity and quantum mechanics, the ones who you say supposedly think there's absolutely no way to distinguish between the sun orbiting the Earth and the Earth orbiting the sun. Oh, okay, just checking.
And make themselves in essence the masters of the universe, the arbiters of the knowledge, and the mockers of all who question them.
I imagine Shmuel goes around saying stuff like this all the time in his day-to-day life. He seems like the type. And I would bet this repeated worry about being mocked is based on a lot of mockery in the past. And he probably doesn't understand why it's fully, completely, entirely justified. Maybe he can't understand. That's possible. But you know, I think it's a lot more likely that really his only problem is that he's fucking lazy, and he never ever tries. He expects everyone around him to bow to his idiocy, to respect him for his ridiculousness, to pretend that he's right when he's constantly wrong. He's entitled, he's arrogant, he thinks he's the center of the universe, to the point of redefining reality itself to suit his whim at any given moment. But he probably gets reminded day after day that nobody fucking cares what his whim is. All I can say is, for his sake, I hope he's not arrogant enough to do his own taxes.
Please, don't get me wrong, I love math.
Oh, spare me. Well, that's all for this part. One more to go. In the next video, we'll see how Shmuel completely debunks the entire concept of division. Thank you for watching this one, and if you would, please give the video a like and subscribe if you haven't. If you like the channel, please do consider supporting on Patreon or Subscribestar. And huge thanks to everyone who does. To get videos a bit early, sign up to the email list, list.logic.com, and I'll see you next time.
Hey everyone, this is going to be a pretty different video from what I normally post. If you're from the Flat Earth realm, you know what this is about. If you're one of my regular viewers, I'll fill you in as quickly as possible. Last week I posted a video about how we...
It's finally over. Thank you, Goku. Thank you, everyone.
What? Needle brain. Oh god.
Time for some Neil Breen, son!
It's a Double Down review! Hello and welcome, good viewers, to the 28th episode of Good, Bad, or Bad, Bad, the show where we watch terrible movies and tell you if you should too. You've been asking for it, you've been waiting for it, it's finally here. Our review of Double Down. Now, before we get into it, this is our second time technically reviewing this film. The first one you've never seen. You will never see most likely because it is lost. We have it. There's a couple silly reasons. We shot it a different way and with different equipment because we were trying something different. We didn't really like how it turned out. That was right before we took our big long break for like a year.
So, by the way, we recorded this shit first.
Yes,
we recorded it.
I was
first.
so mad because literally we shot the Double Down review, and like a month later, the Red Letter Media Double Down review episode came out, and I was like, oh no,
oh no,
I missed the boat by not editing this. But there were some other reasons that we didn't put it up. Anyways, we're doing it again. It's been so long that I had to watch the movie again. I don't remember anything we talked about. I don't remember anything that happened in the movie until I watched it again, and I still barely remember anything that went down in this movie because it's fucking nuts. This Double Down, Neil Breen's first film, makes the rest of his films look like tight, cogent, just masterful storytelling in comparison. Like, this is the most existential, wandering nothingness. It's kind of amazing.
That's why he reuses footage.
Yeah, but it's a little. I forgot how nonsensical it is. Like, in my head, I had more of a narrative in the story. I mean, there is, but like in my head from remembering watching it the first time, I thought it was way less nothing going on than there is in this movie.
Is there any particular reason why this made more sense the second time I watched it?
I felt the exact same way. I'm like, there are some moments later on where I'm like, I might have like theories about what's actually going on here. Oh, is that what this is? Like, yeah, it totally makes more sense. That second viewing, about a year or two removed from the first time I saw it, really did help. And
I'm not sure if that says more about us than it does about him.
Yeah, it's still nonsense. It's just slightly less nonsense than it was the first time.
Neil Breen, he's so much of a genius we can't even comprehend it.
I'm just a simple person.
All right, let's get into Double Down.
Oh, please don't.
All right, that's it. This fucking movie, man. That's the right face to make when thinking about this movie. Fucking nuts, man.
My name is Aaron Brand. I always thought I was doing the right thing in preparing for life. I was the first in my class in college in computer science. I joined the military and became a fighter pilot.
So he's Aaron Brand.
What does being first even mean?
Genetically modified, or
Like the best grades?
Which that was a note. That was one of the things that I didn't necessarily catch as much the first time, and I started piecing together what was happening with that. And later in the movie, we'll talk about it. But yeah, he's got biomedical implants. He says.
I've received bio-electromedical implants to assist me in carrying out my attacks.
There's that classic Neil Breen Desert, Bones, Breen. It's a Neil Breen movie. What is it with this dude in skulls? He's got skulls in all of his movies everywhere.
Is it the same skull? Is it
Yeah,
just the same skull?
the one, like the goat or ram head or whatever
Yeah.
that is in, and it moves in the beginning of Fateful Findings, I think, or is it? Yeah, I think it's Fateful Findings or Pass. Who knows? They're all the same. But yeah, it is. He has that. He must have that at home, like on a shelf, and then whenever he goes and films a movie, he brings it out and puts it in the shot. It's kind of great. So he starts telling us his backstory about how he met his wife, his girlfriend, when they were 7.
I met the love of my life when I was 7 and stayed with her forever. We loved each other and we're getting married.
And this is the first thing that was really annoying. He goes, met my fiance when we were 7. We're getting married. She's dead now. I'm like,
The fact that I became so individually, electronically powerful scared my government, as well as others. It was that power that caused them to assassinate my fiancée.
You are getting married, or is she dead? She's dead? You're not getting married then. I'm confused. But it also, I think, he goes, we've been soulmates since we were 7, but they're just now getting married when he's like 50?
Well, look, he's got covert ops.
Why did it take you 40 years to fucking get engaged?
He's got to run around the desert and climb rocks. That's I mean, what else is he gonna do?
He was lost in desert for 40 years, dude. Do you not know that trope? Jesus Christ.
Later where he's like sliding down the side of the mountain and he just looks so clumsy and like
and fucking rocks are coming out from under his feet. You think he's gonna fall?
I know. It just looks so fucking ham-fisted and clumsy though. And I would pay all of my money to talk to the person who was the camera guy.
There was like 3 different camera operators.
Yeah, I want it because they probably just kept quitting. But I want to talk to one of those people and be like, so what was that like? It's spending 8 hours a day in the desert with Neil Breen.
I want you to keep something in mind, Brian. This was done on what I'm assuming is 35mm film.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it's Fujifilm, I think it says in the credits at the end.
And then
tons of money.
Everything else is nothing but stock footage.
Yeah. Oh my god, that was another thing I forgot about this movie is that literally 30% of it is stock footage. Some reason in my brain had wiped out the memory that this whole movie is stock footage. I just thought it was all Neil Breen in the desert. Holy shit, he uses so much stock footage. And there's so many times where he sits on it for like, there's a one shot of the Hoover Dam.
Yeah.
What? He must have paid a lot of money for that one because he hangs on it for like 2 minutes. So stupid. Alright. So he can control anything. He can hack anything. Oh boy, where does this story go? Oh, he also explains in this moment, and this is where we get the first shot of him driving down the highway, eating the Neil Breen special tuna from a can. Yeah.
I don't need much to live on anymore. I just eat tuna out of the can and live in the car.
He explains that he makes millions of dollars from governments and secret governments.
Yes.
And then gives it all to children.
All to charities.
Making millions of dollars on many various covert assignments. I've been giving away the money to children's support charities all over the world.
You can keep a little bit so you don't have to eat tuna from a can, man.
And almost crash your car.
That's so great. It's like, and again, this is one of those moments where you're like, I wonder, is he going for comedy here? He must be. He must be. But I'm not sure, or if he actually just spilled it and almost died while filming the scene and they just fucking left it in, because fuck it.
My orders from another country are to shut down the Las Vegas Strip for 2 months.
But then he also says, this is where, and I didn't realize this, a secret government, a country, hired him to shut down the Vegas Strip for 2 weeks. Whatever that means.
Why?
Why? And what does that mean? Shut it down, like, just turn all the power off, or like, yeah, and why? What's the point of shutting down the Strip?
I get because like Vegas is there for people from all other countries to come and experience Americana.
Yeah, well,
so I get
shitty Americana, but yeah,
yeah. We've been there.
It's fun, but it's Vegas. I guess is the best description of it.
There is the Strip, and then there is the Strip.
Yeah,
there's nothing else.
Yeah, and it's a thing. It's its own thing, and people who've been to Vegas know what that thing is. It's just So, but yeah, why would you shut down the Strip? Why would another government want to shut down? It's like the most unimpactful, like, that doesn't...
Shut down New York.
Yeah, shut down an actual center of, like, commerce and business. Like, not fucking Vegas. Not even shut down a bunch of people gambling away money and, like... I guess my only thought is that he chose Vegas being shut down, 1, because he lives there and he could film there, is the only reason, really. And 2, because... if I'm trying to give him a little extra added like meaning, it's because it's like a center of vice and like the failings of man. You know, like not the failings, but like all of humanity's vices. like Neil Breen taking that down is like a thing he would do, you know?
Because he's a good, he's a good, but he doesn't.
But he's the bad guy.
But he doesn't.
No,
he doesn't do it.
No, he doesn't. What? I don't know. I don't even know what he does in this movie. He kills fish. That's all he does. I don't know what he does.
He kills fish and then is constantly checking his gun, which is empty. He's constantly checking his gun to make sure it doesn't have bullets in it, and then loading it.
He's like, good, still empty. All right. I don't know, man. What happens after he says he's gonna shut down the strip?
He tests the freaking thing and meat, and it kills all the fish for some reason.
This is the first time we get to see the sponge case, which is one of my
you mean his
favorite-
secret agent
Yes.
case?
I specialize in bioterror missions throughout the world.
He's got his secret anthrax drugs or whatever they are in a fucking car sponge that he cut in half and
he gutted it, and it's just a sponge with
amazing.
vials in it.
It's amazing. I don't know why he thought that was the cool. It's incredible. It's incredible. And so he goes and tests them on the fishes. He's got to go test his anthrax killer drug or whatever it is. Because he also has a thing that like paralyzes things. And is it that? Because later, like with the married couple, he doesn't kill them. He paralyzes them or something. Like he gives them like some sort of nerve agent or something. And that whole plot.
He kills the man, and the
Does
woman.
he die?
The woman
Okay.
is just paralyzed. And then he lays her down next to him. Here's your dead husband.
Here's your husband.
I thought he wasn't dead. Because I couldn't tell. I hope he's dead. I hope he fucking killed him.
Dude, just bringing the body in the trunk.
That's the most brutal thing. Here's your.
Here's your husband.
Fucking dead husband you just married yesterday. To be fair, she didn't want to marry that guy. She said she regretted it, I think, immediately.
I can't believe we did this. I've only known you for 2 days.
Neil Breen is the bad guy in all of his movies. He's the good guy, but the bad guy. In every movie, he's just the worst person. Or future alien god. So he tested on the fish. He went to the grocery store, bought 6 frozen trout.
Also
threw them in the lake.
How do you test anthrax on? How do you test what he claims is
Anthrax.
airborne anthrax
Yeah.
and test that on fish that are in water? Also, are you tainting the whole drinking supply?
Yeah,
'Cause
like
Lake
what
Mead
lake?
is?
Yeah, it's a big
drinking
lake.
supply of all of Vegas.
It's really irresponsible to just dump deadly chemicals in the lake, Neil Breen. Jesus Christ. It's so fucking. Everything he does in this movie is insanity. So he kills the fish, and he's like, right on, dead fish. My drugs are ready. I guess we can do this now.
Well, he's got to set up his decoy attacks by, transmitting shit via his laptops that are all still broken.
Yeah. The Fateful Findings, their first appearance, the Fateful Findings laptops are in the movie. None of them work. All of them are off all the time, but he's always hacking on fucking all of them, always.
And he puts up his satellite dishes that don't do anything.
Satellite dishes, 5 laptops, 6 cell phones, and bioterror.
Use DirecTV satellite dishes where he just fucking
he-
bangs a wrench on them, and then they're.
Well, then he keeps tapping on his computer and looking at. That's a satellite dish. That doesn't transmit shit.
I love that he looks at him like he's like, "Yep,
Oh, yep,
nope,
still-
they're still there. They're
still
still there." Like, what is he looking at?
That's not a transmitter.
It doesn't. He just looks at him like they're giving him some information they're just there.
Just by looking at them.
Yeah.
Not even looking at the computer
No.
of information that you got on that.
He
Just
looks
looking
at them like, yep. I also love, so, he, at one point, he also says he fights white-collar crime.
As well as covert acts, I also take care of eliminating white-collar criminals who have escaped the legal system.
And then cuts to a hand buried in the desert. I don't know what, is that supposed to be a businessman he killed in the desert? And like, I really think, what it actually, it's like some of Neil Breen's personal footage got in there.
Drink first, and then
all right,
clear your throat. So like in the desert, somewhere in the desert, because we've seen this in a few parts where there's just bodies.
Yeah.
There's just corpses, skeletons, laying about in the desert.
Yeah.
That I'm assuming Neil Breen killed them.
Yeah,
and
like
just
they're
dumped them.
businessmen.
Yeah.
They're like the white, because that's right, he says that, he's like, it's the white, I also fight white collar crime. Okay, so you just vigilante kill random businessmen you find on the strip or something? That would be a crazy movie. Make like a really dark like movie based on this that is about Neil Breen driving the strip in his limo, picking up businessmen. Could be like it'd be like Night Stalker style movie. It'd be cool. Right? That's the one with Jake Gyllenhaal that's really good. Night Stalker. He also says at this point, he says at one point, if his contingency plan he has is that if he doesn't, he has bombs in 7 major cities, and if he doesn't send a message or an email
within 3 days,
every 3 days, they all go off and will fucking kill a lot of people, I guess. I don't know what the
what's your contingency plan is world destruction?
Yeah, his contingency plan to make governments not kill him is I'm gonna kill everybody. I mean, I guess that will work, but it's another one of those things where it's just another one of those movies, every Neil Breen movie, where Neil Breen is so insecure. Neil Breen is so insecure. At least my personal. He's so insecure. He always has to be obviously the best at everything. And there's a moment later in this movie that is so perfectly epitomized. We'll just jump to it now. It's going to be everywhere because this movie doesn't make any sense narratively. So later in the movie, there's a part where he's in the parking lot and the lady bangs the shopping cart and plants the bug on the gum,
and he's super aware of it.
Yeah, but that's one of those things. It's like normally in a movie, like the character wouldn't notice that because it would create dramatic tension for him not to realize his car is bugged.
But he's the best.
But Neil Breen's the best, and he had to have noticed, even though he didn't notice. He had to pretend not to notice, to not set off the guys he was with, but he really saw it, motherfuckers. He's Neil Breen.
I couldn't let them notice that I saw that diode being planted on my car.
He sold it because he has the smile, the Neil Breen smile. That is that really creepy smile that's really forced and really painful.
It's all in the mouth and none of the eyes. And the eyes don't smile. I'm sweating and crying already. Every orifice liquids. So this is where I think we get to the point. Is this where he meets the old man? No, not yet. But he does have the rock. There's a randomly, because he cuts out of order. Out of order, he cuts because he hasn't even met the old man yet where he gets the rock, but there is a shot of him with the rock. And he does. I fucking love the Neil Breen rock grab.
That is pyrite. That is fool's gold.
Yeah, it's fool's gold, yeah. Yeah, fucking
but
fool's
it's
gold.
magical.
But it's a magic fool's gold. And you almost wonder if that's something you would do on purpose if you were a better filmmaker than Neil Breen. Have the magic MacGuffin be a useless piece of, like, not actually, fool's gold being the magic MacGuffin kind of could be some interesting narrative to that, but it's just, he found a cool looking rock.
It's Neil Breen.
Yeah, I think he had a cool looking rock, and he's like, this is a magic rock. Turn on your laptops, Neil Breen, all caps is one of my notes here. So we gotta introduce
4 laptops, and they're all off all the time.
All the time. It's so he could smash them with rocks later in the movie. so you can
all
go
from the
fucking
90s.
2001: A Space Odyssey on these motherfuckers.
Every single one of these laptops is Jeff Goldblum's laptop from Independence Day.
Yeah.
They're all 95 Mac Pro books.
Yeah, those black Pro books. Yeah. And the hacker.
Gotta send
a virus to the fucking.
Thank God it's Alienware, compatible.
Alienware.
Yeah.
So we also established his sweet invisible force field, which doesn't ever come back.
I become invisible. The force shield will cause death if an intruder gets too close.
Doesn't ever come back.
I like the level
Death.
of professionalism that Neil Breen has, where if he goes to the strip, he has to either go in polo or like a full-on suit. But if he's out in the desert, blue jeans and a tank top.
Oh, the black tank top, denim jeans. That's all he rocks.
What does that even mean? It causes death. What? That doesn't mean anything.
A purse.
He looks like Thanksgiving.
It causes death.
The man is cooked to a crisp. Oh, I really hope we don't lose any things.
That's like saying, oh, this causes childbirth.
Get checked. Put a little sunscreen on. Let's
Like,
keep going. We want more movies.
What?
I'm now in pre-production for my 5th theatrical.
But what happens before that? What?
He also, at this point, this is like random cuts, and he does this a lot, but it's one of the first times it's like, it just cuts to him, and he's like, where are you? Where am I? Who am I?
Where are you? Where am I? You're me.
What, just nonsense existential bullshit because he thinks that makes his movie interesting. Like, who are we? Who is any of us? What does it mean to be? Thanks, Anthony. I don't... You're not going to answer any of these questions. You're just going to throw them out there because they're exciting sounding.
I want to talk about his dead parents that are dead. They are dead.
And younger than him, it looks like. I love it. I was like, wait, so did they die a long time ago? Or did they die and go back to an age when they were younger? Because these people are the same age as Neil Breen. They are not Neil Breen parent age. But... So that's a random thing.
Just he meets his parents, and they're dead, but they're not. Whatever.
Yeah.
Mom. Is there life after death?
I just realized that typo.
Dad?
I need on
So there's also the brilliant shot when he meets his dead parents, where they reach out and he does the Adam and God hand, like almost touching, because he's like,
It's not really a typo, it's a missing
But
space.
I also, when his parents are walking away, they look like little kids wearing their dad's business shirts. Like, whatever the white thing, they like with these huge, oversized white button.
You mean those born-again Christian robes?
Yeah, but from behind, when they're walking away, they like have the big, long arms, and it just looks like a little kid wearing like his dad's business shirt. So fucking amazing. And then we get some shots of a body bag moving, sometimes with bones, sometimes nobody, and that's obviously his dead wife.
Sometimes it looks like people are fucking in there.
Don't question how Neil Breen gets off, alright? If he wants to get in a body bag and fuck, he can do it. He's Neil Breen. Well, we gotta jump back a little bit, because we skipped, the parent scene's pretty far through the movie, it's fine. But we gotta jump back a little bit and talk about the scene, the best scene in the movie, when the fiance scene in the pool. We haven't talked about it.
You can't kill Neil Breen, alright? He is protected. You kill him, the whole world's gonna blow up. But you gotta go after people that he knows. Now, his parents are already dead. We established that. You go after the one person he loves. You go after his fiancée.
Yes.
You go after this poor, poor woman who he paid no more than $500 to be like, hey, we're gonna be in this pool scene. You're gonna be naked for it. Can I wear bottoms?
Oh,
sure.
She absolutely...
I'm not gonna face the camera.
I love being with you.
She absolutely 100%. I didn't notice this the first time. She is wearing a nude thong, and you know Neil Breen was like, we're doing a nude scene. And she's like, absolutely not. Absolutely not. I will wear a nude colored thong, and I will face away from the camera. You can see my
Wait,
butt.
you can't
That
see
is
it?
Alright.
Oh.
It's okay, though. We get plenty of Neil Breen.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I will wear a nude colored thong, and I will face away from the camera. You can see my butt. That is it.
Alright. It's okay, though. We get plenty of Neil Breen.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of Neil.
To compensate for it, we get just all of it,
All of it,
up
all
in
you could
there.
ever want, all of the butt,
You
all
get
the
some
balls.
tank-
Oh,
Neil Breen.
Neil Ballsack Breen. Oh my goodness! But I love this. This is still the greatest thing about this scene. Or not the greatest thing. One of the greatest things about this scene is there's establishing stock footage shot. They're at like a hotel pool. Why are they naked?
Because Neil Breen can do anything. They don't know who it is. Neil Breen's invisible. Neil Breen can do anything. He can go to any place at any point, any time, kill any person. He can get any amount of resources he wants. He is invincible.
Invincible. I thought you said invisible.
He might as well be invisible. I mean, he goes undercover wherever he wants to be.
You know what he can't do though is see a fucking laser pointer hitting him in the face and realize to
apparently
duck.
neither can his fiance. He was like, "You got something on your head."
You got what's going on here? Oh God! So she gets capped, and it's one of the best scenes in cinema history.
Fucking orgasm.
Yeah, and the blood.
Ah.
The screaming blood. It's very Jim reminiscent of Jim's death in Fateful Findings.
And then the floating, little ball sack.
Yep, float and stare at the sack. And then Neil Breen moans in that scene so beautifully. It's like
It's just art.
Oh God, okay. And scene. Blood on the flower, symbolism. Oh, Neil's Ballsack, drink all the drinks is my note for that moment.
Induce alcohol poisoning.
Looks so funny when he's floating in the water.
You have both peaked and seen the worst thing you will ever possibly see all in one moment. This is like one of the drug deals where he goes into a public bathroom and insta changes clothes and
yeah,
which is kind of cool. And then he goes and meets up those people in the parking lot. And I think this is the car bugging scene.
Who knows? Who cares?
Yeah, who cares?
Like nothing about this makes any sense.
Oh,
there's nothing to follow.
Oh no! Yeah, this is I loved it. This is the scene where he goes and he meets the guy on the strip, and it's just like some random guy who he's like, oh, it's gonna be the biggest.
No, it's the agent later.
Well, I don't know. Sure, yeah, probably, yeah. It's one of those guys, but it's not the little pudgy, vanilla-faced kid. It's
not the one who's like, you're the best.
Yeah,
ever.
that guy.
I love you, Neil Breen.
That guy's a great actor, but
you're a genius, the best. But you know that. No, this time it's personal. An assassination. We want to kill someone.
It's the other one, the older one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and they're talking, and he says like it's gonna be. He says something like.
This is bigger than 9/11 or all the catastrophes.
Biggest since 9/11 and after 9/11
all the
that we
things
caught.
Yes.
He is planning something very big. Bigger than 9/11 or any of the other larger catastrophes we caught in time after 9/11. The public wasn't even aware of.
That's because all the worst things were Neil Breen, and they didn't catch it because it's Neil Breen.
It's Neil Breen. You can't catch him. You can't stop him. But in this scene, this is my favorite thing about this whole scene, the conversation. Neil Breen doesn't have a conversation with the guy. The guy's talking to Neil Breen. Neil Breen goes, and then turns and just monologues to space.
I'm always amazed at how governments all over the world are so concerned about nuclear missiles and nuclear bombs, and all the very expensive and secret technology involved.
Like he's like the shot of him, the guy is here, and then he just turns and he's like delivering a speech back and forth, like he's reading off teleprompters.
And we're back to shots that are just the sky.
The Neil Breen classic. Put that camera on the ground, shoot it up into a blue sky, so you don't have to know where you are, and you can do it wherever you want, and you can place those shots.
Even though you're around buildings that are like 12 stories tall.
I know. Oh, fuck. Oh God, it's so good. It's so good. So good. So good. So good.
I need to know that something extraordinary is possible.
It is possible. It is possible. Anything's possible.
This is when he meets the old cuts back to the desert.
this old guy who he sees, right? He looks at him.
Yeah,
has the gun out.
Yeah.
And then like, oh, you're just.
He goes,
you're
"You
just an
don't
old
look
man."
like a terrorist."
Old man, you don't look like a terrorist to me.
Which, all right, Neil Breen.
I don't know that.
I don't know what that means, but
that beard.
And he goes, "You don't look like a terrorist," and then just goes up the mountain.
And then the guy slips
on a rock and falls
and cracks his skull open.
And Neil Breen's like, "Was that the sound of you dying? What was that I heard?" And comes back over the mountain and comes down to him. And I think we speculated the first time we reviewed this that might be supposed to be Neil Breen from the future or something like that. Maybe
this was your Breeniverse.
Yes, that was it. I think I was hoping that this was future old man Neil Breen time traveling back to give him the stone that sets off the first Infinity Stone, that sets off the chain of events that lead to all future Neil Breen films. Is Neil Breen from the future coming back, dying on a rock? The blood looks great. And giving him a piece of fool's gold, which he grabs, and he tells him, "You are the one," because why not? The Matrix.
You're the one. You're the chosen one.
You're the one. And then there's eagle stock footage. We don't get a tiger in this one, but we get an eagle.
A bald. We get nothing more American than juxtaposing Neil Breen with an American bald eagle.
You just need a big American flag waving in the background. Neil Breen, wind in the hair, eagle like next. Oh.
He has all the medals.
I know he has all of the medals. Rich Evans, he has them all.
How many medals does he have?
All of them. He has all of them. Even medals that I'm sure he's not supposed to have, like the Purple Heart, because who's gonna harm Neil Breen?
How could Neil Breen have ever been injured in combat to receive that medal? He's the best.
Unless
he stole it, stolen valor.
Bizarro Neil Breen. Somebody try making a clone of Neil Breen.
Shit. Oh shit, that's a movie that needs to be done. We gotta fuck this whenever he's kickstarting right now. He needs to change it, Neil Breen.
That movie does exist already. He does have. There is a second Neil Breen.
Badass dude of all time and all good at the same.
What are you guys talking about? That's already a thing.
He only kills a lot of people in every movie.
Yeah. This is where we get to, after he meets his dead parents, the dinner scene table, which is...
He starts off the conversation with, "So I saw my parents."
Did you see them? My parents?
Yeah. Never mind.
Never mind.
Never mind.
No, never mind.
Nobody... Who are these
And they don't
people?
even address the fact that, "Oh, Neil, you mean your parents who died many years ago?" Because I'm your good friend, because we're having dinner together
We
at my
assume
house?
maybe they're his good friend. We don't know who they are, friends. But also, this is the other so it's the Fateful Findings dinner table, for one thing, which is amazing. And they have just as little food on the table in this scene as they did in Fateful Findings. Because Neil Breen can't afford to buy a fucking pizza or something, apparently, and put it on the table. But all the plates are empty. But he's sitting there explaining that he's a secret agent and that it's not like it is in the movies.
You know, the public perception of what we do for a living really constantly amazes me. They think all that we do is drive around and get caught up in spectacular car chases and huge buildings blowing up and wild gunfire.
Who are these people? It's a little girl there. You don't...
Why are you telling people this?
He's like, yeah, you know, it's not like you see in the movies. It's not all car chases and explosions.
He's endangering them.
Yeah, what? Who are they? Are they also secret agents? What is this? What is happening? And then some little girl gets up and leaves. And the best line. The best line.
Megan has brain cancer.
I gotta tell you a secret.
Speaking of secrets, here's one I want to share with you. Our daughter Megan was just diagnosed with brain cancer.
Little kids having cancer shouldn't be as hilarious as it is in this movie.
Neil Breen's reaction to that is just the best look of concern I've ever seen.
Oh my god.
Which is equivalent to, "Oh no."
Oh no, I'm so sorry.
He looks so upset that she has brain cancer. But guess what? You are now free of PTSD.
He has magic powers that get rid of the brain cancer. Does it only work on head shit?
And shit. Well, you need some right now. You can use a
guess
little bit of
so.
that brain cure. Yeah, but he fucking rubs her head and says, but then shit, it doesn't work.
No, that can't be. I cured her. I cured her.
I've got to take this other call.
Right? Because later in the
And then
movie, he's like, she still had cancer.
The only thing Neil Breen succeeds at in this movie is the decoy people he kills
Accidentally.
to
Kills the
set
wrong
up to
people.
set up the Las Vegas stuff.
Yeah. It's so amazing. But yeah, he cures her of brain cancer, and then he grabs the rock.
It's a good idea to save often.
Do I have a little? It's like this. He's like, got the fucking music.
Neil.
The filters are active. Proceed.
Oh, he's a shot right after this where he's sleeping in his little car in the back seat, shirtless, with a laptop on his
Olunga.
balls. That's not good for the old giblets. They're gonna cook him right up.
Well, like he sleeps in his car, and like his feet are hanging
With the
out.
door open.
What? Do you realize how cold it gets in the desert
Really
at night?
fucking cold, and he's shirtless with a little blanket with the door open. Okay, good one, Neil. So this is the next scene. Is he meets the people in the parking lot for the anthrax that gets found. And this is the part where
Oh, the anthrax he intentionally like knocks off and just
falls on the
leaks
ground,
everywhere.
and then they leave there.
Yeah.
Airborne anthrax is lethal once inhaled. Be careful.
You just let the anthrax blow away into the wind. Like, that's really irresponsible, but okay. And who needs that much anthrax? I thought it was drugs initially, because it's a fucking...
It's a bag of flour that's duct tape.
Yeah, it's exactly what it is. It's a bag of flour duct tape. Like, that is so much anthrax. Don't you just need, like, the tiniest little bit to kill somebody? Why do you need fucking 10 pounds of anthrax?
Well, I mean, I guess we could email Al-Qaeda. They should know.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's get on that. Let's get on some lists. I need to be on some lists.
How much anthrax do I need to kill somebody?
Hey Siri. How much anthrax does it take to kill somebody? Hey Siri, Brexit take to kill somebody? That's what it says. I don't know how to respond. No, how much anthrax does it take to kill somebody? How much anthrax does it take to kill somebody? Well, this time you heard it right. You know that you just don't want to tell me.
Of course, Brian's kind of douchebag. We have an English version of Siri.
How does she not know how to respond to that? That's a very straightforward question. You're useless, Siri.
Your information's been brought to the authorities.
I think that's a reasonable question
But
to
it's
want
like,
to know.
look. We know this much. To kill somebody, it's enough to put into an envelope and mail to the president.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, yay.
Let's move away from the cars. They may be wired.
Okay, so then the woman puts a little thing in a gum and bumps it onto his car. And then, what is this? So there's also a woman filming with a camcorder
who just gets shot.
And we never know who she is, who she's filming for, who shoots her, why she gets shot, what she's filming. We assume she's filming them. She's also the least covert filming of she's just leaning out the window of her car with a camcorder like,
Excuse me, can you move? I'm recording secret stuff.
The drug deal over there, I know you're not you. I don't care about you and your fucking kid. Get out of the way. The people...
I'm filming illegal activities over here.
Then yeah, she gets shot in the head. And it looks like, I don't know if it was digitally done or if like they shot like a paintball at her head.
No, they did that.
Is it like a paintball or something? That's what it looked like. And I was like, Jesus, that's not safe. So then this is where it gets to the wedding thing, and Neil Breen steals that limo. I don't understand what this is all about.
Rolls-Royce?
What is the point of this?
The
Is this-
Rolls-Royce from
Yeah,
Fateful Findings?
Yes, it is. that mysterious.
Also,
healed
it's
woman
the
climbs
Rolls
out of-
Royce that hit him. I'm a witness.
I'm a witness. I'm a witness.
It's the Rolls Royce that hit him. I saw it. I'm a witness.
So he steals a. Why is he killing these random people?
He was hired to kill one person to send a message to the.
Okay, that's what I thought. And the first time I watched the movie, I didn't know at all why. But I put together this time they were saying like we got to go after their people that are close to them or something.
Yeah,
like that.
to make them stop whatever they're doing.
We want to kill someone. By killing their loved ones, we'll destroy their spirit, their heart, and hopefully, their organization.
Right. So it's just some random people who just got married at.
And of course, what's the obvious thing that you poisoned? That's strawberries that you put into wine glasses.
It's so fucking weird. So he picks up this couple at this wedding chapel in his limo, poisons their strawberries, and then she immediately has second.
Well, no shit, you got married in Vegas.
Yeah.
You tell me one person who hasn't had second thoughts about getting married in Vegas.
Fair enough. But and this is also just a great thing where the car is clearly driving in the exterior shots, and then they cut to them talking, and it's just
It's
the car
stationary.
Only Las Vegas.
I can't believe this.
It's stationary.
They did the fucking Shark Attack 3D thing where it's like the boat's like, "Rrrr," and then it cuts to them and they're just sitting there doing their conversation.
Hey guys, check this out. I was going.
Neil Breen's like 10 more minutes and we'll get to your hotel.
Congratulations again. We'll be at the hotel in 10 minutes.
Yeah.
No, it's gonna be longer than that at this
Because
rate.
you're not moving. Neil, the car has to be driving to go places.
But I am sure that he killed that guy.
I don't feel well.
I think so too. I thought so
Because
too.
he put his body in the trunk.
Although when he's putting his body in the trunk, the guy
Yeah,
clearly climbs.
Hang on, let me help you here.
Oh shit. Okay, so then yeah, he like paralyzes the girl somehow.
I want to be married to you. I do.
And then realizes he had the wrong people.
What do you mean I picked up the wrong couple? Shit. The other couple, my target, went to the lake.
And then he yells at her to get out of here. The wedding's over.
Get out! Get out! The marriage is over. Get out!
She's paralyzed.
Like,
She can't get out of the vehicle. She's paralyzed.
Get out. What do you want me to do?
And then she puts her down next to her now dead husband, who she's having second thoughts about. That was a quick resolve.
Well, yeah, she got out of that one nice and easy.
But she's horrified. A guy killed this man that she's known very well enough so that they got married.
Yeah, at least somewhat.
And then just started yelling at her and dumped her in the desert somewhere.
Paralyzed next to staring at her dead husband's body.
Here's your husband.
She has to lay there and just stare at her dead husband that she doesn't actually love. That's some intense symbolism going on there. Oh, man.
But he hunts down the other couple, who are in a. We see them from behind. They're all like, "Oh, we're just lovey-dovey here." He's moving in there with a gun. They have bullet holes in their heads.
And he says,
They committed suicide.
"Then what were you there for?"
and he says,
words.
He says they committed suicide because they knew what was coming for them. Well, what was coming for them was death. So they killed themselves.
Neil Breen was coming for them.
Right. But also, that's the most impressive suicide. They shot themselves in the head and managed to stay sitting up next to each other on a fucking stump in the middle of the desert. That's not how gravity works. Alright.
Forgive me. Forgive me. Make time stand still.
I don't need water. I don't need food. I just need Neil Breen jogging up desert hills. Because that is the greatest thing. Oh, and then so he decides to go on a fucking random killing spree on the strip, and this scene's great. He's just like by the fountains at the fucking Bellagio or whatever, and he
just rubs anthrax on people.
Like a pound of anthrax on some dude's arm and goes, "Oh, excuse me."
Oh, excuse me.
Just rubs.
It says it's airborne. He says A, it's airborne, and B, he'll be dead in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Once it gets into the air, it kills immediately on contact. He'll be dead in 5 minutes.
Why'd you rub it on his forearm?
Along with yourself and everybody
he
else.
was wearing a glove. Yeah, because it's air. Neil was wearing a glove, but still, yeah. Why does he just rubs it?
Well, just to true, that's a biomedical implants.
Sure.
Oh, excuse me.
So speaking of the biomedical implants, this is where I started to think maybe this time around viewing it that I was catching on to something that was going on here. When he's waking up next to the car, because there's one point here where they show him, he's like cutting a knife into his arm, and he's digging out one of the biomedical implants, I assume.
Mm-hmm.
And then he passes out, and then he wakes up. The next shot is him waking up next to the car. And I was starting to think, okay, so is this what's going on here? It's him, over the course of the movie, slowly removing all the biomedical implants, becoming more human, less robot or whatever, cyborg. But he forgets every time, and he writes help on the car for him. Himself writes it on the car, and then he wakes up the next morning, doesn't remember that he did that, but he's slowly removing all of the biomedical implants from his body, so that by the end of the film, he becomes pure human breed.
That makes so much sense because I Am Here Now and in Pass Through, the whole thing about that is him being an extra dimensional time being or whatever, who takes on human form and becomes more human throughout the movie.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think that's what's going on. And to help me is him pleading with himself, like, I gotta help, like, I need help.
I mean, we're giving him obviously
way too much credit, but I think that may just be what those scenes are with him waking up in the desert. Because she has that one scene where he cuts that thing out of his arm, and then the next scene is him waking up next to the car with the blood.
All this does is validate for me that Fateful Findings is the most grounded in reality.
Fateful Findings actually makes a lot of sense compared to most of these movies.
You were given a power. It's in the room. Be careful. They will harm you.
You know?
Then we get to the prostitute scene.
Holy shit! Okay,
it's amazing. It's amazing.
First off,
it's amazing.
The fact that I mean, she's $100 isn't gonna get you much.
I'll pay you $100.
Only $100?
Oh no!
Come on, baby.
It's a setup.
Well, he doesn't hire. He's not hiring her for sex.
No sex.
Yeah, no, she's hired as a.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's in Jim's Ferrari.
He calls her. Well, I gotta talk about the Ferrari. He calls her and goes, I love the line. He goes, "Hey, what's up, baby?" Or "How's business?" And she goes, "Very hot."
How's business?
Very hot.
That's how Neil Breen thinks prostitutes like responded out of such a weird thing to say. Very hot. Okay. All right. But so he goes and gets a Ferrari. He goes, "Well, I need you to do a thing for me. I'll pay you, but not for sex." And she goes, "Okay." Hangs up. He goes to get a car.
Okay, I'll see you in a few minutes.
Very hot. He goes to get a car, and he gets to this lot, and there's a Ferrari.
It is nothing but red cars.
Nothing but red cars. But he sees this Ferrari, and I love this, and I don't understand why this is like this. But he gets it. They show the shot from the back of the Ferrari, and the license plate says Ferrari, but it's spelled wrong. It's spelled F-A-R-R-A-R-I. Ferrari is F-E-R-R-A-R-I.
I can steal any car, anytime. With these electronic locks and ignitions, it's so easy.
He also says at this point, "I know everything. That's more than the government knows."
I know everything. That's more than the government knows.
That's more than most people
know. That's more than anybody knows. It's everything. Neil? So he picks up this guy.
This guy who has the greatest mustache goatee combo ever.
Isn't Vegas wonderful?
I love how Neil's like, look guys, it's fake.
Holy shit, it's him!
It's like, whoa!
Whoa, holy
You
shit!
saw through that, Neil Breen?
You really are the best.
You could tell that mustache and beard wasn't real. Man, you must be the master spy.
His fucking mustache looked like it belonged on a barbershop quartet.
It's like the world's worst fake mustache. It looks like it's made out of like fucking plastic. It looks like, oh my god, it's ridiculous.
That could have literally been like part of a broom bristle.
Yeah. Literally found the worst possible fake mustache we could have found, and he's like, look, it is him.
Holy shit, it's him!
Oh my god.
And then they draw their guns
Yeah.
at him. He's unconscious.
Oh, it is him. Oh my god. Well, clearly those two idiots couldn't see through the fake mustache. But I love the reason he hired the prostitute.
Was just to have him look one way.
Isn't Vegas wonderful? It certainly is.
Oh my god.
It's the dumbest thing in any Neil Breen film that has ever happened. He paid a prostitute to walk near his car so the guy would go, and so he could stick a drug in his neck. You could just do that, Neil Breen. You won't notice the point of the prostitute. It's the stupidest thing. I'm so mad. I forgot about this scene, but I remember how mad I was the first time, and I got even madder this time. Cause if he looks at her, Neil Breen sticks the thing in his neck, boop, out, she gets in the car and drives away. And then they kill her!
They got her. They finally got to her. She's gone. The CIA has just lost a good agent.
For walking down the street! Why does she get...
Because Vegas is a hard life, alright?
I couldn't, I was like, Neil, really? You hired a prostitute to walk down the street so that a guy would turn his head 6 inches to the right, so that way he wouldn't see you knock him out with a drug? Okay, I guess.
He's a secret agent, alright? You're gonna question his methods?
Yes! Yes, I am. Oh my god.
Hey, Ferrari, who's your friend?
Holy shit, it's him! It's him!
Put your guns away and tranquilize them.
I do kind of love this score, though. the recurring theme with the nice, like, Enya vocals. So so those two guys are CIA agents or something, or whatever they are. I don't even know. He takes them on a drug bust, an anthrax bust.
He takes them to a place that looks like a scene from Black Hawk Down.
Yeah.
Like, you go he says, oh, it's just 5 miles out of Vegas. It looks like a bombed out city.
This looks like a target of mine overseas, and it's only 5 miles outside of Vegas.
Yeah, I don't know. But he takes those guys there and he goes, it'll be good for your resume.
This is an anthrax dealer. We're going in for the buy. It's good for your resume.
Okay, and then so they busted, the guys give him anthrax.
Well, no, he has a vial of some sort of chemical agent.
Kool-Aid.
Kool-Aid. He gives a vial of Kool-Aid. That he's like, oops, I dropped it. Everybody run!
It broke open. Run!
Run!
That's what he says. He goes, it broke open, run! And everybody scatters. And then he says, kill him!
Run!
Kill him.
And then but there's no fight scene. It just cuts. He goes, kill them all. And then it cuts.
Everybody's dead.
It went down. Your men did just fine.
and then they're all dead,
They're
I
dead.
guess, because then it's just like, good job, guys. You did
I don't
it.
want any part of this. I was never here.
Yeah.
You guys take the credit.
I want you two to take credit for this bust. I don't want any part of it. Congratulations.
And then as he's leaving, he drives into the sunset. The CIA guy's like, well, you know, the orders are not to track him anymore because
he's protected.
He's on a quest. Don't ask, he's protected. From the very top, extremely top secret.
He's just too much of a breeze for us, man. We can't chase him anymore.
So the orders up from the top is not to track him or follow him anymore. It's too smart for us.
Because there's a shot of Neil hacking next to a train. And I love, he's hacking next to the train, he's hacking, and then he looks over at the train and reaches and like, can't reach it, and then goes back to hacking.
I need to begin the diversionary attacks to distract the military and the police from the main attack.
It's like when my cat gets distracted by something just out of its reach, and it's like,
Well, that's the
fuck
part
it.
where he said, like, this is where I control subways, you know,
Yeah.
planes and
Yeah, yeah,
trains,
yeah.
And like, this is where he's setting up the decoy, like, attacks, so he can do his main attack. This is the part where he's literally killing people in major metropolitan areas to distract from the Las Vegas attack.
Yeah, no, and then he kills some random people in the desert. But nobody.
No.
We don't ever see anybody. We just see guns laying against a rock.
Sorry for disturbing your lunches,
Close up of
boys.
Neil. Bang, bang, bang,
And
bang,
he's got
bang.
blood.
But there was no other people. He couldn't film with anybody else, so it's just him.
All this fake ass like AR-15s. That
Yeah, they're just lined up against the rock.
Didn't mean to disturb your lunch.
Let me read another. Go back to Tales from Brian's notes watching Double Run. Yeah, you wave that wrench around those satellite dishes, you sexy fuck. I'm masturbating. I'm literally just jerking off to this right now.
He just rubs the wrench on the satellite dish.
Shirtless.
Clank, clank.
Clank.
That's technology. Look at me clink.
Oh, it's so good. Okay, realizes at this point that he like lost his rock and he's digging through because somebody says it calls him and it's like she died, so like the girl died, I guess, right? Because he definitely gets a phone call and I assume it's from that guy saying she didn't make it.
Megan's dead of
Yeah.
cancer because brain cancer
because you didn't cure it.
Because you're a fucking crazy person. You basically gave us the false promise like a snake oil
He
salesman.
just stuck his hand on her head and went, "She's fine."
You Billy Hinned her.
Yes, he absolutely did.
Benny Hinn? Whatever his
Hinn.
name is.
Billy, Benny
The guy
Hinn.
who's currently under investigation.
For hitting people with coats and knocking them over. So then he's digging through all his empty tuna cans, which is a thing Neil Breen would do. She's got all of his empty tuna cans.
Well, he can't. No, they might have his DNA on them. He can't let that out.
That's
People might
true.
clone him.
If only
Which, by the
Neil
way,
Breen, clone yourself in real life and in your movies. So then I don't know what happens here, but he decides he can't go on with this. He goes, "I can't go on with this."
Can't go on with this. I can't go on with this. I'm an American. I'm an American. I love this country.
No, you don't.
My country.
I'm American. I love this
I'm
country.
American. This is my country. I don't know what he's talking about. Or earlier in the movie, in a similar light, he goes, "I love the troops. I support the troops, but they fucking suck and can't do this job."
I think this might be his presidential bid.
Yeah, right?
I support our troops, but there's no way for them to win a modern war. That's been shown by the results of the past few wars.
And he's like, you know what? I support the troops, but they're not prepared to fight in this war. All right, whatever. And so, but let's see. Oh my god! Every time I watch this movie, if you watch none of the rest of this movie, this 1 3-second clip, 6 to 10 second clip of Neil Breen running down a mountain, screaming, and into the desert. much he commits because he fucking runs into the goddamn desert.
He's just screaming like, ah! This is like something that's straight out of the original Star Trek series.
Yeah, oh yeah. Or it's like something from a Monty Python skit or movie where he's like, I'm so sad, running down a hill, and literally keeps cutting, and he's like way going
But
into the
this is
desert.
what I was talking about, where it's like he's killing people, leaving their bodies in the desert rock because there's a skeleton leg.
Yeah. That, or it's supposed to be his wife, like his dead fiance.
Or he forgot to move props off.
Or he forgot to move props. Who fucking knows? Oh, and then it cuts to Neil in his car. There's just a random kid in the car with him. That's Neil bringing him as a younger Neil Breen. But the kid's just looking at him, and Neil's really confused. And I'm like, this is probably something that has happened to Neil Breen before. He's been in the car. He's been like, where did this kid come from? And the kid's just looking at him like, what? What's going on?
I've worked with children in the industry before. And like they have to have a guardian on set with them.
Yes.
But like they have to have a guardian on set at all times. For legal reasons, obviously. So, like, just imagine that child's parent watching this scene unfold, and then watching their brain melt trying to comprehend this, and the kid being like, "I'm in a movie now."
So then we cut to he leaves the desert, and this is the worst.
Oh no!
He cuts to, and we
What
see
have
this
I done to my
old
child?
businessman, and these shots.
No, these were not old businessmen. These were FBI director, CIA director, director of Homeland Security.
Right. Sorry. I meant in real life what they are is that Neil Breen goes to the strip, stands outside a convention center, waits for old business guys in a convention to come out, and goes, I'll give you $100 and some cocaine if you read a line for me in front of this camera.
And by the way, the first guy they had, the guy that plays the senator, literally sounds like he does like voice work for like holiday vacation type stuff.
More precautions than ever have been taken to keep Las Vegas a safe place to visit and have a great time.
Come down in the exciting Las Vegas Strip. It's fun and safe just for you.
Yeah, that guy's amazing. I also love the one guy. There's the one guy who has there's this one guy who just has the best delivery on all of his lines. He's like an older guy with white hair.
This event will force us to totally restructure our intelligence.
I really hope that I just saved.
Who are the guys by the trains? I know.
That was
I hope I did not forget to
I
save.
can't tell if they were
Oh my
after
god,
Neil Breen
please
or
don't.
Neil Breen, if this was another agency attack that they hired him for.
But what
they
is that whole scene?
They shot one guy and then the other two ran off, and the dude just shoots
his partner?
his comrade. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what any of that is or why it's there.
Why you do things? Why is this movie doing things?
I don't know, man.
And then he has a major crisis of character.
And he asks for help from a rock.
I've got to get out of here. I need your help now, more than ever.
My brain. Okay. So this is where my hair's gonna be all fucked up. Okay, so
Go to Code Orange.
Go to Code Orange. Go to Code Orange.
Code Red.
Go to Code Red.
Go to Code Red.
But he's like calling all these senators and shit. He's like, I'm calling all of you via conference call.
Be quiet and listen. I'm calling
Shut the
all of
fuck
you
up.
simultaneously by way of conference call.
You're holding 3 cell phones up.
Conference call. That's not a conference call, Neil Breen. That's using 3 phones. What are you doing?
You need to do what I'm going to tell you immediately to prevent a national catastrophe.
Okay, so then it's just like the ending makes no sense. Nothing really happens. The world blows up. Like random stock footage of wildfires and shit like that for no reason.
Well, I think those were all the distractions.
Right. But for what?
For the main attack in
What
Las
is the
Vegas
main
that
attack?
he doesn't do.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So then he goes into the desert and he finds his dead wife alive and he's carrying her down a mountain and then she disappears and then she reappears and then she disappears. And then there's them as kids, which Neil Breen does in all of his movies, where it's him, it's the lost innocence of youth themes, Neil stuff, things, movie ends. I don't know. What else happens at the end?
They drive off into the sunset and presumably with more to it.
And then there's a ghost fiance in the back seat. And she says he says thank you for loving me.
Thank you for loving me.
Oh man, I'm done.
This is the way it had to be, Brian. This is the way it had to be.
Forgive me. It had to be this way.
Wrote that down. Maybe the most fitting and best closing line in cinematic history. Neil Breen says out loud, forgive me. It had to be this way. Finn. Like, that is the perfect closing line for this movie. And I'm like, you know what, Neil Breen? You got me.
Forgive me. It had to be this way.
What do you think of the credits with makeup? None. Lighting? None.
What blew my mind more than that was that he didn't edit this motherfucker. He had an editor named Hayden Lane who edited. Somebody else cut this piece of shit together. Somebody else. It doesn't. How did somebody edit this who wasn't so like intimately? He had to have been sitting there over their shoulder going, no, put this here, put this here. Because it's so much nonsense. There's no way that you would look at a script and get footage and this is what you would cut together. Like, maybe it's a pseudonym. Maybe like he edited it, but just put somebody. I don't know.
Well, does his name have any N's or B's in it?
Hayden Lane. There is an N.
There you go.
Holy shit.
Forgive me.
That was an experience. We're doing that review again. I didn't remember. I don't. What's happening? Oh God.
This transcends good, bad.
Good, bad.
Or bad, bad.
It's good, bad, man. It's Neil Breen. You didn't even need us to get here.
It's just
for you to know.
Neil Breen. Just
you didn't need to. You knew coming in what you were getting with a Neil Breen film. It's good, bad. 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 One thing, donate. Neil Breen's got a Kickstarter going. He's trying to make another movie. Go help him. Go donate. We're gonna donate some money. We haven't yet. We will. It's gonna shoot it all at night. All at night. And it's gonna be much more serious and dramatic.
Not in the desert.
Not in the desert. And he said it's gonna be unlike any of his previous films, which I'm pretty sure is exactly what he said for Pass Through. Fairly certain. So
which is
we'll
exactly
see.
Like all of his films.
Yeah, we'll see. But he said it's not gonna be anything like his other films. So yeah, support Neil Breen, guys. He's the master of good, bad. He's really just that good. I want to throw this out to you all. We have a little T-shirt design Kyle mocked up that if anybody's interested, kick back some. Let us know if this would be the kind of T-shirt you might like. It's the quantum physics
T-shirt design.
T-shirt design. If that's something that might interest you, leave a comment. Let us know. Send a message on Facebook that would be something you'd be interested in, and we can maybe figure out a way to make that happen. Because it's kind of a good I think people just love a good shirt like that. This is a great shirt.
It's the hair that
the hair
puts it
really
together.
makes it, yeah. And the it's great. Well, you're already looking at it right now. I have it in the video. Patreon.com/GBRBB. $2 a month gets you access to our back catalog of Kyle Hates Everything, the predecessor to this show. Basically, it was the audio-only format of what this show became, or is now.
Listen to us bitch about just everything.
Yeah, everything. And $5 a month, you get access to Good, Bad, or Bad, Bad Broken Dreams, a show where we go back through our cinematic upbringing, the films we have created, and talk about them, make fun of them, laugh at each other.
You can see how terrible we were, and still are.
But yeah, so that's the other thing you can do if you want to support us. Otherwise, just keep watching movies, keep watching Neil Breen, keep loving life, keep living. Neil Breen.
I'll guide you. picture I'm from.
Damn it. 3 or 2E.
Now, our last film, brought to us by KFC, is Double Down. Apparently, is it starring Neil Breen?
Yes, both of Neil Breen's films are starring Neil Breen.
And he directs them.
And he directs them and writes them and shoots them, and everything is just him.
Okay.
It's literally like watching someone's dream. Fateful Findings is like watching someone have a bad dream.
After all, I controlled access to the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency.
What?
Full access to
Guys,
anything
we're not
and
watching a bad movie. We're watching a Neil
even
Breen
from my
movie.
little simple, brilliant setup.
Well, he's very proud of his face. He gives us no information, and he has a tiny Las Vegas sign stuck in his neck. But apparently he's just in love with himself or something. I don't know. Is that him?
Yeah.
Or is that an actor?
That's him. That's Neil Breen.
Yeah, so
Neil Breen is an actor.
no, all right.
Read the review.
Stunning desperation, 4 stars. Wow.
Stunning desperation.
The winner,
I feel like
dangerously controversial.
I feel like that was a review I got on Tinder once. Stunning desperation.
Governments don't dare try to kill me. I've let them all know that I've planted biological bombs in 7 major cities around the world. I've also secretly notified all the major news agencies of my plan.
Jay, you missed it. He has set up a thing that if anyone tries to kill him, he'll destroy America. Wait, what?
Wait.
Oh,
What?
for some time without being found. I disappear.
Bye.
I become invisible.
What?
What?
Force shield will cause death.
Oh.
Force shield! It was a force shield!
I'm so excited to be able to see this with you guys.
The controversial story of a lone genius who closes down the Las Vegas Strip. I don't know how or why, but the government can't stop him, and he reunites with his dead girlfriend each night. That's the synopsis.
Both of the Neil Breen films I'm familiar with feature a overabundance of ideas, mainly centered around him having secret knowledge and being a genius. People constantly complimenting him for being a genius. It's sort of like In the Room, where they're like, "You're such a good guy, Tommy," the whole movie, or Johnny, "You're such a good guy," except for in this, he's a genius.
I've got him on GPS.
Who?
We'll meet there.
Where?
What?
Back. Okay. Back
He's
to the.
back there again?
Sure.
Nope, no bullets in here, check.
I'm not sure he ever left.
No bullets in here, check.
Still trying to get that DirecTV?
He's not even tightening anything. He's just running, like moving.
I have got to see Dancing with the Stars. I broke his laptop just now. Another truck laptop. All right.
Is he hoping that, like, by getting the satellites going, it'll make his laptops turn on?
I don't know. Like he's just trying to tune in power. Put some good wrench on this.
Can you run us through what's happening on the back of?
Well,
because it looks like a lot.
I can barely read the font.
Just so, I mean, like,
It's black text overlaid on an image. An edgy action thriller set in Las Vegas during a terrorist attack. A genius computer loner takes control of the city and the attack as he fights with his fits of overwhelming depression and obsessions with love and death. Are you scared? Because you should be. Bang! Neil Breen.
Now, let's make some predictions. Do you think they film anywhere near the Las Vegas Strip? Or just show a picture of it?
You know what? I think it's going to be in the movie.
You think so?
I think Neil Breen is crazy enough and doesn't understand permits.
Okay.
And this probably isn't any kind, there's no kind of union involvement, there's probably no kind of production company involved. So I would be unsurprised if he just goes out there and steals shots.
I'm going to predict there's a shot of him walking down the strip and some guy holding the camera secretly, and it's like, you know, really terrible looking. And then the rest of it is stock footage or stuff he shot from a hotel room window.
I mean, we should be so lucky.
We'll see. We'll see. Double Down just went down.
Dude, that's why I wanted to meet you, man, because you're funny.
I didn't find that funny.
No, I can't be.
Look at all that tuna.
Oh my god, so much tuna!
All the tuna.
I've got to take this other call.
Wait, he's got another call. He's got a call waiting.
How do you know?
Slow motion shot of a shadow in a car seat.
Where is he?
No.
Who is it?
What's happening?
Yes, what are the answer to any of these questions?
Oh my. Oh, the rock is in the tuna.
There's the magic rock that. That's the rock that cures brain cancer.
Yeah. It was in a tuna can.
Of course.
Where else would it be?
Where would you keep it? Shooting the people in
I
the
don't
blood.
know.
Where's his vest with his medals? What is going on?
Why did he follow the ground?
I can't go on with this.
You do anything. What the fuck are you doing?
This is an outtake.
I love this country. My country.
So our final film of the night, possibly of our entire lives, because I don't think there's anywhere to go but downhill from here, was Double Down, written, directed, and starring
And edited and sound by-
edited sound Neil Breen. Rich Evans, please explain the plot of Neil Breen's Double Down.
In detail.
In detail. Me? Yes.
You're looking at the cover like it's gonna help you. There's no help for you there.
It's just his face.
I'm gonna say his face really kind of conveys everything.
There is no God for you now, Rich Evans.
Neil Breen stars as Fantasy Neil Breen, who is the world's greatest secret agent, soldier, hacker, computer scientist, biotechnology developing terrorist with magic cancer powers.
Given to him by his rock.
Given to him by a magic rock, given to him by an old man that he finds in the desert, and he's going to use his secret agent, bioterrorist, hacking powers to...
Is he good at that stuff?
Well, he's the best at that stuff that has ever been. And he's going to do that to buy and spread anthrax, to threaten Vegas.
What will he do if they try to stop him?
Because I need to think about this. Goddammit! You can't just interrupt me like that when I'm talking about a Neil Breen film. Vegas, terrorist attack, which he's going to start.
He's the best,
and he's going to stop. He's stopping the terrorists that he started.
How good is he at this stuff?
Because his dead wife would want that, because they had to kill the wife, because he's too good at his job.
We'll always be together.
And
do we see his ball sack?
If they killed him, they can't kill him, because if they kill him, then he'll kill everyone in the country. So they can't kill him. So they kill his wife.
Yes, no, do we see
But
his ball
but
sack?
not his family
Rich,
that we
Rich,
meet
Rich,
for one
Rich,
scene.
Rich.
How good is he at this?
He's
How
the
good is he?
he's the best at
Rich,
this.
do we see his ball sack?
Talk about his ball sack.
Yes, we see his ball sack. We see his ball sack. He's the best. He has the best ball sack. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
But Rich.
Oh my God.
No, Rich.
And he is the best that has ever been at being his job as a super secret agent, bioterrorist activist. And he wakes up every morning under his car with "Help me" written in blood.
What does he eat,
But
Rich?
it's not his blood. He eats tuna. He loves tuna. He really loves tuna. I mean, he loves tuna so much that he almost gets into a car accident.
Rich, how many cell phones
because
does he
eats
have?
He
How
has,
many cell phones?
He has as many cell phones as he has laptops. And that's a lot of laptops, goddammit. That's a lot of broken laptops.
How many DirecTV satellite dishes?
He only has 2, but he uses them constantly. He just can't get them to work. Every morning, he has to put them on his car by like waving around a wrench near the base of the already attached satellite dish.
He has the tinfoil out. He's like,
Rich.
And then he walks up a hill.
Rich, who are the
Or maybe
people
he
by the
runs
train?
away from the hill. But then he wakes up by his car.
Who are the people
and
by
by
the
his
train?
car, it's written "Help me" in blood.
Who are the people by the train, Rich?
What train? I don't even remember the train.
When the guy, the black guy, and he shoots him in the head. Who the? What?
Hey!
What is happening?
Oh God, no! I thought you were talking about his family who showed up in one scene.
Who are his mom and dad? Are they
Who
alive
might
or
not be
dead?
his family. Well, they're dead, but he talks to them, and he asks them if he's dead. But he doesn't know if they don't know if he's dead, or do they know?
Is
I
his
don't
wife
know what
a
they
skull?
know.
Is she a skull or a ghost?
Well, sometimes she's a ghost, sometimes she's a skull, sometimes she's naked in a pool.
Did you say a ghost?
She's a ghost.
Like a skull ghost?
She's a skull. There might be a skull ghost. Sometimes she's just like a bit of hair that's sticking out of his sack.
Rich,
I guess if Sal destroys stuff, you don't
how
get
much stock footage is
the
in
ball?
this? Is
Question
it a
mark?
little bit or a lot?
How this movie is nothing but stuff. It's meaningless, empty stuff that has no purpose. But it's the best stuff. It's the best stuff that has ever been because Neil Breen is the best at stuff, and Neil Breen is the best person who has ever eaten tuna.
How many medals does he have, Rich? How many medals does he
He has
have?
all of the medals. He has all of them.
The Medal of Honor. The Medal for Meritorious Service.
Defense Military Service. Joint Service Achievement Award.
What did I tell you?
Armed Forces Medal.
I told you.
You were right on every level. Fuck's sake.
The
Purple Heart. Also 15 other medals.
And I'm gonna put them on my cut-off jean jacket.
He wears next to his car.
With no shirt under it.
Remember when he doesn't have a shirt on and then he has a shirt on and then he's shooting nobody?
Oh yeah, he shot at nobody in this movie. I forgot about that.
He keeps answering the phone and no one called and he didn't punch.
No, I think the best scene is when he's assassinating somebody for some reason, because the only way you can fight somebody is to kill somebody that they know. So
You kill your family to kill their spirit.
so his target is getting married in Vegas with a girl he just met.
oh God, this scene.
And so then he picks them up at the wedding chapel dressed as a driver, and then he feeds them poisoned strawberries.
Yes,
And then it
injected.
turns out he murdered the wrong people. So then when he goes to murder the right people, it turns out they already killed themselves because they knew that Neil Breen was coming for them.
They killed themselves by shooting themselves directly in the forehead
While sitting next to each other.
God, end this nightmare.
They committed suicide.
Do you remember for when no good reason Neil Breen just rubs anthrax on somebody's elbow and walks away?
Oh, excuse me.
honestly, our review for this movie, us all just descending into lunacy while Rich tried to explain, I started weeping. I don't know if you registered on film, I was full crying, and not in like a ha-ha way, like in like the end of 2001. I was a monkey looking at a monolith. I saw myself as a baby floating in space. Fuck this movie. Fuck this. 7 days. I feel like I just witnessed something not of this earth.
I can steal any car, anytime.
Yeah.
With a cell phone?
Fuck you!
I've been given this incredible power. Tonight, I believe I cured Megan of cancer.
Megan.
The sacred question of this movie is, would I have sat all the way through it if I didn't have you guys going on this journey with me? And the answer is really simple. No!
How did he get a Rolls Royce?
Because he's not driving it. Look, there's no road.
Like, why are you asking all these questions?
Yeah, it's not worth it anymore, I guess.
No. Fucking questions, Mike.
I'm done. Yeah, I'm done wondering anything about this movie. I'm just letting it go.
I'm on the floor.
I'm just slightly behind.
I have to say, after surviving 30 plus Best of the Worst shows,
Sure.
it's a rare occasion when Jack leans off his seat and moves his head towards the screen.
Yeah.
Because as we all know, Jack has a superpower. But with this, he was like,
I want to understand it, and I don't.
I need more information.
There were moments where we were all physically drawn towards the screen.
I fell off the chair. You were sitting on the floor. I was laying on the thing. We were getting closer to the screen. We needed more.
The movie, it's incomprehensible. It's literally incomprehensible. The question is, did it make sense to Neil Breen when he wrote it? Yes. Because he's a crazy man.
Well, it's the Ed Wood hyper sincerity mixed with the David Lynch, I'm making this movie for me and no one else. Yeah. Like all of his like weird political statements during the movie that are literally just him talking directly to camera, just like this biochemical warfare. We live in a good pour there, Mike.
It's all head.
It's all head.
There's so much to say. It's a complex masterpiece.
It's Alejandro Jodorowsky plus David Lynch plus a 14-year-old who just heard about, like, it's like Holden Caulfield wrote it. Like, yo, man, the world's fucked up, and it's lucky that I, Neo, am here to save the world from everything. It's, oh, Jesus. Oh, my God. Just looking at it is giving me weird flashbacks.
It's like Holden Caulfield wrote it after a traumatic brain injury.
Governments don't dare try to kill me.
Just my girlfriends.
Planted biological bombs in 7 major cities around the world.
There's Neil Breen and a very uncomfortable woman.
Oh, that woman is giving him a kiss. Oh, you're my wife. I love you so much. You only paid me for the day.
He tests out his anthrax by just dumping some in the local water supply? He kills all the fish.
Well, that was just a test. That was just a test.
You gotta test your anthrax out.
But like the whole movie feels like a fever dream. Yeah. Is the most like succinct. I felt like I was watching someone else dream.
Yeah, he's an idiot narcissist.
Yeah, an idiot narcissist.
Jodorowsky is
incredibly
a brilliant
pretentious. Alejandro Jodorowsky is genius. There is an element of genius here, though. There is. We can all acknowledge it. Something cool is happening. It's just happening in the worst way ever. Agree?
Agree.
It's genius, though, by virtue of everything being wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck you, Judah! I don't need you anymore! Fuck you, laptop!
Get rid of all of it. Which movie is the best of the worsts? Rich?
Oh, best of the worst is the fucking Double Down.
Double Down defines best of the worst in a way that it maybe never has been defined before. It is the best at being the worst.
I guess that's skipping right to me. I'm complete agreement with Rich and Max. Double Down is the epitome of best of the worst.
Okay, here's the question, because I'm going to say Double Down too, of course. Is Double Down the best thing ever on Best of the Worst?
Is this the most amazing thing we've ever watched? I'm gonna say yeah.
It's the most.
Miami Connection.
No. Miami Connection is funnier than Double Down.
There's a lot of movies that are funnier or funny
maybe
bad.
funnier, but like.
Okay, as far as being weird and bad, yeah.
Ever seen anything like this?
Okay.
So, Rich, which film would you destroy if you had the option?
My president's dog.
You would destroy that?
Yeah, I don't.
You know what? I would destroy it too.
Okay, let's destroy it.
Let's fucking destroy my. I saved the fucking president's dog. Sorry, how I saved the fucking president.
With a cat and a dog and a kid who talks to animals.
Yeah.
Fuck you, Victoria Jackson.
Linda Shane.
Linda Shane.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
Oh, so this is what a book is. Ah, fuck this. Let's just watch some movies.
So I guess the first movie we're going to watch is this, The Instructor, starring Bob Saul, coach of the U.S. AAU karate team. It's a pretty good, look at that. The action never stops in this stunt-packed karate extravaganza of a black belt instructor who proves that his talents and expertise can be used to defend instead of destroy. The instructor runs a local karate school and tries to impart to his students a sense of dignity along with the intricacies of the sport.
What?
When he's threatened by a rival school's owner, he puts his teachings into
What am I
action
missing?
through spectacular car chases.
That's not an exciting shot.
for a car chase scene? Yeah.
It's like rule number 1. Going away from the camera is more exciting than coming towards it. Always.
Teaching into action with car chases?
So that's a whole new
The
form
car
of
chases
karate.
in the school?
I guess so.
I hope so.
Through spectacular car chases and gripping hand-to-hand battles, he tracks, pursues, and corners his adversary. And that's it. He just corners him and then he just walks away. And then the rest is left to your imagination.
Sounds dusty.
I think 2 of them are the items from disc fusing. What's the last one?
My velour tracks.
It's ruined.
It weighs
It's
100
ruined.
pounds.
Oh, yeah. You can see both of them.
Struggling. That's the only reason he was caught.
Absorbs water like a sponge.
These bell bottoms are adding another 80 pounds.
I can see all of your Z items.
What? Give me the item.
Here, save and load game data. It's a good idea to save often. Save the settings you save and load game data. It's a good idea to save often.
I probably just lost three Dragon Balls, right? No, I did not.
Hey, you've come at a good time. I've got new Z items. Hey, what the heck do you want? Huh? I see. If it's a Z item, leave it to me. What you want? Hurry up and decide.
Oh. I don't really understand why the game saved though. I thought I didn't... Like, I did not save me buying the item, right? I just loaded an old save. Whatever. Okay, I need 21 more.
much. Our next movie is Through Dead Eyes, starring James Doohan. Who, you might ask? Why, it's Star Trek Scotty.
Oh, I wouldn't have known that.
Not many people would. And look, it's autographed by James Doohan, presumably before they shot him into space after he died.
You know, seeing that autograph, it just makes me think of the awkward moment that happened when... here's James Doohan, right? He's 85 years old, and he's signing autographs at like a table at a Star Trek convention, wondering where his life went wrong.
And then
some asshole walks up with Through Dead Eyes and says, "Can you sign this?" And it's just like,
oh. That's where it went wrong.
That's how it all ended for James Doohan.
Ah, well.
Those are the last days of his life. James Doohan, Scotty from Star Trek, in case we forgot from the front of the box, stars in this thrilling horror/murder mystery about an old, unsolved string of murders and a psychic who can see how and when people will die. A police detective hunts a serial killer whose only victims are women. Turning to a psychic to help solve the crime, he discovers she is tortured by her power to see through people who will soon die. You know, I don't have to touch your vagina, right? Touch it there! Together, they are determined to catch the killer. He also seeks assistance from a retired detective, Doohan.
Oh, God.
Who sits on a couch in one room and bangs out all of his scenes within 5 minutes.
It doesn't say that.
No, but it should.
There is a picture on the back of him sitting in a couch.
There's very specifically him sitting in a couch, and it's an action scene because he's holding a gun. But he's still sitting in his recliner.
So they get people to buy this. They
through the
entice
power of James Doohan.
But you'd think if they're going to lure you in with James Doohan, you shouldn't have to explain who he is. What does that say about him?
Oh boy. Yeah, it says some more stuff on the back, but who really cares?
Yeah.
Right?
He's going to be sitting on the couch.
It says some stuff. I can't wait to watch this.
Do you think the dead eyes are going to be his?
Yeah. Well, he's only got one dead eye. Maybe he loses the other one in the movie.
That's true. He's called Dead Eyes.
He's so slumped over.
I gotta walk.
When will you know?
Why is he standing behind the table?
He had to like wedge himself back there.
How's he gonna get out?
Can you move your table? You gotta get out now.
God, there's so many TVs.
Hi, Mike. How you doing?
Good, James. That second film we watched sure was something else.
Yeah. What do you want to watch next?
Oh yes. Well, I discovered this CD case that contains a film that
looks mysterious.
It's been printed on a home DVD printer.
Oh, okay.
So this either traveled from the early 2000s into the future.
Oh, it's a Neil Breen movie.
Someone can afford printer ink.
Yes, it is a
this person is wealthy.
Printable DVD.
Oh.
It traveled through time.
Right.
It either traveled through time or it is a Neil Breen film.
Whoa. Neil Breen, that sounds like a sandwich spread.
It is both a sandwich spread and a man. A filmmaker from Las Vegas, Nevada, named Neil Breen, who's made other films, apparently.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've heard filmmaking is a real gamble.
So this is the new Neil Breen film. We've done 2 of his films before, Best of the Worst. This is Twisted Pair.
Right.
Copyright 2018. There's no box.
There's no artwork. It's mysterious.
He could not be bothered to make a case for this when he self-distributed it on a printable, burnable DVD-R.
Yeah, I wonder if we'll be able to make a case for whether the movie's good or not.
Oh, it's fading in.
Oh no!
There they are.
No.
The performance will be groundbreaking. Why is he frozen? Oh.
So they get paid in.
Oh my God! One of them's a giant.
Oh.
Yeah.
See, Kale's shirt opens on the left, and Cade's opens on the right.
Yeah, why are they wearing the same clothes?
The twins, Mike.
Even after being abducted by aliens, they're wearing the same jeans.
He's growing.
Look at it! Yeah, look at his feet.
Growing.
The final time I saw Kale broke my heart. Although we were now humanoids, I still felt a bond and love for him as my brother.
Oh my God.
Faster.
Hey, faster.
Faster, more intense.
Let's watch this whole movie at 1.5 times speed.
Yeah, I could.
Suddenly it's really good. So nice to be in Hawaii.
Yeah, you know,
So sunny.
It's we're all festive.
I didn't think it was going to be such a dry heat.
You know, I'd take charge, but that just feels morally wrong, like on the end of the table.
No, it's fine.
Good thing.
Well, I'm gonna take charge because I may lose my voice at some point during this discussion, and then if I don't have to explain a movie, then I'll just sit here and nod for the rest of the video.
You'd always ADR it really awkwardly
That's true.
afterwards.
Yeah. We'll just dub my voice over. I'll remember what I
Do
thought
it
I
all
wanted to say.
Yeah. Paging Mr. Herman. Paging Mr. Herman.
Paging Mr. Herman.
Paging Mr. Herman. Mr. Herman, you have a telephone call at the front desk.
Our first movie is The Instructor. And Colin, you brought this down like 2 years ago or something.
I think so. Yeah.
You gave it to us, and then we just shoved it in the corner.
Yeah. I saw a screening of this in Toronto, in an actual movie theater with people.
Not a film print, though.
Not a film print. I don't even know if this exists on film, but this is the only copy I could get.
It barely exists on DVD. It's like a VHS rip, and it's trying to kill itself as the video goes along.
It should be a very simple story. It's just a story about...
Should it?
Well, it is. Technically,
Is it?
It's just about two rival karate schools.
It's basically Cobra Kai.
Yeah.
Sure, just with more car chases and awkward fight scenes.
When you say it like that, it's like, okay, I get what that is. When you actually watch the movie, it is one of the most confusing things I've ever seen. Like, none of us knew what the hell was going on.
Yeah.
Who characters were.
No, there's our hero. There's Burt Pesci.
This guy, he looks like a tiny Burt Reynolds. With a fake Burt Reynolds wig.
It's the love child of Burt Reynolds and Joe Pesci.
At the time of filming, both these guys are like 23.
They just left the camera on, they're running back to get it. Let's use that.
It's like if you just sawed off Burt Reynolds' head, like you just took a fucking saw to it and just stuck it directly on Joe Pesci's torso. This is what you'd have.
That's our lead character.
Or Charles Manson with an afro and a karate suit.
Although I've never seen Joe Pesci run, so I don't know how accurate this guy's running is to Joe Pesci's, but...
It's pretty good.
He's got Burt Reynolds running in Joe Pesci's body.
Okay,
So he's
slightly
not
awkward.
He's not quite used to that body.
Okay.
So this kind of has like a backstory. It's almost like Miami Connection, like behind the scenes. This guy Don Bendel owned this karate school, and he's still
In real life.
In real life, he's still a karate instructor today. He's got a big karate school, and I guess decided he wanted to make a movie, and I guess like all of his students are the stars of this film. He's actually in the film, but he's not the lead actor.
It feels like the Burt Pesci should be the guy.
The
It
writer,
feels like
yeah.
it's his vanity project.
But
So it's surprising that it's not.
Usually, when your action hero is the guy who should not be your action hero,
Yes.
it's an ego vanity project.
Right.
Yeah.
So if you're
Get it.
if you're the director and you're not the lead, you would think that the person you're going to pick would be like the kind of like muscular,
Yeah.
handsome guy, not the 5 foot tall guy with a snap-on afro.
Fisher Price adventure people body.
Yeah, it looks like it's there. So this movie opens and it's him and the director jogging, and it's obvious that it's a wig. It couldn't look more like a wig.
Well, the idea, we looked it up on IMDb, the opening of the movie was a reshoot that was
Yeah.
done several years later. Because most of the movie, like, his hair looks stupid and weird.
And it's obvious that it's a wig. It couldn't look more like a wig.
Well, the idea, we looked it up on IMDb, the opening of the movie was a reshoot that was
Yeah.
done several years later. Because most of the movie, like, his hair looks stupid and weird, but it's really his hair.
It looks natural, yeah.
But that opening scene, it's so clearly a wig.
It could, yeah. It's like Chubby Checker's hair.
Right,
It's like
yeah.
like tape on
Spray,
afro wig.
painted foam. It reminds me of like a big boom microphone hood.
What?
That
woman's being. Wait, what? The ninja's just. What? What the fuck just happened?
And apparently, in a scene that we just didn't get, Dom DeLuise Ninja is forced upon the female gang member.
Right.
Because we're like, is he raping her? What is happening? We had no idea what was going on.
Yeah, this is a very, very confusing scene. But
Don't our heroes say he's raping her?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then
Yeah.
they jump in to save the girl.
But I
and
think
then-
she pulled him down onto her.
I was just walking home, and these guys from this gang just grabbed me, pulled me right in the center, and they put me on top of that girl, and I didn't even know her. My mom knew that she would crack up, man. Who the hell are you?
We do eventually find out that he really is a creep, so I'm assuming he was lying about that. But I have no evidence to back this theory up.
When
It is just a theory.
When do we find out he's... Oh, yeah. I forgot the whole movie. I just remember that he beats somebody to death with a trophy.
Oh, God.
We see them for 4 seconds. And then,
Oh, God,
And
it's
then
so...
we get into a scene that has nothing to do with anything else that ever happens in the film.
Yeah. And this looks like some gang out of like Escape from New York.
Yeah.
Like this whole scene is like something they're
They
fighting.
got trash can lids. We were calling them the garbage pail kids.
Yeah.
That's their gang name.
That's their gang name.
It's got that 80s, like the wardrobe is all sort of like bad 80s apocalyptic sci-fi almost.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh, slowly walk towards his kick.
What the fuck?
Wait, who?
Come on, you! What do you think you're doing? Get him!
And this is the reshoot, and it just makes the movie so much more confusing because this is happening, and then
with lots of pickup shots of people saying, "Get him!"
That's it! Tear him up! Get that son of a bitch!
yeah,
and you don't
yeah,
see
all the
that
shots are
person
so
at all.
disconnected from each other.
Yeah.
But you need a giant, large action scene to open your movie with.
Even if you don't know what's happening or who anybody is.
Come on!
He's using his shoes.
He didn't have to because the guy didn't get anywhere near him with that thing.
He's catching shiny stars in his shoes.
Oh my god!
Everybody get him now!
Get him!
Standing there.
They're just standing in a
This is
circle.
amazing. Get him! Like that scene in Last Jedi.
It's like the throne room.
They're waiting.
But that cliche of like, yeah, there's a group of, gang guys in an action movie that are coming after our hero, but they come after him one at a time. Usually you just see, the bad guy like run into frame. Here we're getting like overhead shots of everybody just standing there.
around. It's like they're at the deli and they have their number. And they're waiting for their number to be called.
Yeah.
Number 22.
Oh, okay.
Kicking the balls.
It very much seems like moves that aren't designed to be like Hollywood style kung fu
Right.
moves.
True.
It seems like they're doing moves you would teach to like a woman for self-defense purposes because
Yeah.
half of their moves involve grabbing somebody's balls.
A lot of ball
Yes,
grabbing.
there's so many ball hits in this movie.
That's true.
This movie should have been called Twisted Pair.
The movies are very competent. The camera work is just shoddy, but the editing is
interesting. So that kick off the motorcycle is like, and then the guy gets knocked off.
It's like Liam Neeson trying to jump over a fence.
Oh yeah, with like 20 edits.
Yeah. It's a 1 second sequence, and it's, there's like 25 edits.
We teach 3 private lessons. Right. Staff to determine your attention span, basic balance, and coordination. At the end of that time, our chief instructor will evaluate him, and we will discuss specifically.
What am I supposed to be getting out of this scene?
It's like 3 different things going on. A very sterile phone call. Erotic karate posing. And a bookshelf. Love alive. Our brains have to process this and a Neil Breen movie all in.
Oh my god.
Yeah, can we talk about that? That's my favorite scene in the movie is the awkward, boring, droll phone conversation while sexy karate is happening in the background.
So
and I think he's supposed to be like, ooh, she's doing sexy karate, but he's just drolly talking on the phone about like, yeah, we're open.
We can
8 p.m.
I think that's supposed to be a contrast, though. Like he's trying to have the business call, but he's distracted.
No, we don't teach kung fu. We teach karate.
I think he's talking to a kid's parent because he's like, no, don't go to that level yet. Like, they need to learn this first.
He says we teach karate, not kung fu.
It's all so weird. And then, like, because we're seeing him, and then there's a mirror in the foreground, so we see her in the reflection of the mirror.
She's doing
but she's just like in like an empty void. Like the lighting is so bad, it looks like she's just floating in space.
I'll see you tomorrow.
Good night.
So this leads in, he takes off and then leaves her still at the studio or the dojo, and then the rival gang break in.
We think? Is it ever explained that they're from the rival gang?
Yes, I think so. I don't
Our
know.
hero assumes that because the rival gang guy said something like, I'm gonna get you, one of those types of things.
They break in, and then you're thinking, oh god, this is gonna be a rape scene because it's from the 80s.
Then she kicks their ass.
She handles herself really
she kicks
well.
their asses.
Yeah.
The important thing is he tracks the perpetrator down after the cops have already surrounded the perpetrator.
Yes.
And so then he shoves one of the cops out of the way.
I think he kicks the cop.
He kicks the cop out of the way so he can kick this guy's ass.
The cops are just gonna let him do this?
Did he kick a cop? And the police don't do anything about it.
They all just stand there watching with their guns drawn. And that disco is great too because the table and chairs that are in there, it looks like a mall food court.
Yeah, that's right.
And then the art on the walls makes it look like a roller rink, but I guess it's a disco.
Oh god, I wanna say this. Everything is ugly.
Yeah.
Literally every piece of clothing, every hairstyle, every
person,
bit of fashion, every wall decoration, every bit of architecture, everything is disgustingly ugly.
Every mustache.
Yeah.
And it's
so many mustaches.
It's also just lit horribly too. It's just like a big spotlight behind the camera.
Yeah, you could have this, like some weird remaster of this where it's like remastered in 4K and you'd watch it again and just be like, you.
You.
What is this? Who's in the wheelchair? What is happening? Is that his wife now?
I
What?
guess this is his wife.
Is it worth wondering?
Why is the wife dying the catalyst for the revenge fuel? I'm gonna kick everybody.
We find out the lead character's wife was murdered, and we keep
Oh,
having
God.
flashbacks to that. So is it implied that the rival school guy was responsible?
No,
for...
it
That is
never
not
is.
implied.
It's never implied.
So it's just a random
It's just a
murder.
thing. It's just the background for this character that doesn't pay off in any way. Well, first we flash back to him discovering his wife's dead body,
Right.
and then we flash back after that to them like frolicking on horses, which is like, no, you do the reverse of that.
Yeah.
We have to see them together, and then he discovers her dead. And you put this at the beginning of the movie instead of just randomly dropping it somewhere in the middle of the film.
Or just don't have it
with
at
no
all.
rhyme or reason.
It doesn't factor into the plot at all.
He's got a kind of vengeful spirit about him because he goes after that one guy.
He probably just has a Napoleon complex, right?
Possibly.
I'm pissed off that I'm so tiny.
Jay, you would know.
I'm pissed off that I'm so tiny.
Don't use that cutaway.
Or use the cutaway and add sound. Not one or the other.
So after a few like fights,
We kind of end up at this karate competition.
yeah. So someone
The
he
big
wins.
karate competition that we haven't been building towards and hasn't really been mentioned. I
Yeah,
don't think.
it's just a thing that's happening.
Yeah. Frank Zappa, Donald Sutherland.
The director.
Yeah, wins the trophy. He catches the creepy Dom DeLuise guy with his trophy, and he's like, "What are you doing?"
I'll mangle you, you turd.
I mean, it's a very like believable like murder scene.
Especially when they cut to him laying on the ground after Dom DeLuise is fled.
Yeah,
and
he's
he has
covered in blood and he's dead.
nothing on his face or head at all.
You didn't let us down. Wait a minute.
Now we got the People's Court theme playing.
He doesn't assume it was Dom DeLuise.
No.
Dom DeLuise did it. The rival karate guy had nothing to do with this.
Yeah, and
he instantly goes after the rival karate guy.
He gets in his Corvette with one other student and sets out to find this guy, and then goes to a barbecue.
All right, Shank. One time only. Where's Hart?
Hart? Who?
What the fuck? Where are we?
He just went to some random barbecue.
Hey, it's Jack Tripper.
Who?
It's like
What the fuck is happening? I'm assuming these are the evil karate These are the guys. evil karate guys.
They're all just hanging out on someone's porch?
Yes.
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 Running is so funny. Threw a beer bottle on him.
His tiny legs have to move so much faster than a normal person.
Kick him into the water.
Oh, he's getting into the water, definitely.
Yeah, that's production value. Wet clothes.
Oh, don't fight on that shaky dock.
There's some good old boys sitting out on the porch.
They might have had something to do with it.
I'm
Let's beat 'em
sure.
up.
They're here.
He beats the shit out of everybody, and then one of the guys just happens to have nunchucks at the barbecue.
Let's go get more revenge.
What?
Someone knock on the door.
That's a total Jack Tripper.
He just drove off? Bert Pesci just leaves in the middle of the fight. Like, the
Yeah.
nunchuck fight is still going on. He's like, I'm gonna get my car and leave.
I think this was around the point in the movie where I started to realize that the post-apocalyptic gang from the beginning of the movie just was never coming back.
Yeah.
This is like the entire second half of the movie.
Which is the
Christ.
best
It's,
part.
it's the most epic car chase.
This is insane.
Oh my god.
Whoa! Fruit stand!
You know, there's the occasional like mini ramp, which is hidden by
Those
a
are
big
very
hedge,
exciting.
where
That's
it's just
great. Or like a fruit like booth just like in the middle of a field.
That's made out of cardboard.
Cardboard and like crashes.
boxes.
Like it goes on and escalates.
But one of my favorite parts about that is when they get to the big city and you can just see masses of people on the corners watching the film shoot.
Yeah. Well, it has that feel like it was shot in Ohio.
Yeah.
Somewhere in the middle of
Akron,
Ohio.
Akron, Ohio.
Yeah. You see Akron. You see like Cuyahoga Karate School or something.
Yeah.
So different areas of Ohio.
But
And it has that
looks like
kind of.
they put a lot of effort into the environments and things like that.
Well,
just in terms of shooting and shooting time, but
yeah.
it just ends up like garbage.
Well, I was gonna say it feels like that kind of like the small town, like all bands together, like, hey, we're gonna
Yeah,
make a
let's
movie,
make a movie.
and
Yeah.
But
that was
then-
probably in the front page of the newspaper several times.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like local karate school.
Local
makes-
filmmakers have car chase through the middle of town.
Oh, God,
they
we
drove
gotta-
35 miles an hour.
Big Hollywood production.
It's the most exciting thing to happen in Ohio since that river caught on fire.
On the DVD itself, it says shot on location entirely shot on location in LA.
It does? It is not shot in L.A.
Yeah, it's just like John Favreau's Jungle Book.
where was it? Filmed entirely on location in Los Angeles.
Well, that's a bold-faced lie.
Stinking lie.
I can explain this because the footage looks like shit, right?
Yeah.
So they filmed the movie in Akron, Ohio, and then they put it on like a VHS tape. They flew that to LA. They put it on a TV, and then they filmed the TV in LA. So the whole movie was shot in LA.
That's brilliant.
Oh my god, it's flying!
Holy shit!
Fuck!
Oh, it blew that vet.
What a waste.
Oh no, he's just gonna run away.
He's gonna run
foot.
away.
Ah, good thing his mustache protects him from
From head trauma, it's like his afro.
Get off of that bike!
Just stealing motorcycles now.
He's got
Ooh, look at that old school
He's got
Arby's.
this baby blue velour like lounge suit on, and he's got like a karate suit and an afro. They're on motorbikes. What do they crash the cars and then they run and find these guys and they kick people off motorcycles and then
and then it keeps going.
We're into a motorcycle chase and they are driving so slow at points. Like
the one that's chasing the other could have just gotten off his motorcycle and just ran up to him.
The Bert Pesci guy is constantly wiping out on the bike, like he can't control it. But
He just
I mean, I don't
sucks.
know who could if you're not a stunt driver driving a motorcycle through water.
Oh my god!
Oh, be careful! You fucking drown.
They're chasing each other through a waterfall. They like end up in the Antarctic.
Whoa. Hit the camera. He's so funny.
Like driving past polar bears.
He fell over again.
Oh, they both fell over.
Oh, okay.
The bad guy should really just say, "Why are you chasing
Why are you chasing
me?" let's discuss this.
Why?
This is kind of romantic, though. Like, there's
Give me your hand. He hits velour tracksuit guy, and then I guess he falls off a cliff. It's really it's the most awkward edit in the world because he hits him.
No, isn't he like holding out his hand?
You guys are missing the chainsaw fight.
Oh Jesus Christ!
He's got a chainsaw.
Oh, he's got a chainsaw.
Holy shit!
It's just running.
Oh shit!
It's just running in the background.
I mean, no, you saw smoke.
Oh yeah! Holy shit!
It's crazy.
These guys are fucking nuts.
Oh my god!
It's like the end of Mandy.
Well, we thought it was like a fake chainsaw.
It flies out of his hand at one point and hits the ground, and you can see the smoke and everything.
Yeah.
And then there's an axe on the ground.
Oh
Holy
my god!
shit! Why is all this shit in the woods? Guess he's gonna find a gun.
They're like really going at it.
Oh, I guess.
Screw you.
Yay!
Oh, I fell on my keys. We didn't even have a little moment.
That was so awkward.
He probably actually died.
They just worked that into the movie as an excuse.
The distributor's like, here's another 10,000. Kill someone.
Well, he does end up going to jail, so maybe the rest of the movie is just a documentary. I don't know.
Can I say I love that he goes to jail? There's so many movies where the movie's over and I'm wondering, how the hell did this not end in like a 5-year-long legal battle?
Yeah, there's no consequences usually.
Like every movie where a ghost kills somebody, who's getting the blame for those murders? Like when you just tell the cops it was the ghost?
It's like,
no, it was the pumpkin demon, officer. You're coming with me. Your friends are all dead. You're the only survivor. Yeah, come on.
Well, $500 fine, suspended sentence.
What?
$500 fine and a suspended sentence.
For killing a man? The children are applauding.
Grand theft, 2 counts of Grand Theft Auto and 1 count of manslaughter. That's just $500.
$500.
Yeah, so it's a big celebration, no smoking. And then Donald Sutherland shows up again, and he's not
thought
dead.
he was dead,
He's
yeah.
got like a neck brace and like
An
he's all
arm
messed up.
cast. It's very comical. He's like O.J. Simpson in The Naked Gun, where it's just like just keeps getting injured.
I just really wanted them to all light up cigarettes, including the kids, and just.
And then the whole building just explodes, because why not?
Yeah. Which is why the no smoking sign was put there in the first place.
Yeah.
Flammable karate school.
That was the alternate title for the film.
Flammable Karate School.
Flammable Karate School. I want to make that movie now.
It's next to the Turpentine Factory. For a karate school instructor this is probably the first and last film he ever made.
Well, he killed a guy on set. Of course it's the last movie he ever made.
It'll be the first and last wig he ever wears.
That's probably not true.
I love like she pulls her face away and she's wearing his mustache.
Why is this shot so far away?
God.
I mean, I'm
Then
glad
I
it
kiss
is.
again and she pulls away. She's wearing his hair.
Our next film is Through Dead Eyes, starring Star Trek's James Doohan.
Scotty from
Star Trek. That's the whole thing, is starring Star Trek's James Doohan, aka Scotty from Star Trek. That's the full credit.
Yeah.
Rich, explain Through Dead Eyes.
Yeah. Through Dead Eyes, as obvious from the cover here, stars James Doohan, Star Trek Scotty.
Yeah.
And he plays a guy who shows up twice in the film.
He plays guy in chair.
They filmed him at home on his easy chair. Our actual star, who looks like several different people.
Yeah. Bruce Campbell.
David Tennant.
And Matthew Perry.
Yeah. With no talent.
My friend is dead.
Well, he's a terrible actor, and the character is a terrible, terrible person, as we'll soon find out. Because he has to team up with a psychic to stop a string of serial killings against her will.
A blind psychic.
A blind psychic.
This is an order from Chief of Police Earl Pratt. It says that I'm to bring you in for questioning.
This is a movie about a detective who takes a blind psychic, he kidnaps her, brings her to his apartment, won't let her leave for days until she agrees to help him.
Handcuffs her and gags her and leaves her laying on the floor of his apartment.
And then they fall in love.
She gets Stockholm syndrome.
He yells at her.
I will stop it. Why won't you help me?
He emotionally abuses her.
He's very demanding.
Oh, he lies to her. He says he's gonna take her to the police station.
No! It's so damn funny, it's so damn scared.
Instead, he takes her to the morgue
To make her touch a corpse.
so he can force her to touch a dead body.
Yeah, come in with me, you blind woman! You're gonna touch that card! Yeah, come with me, I'm gonna make you touch that card! Do it! Do it!
Oh, no.
She's having a stroke.
What's happening? She's being choked. She's experiencing the death.
Yeah, I get it.
I can't.
Ow, my boobs.
Oh my god!
This is embarrassing.
Oh my god.
That clairvoyance tells me she was killed.
She's clairvoyant and she also does charades.
You got strangled.
Well, that's her whole thing is, she can touch someone and then she has visions of
how they died.
Of how they died or whatever. So yeah.
Meanwhile, there's a killer loose that is terrorizing the town.
Yeah.
And she keeps having like visions of this killer. We also get to see the killer who's coming up, and the killer's trademark is crushing someoone's throat, choking them to death.
He's unnaturally strong.
Obviously, the killer is a man.
A woman is too weak.
A woman is too weak.
The movie makes it very clear women have no strength.
All four were strangled by a male believed to be very strong. Their throats were crushed. That takes better than average hand strength, and it rules out a woman as the
The one thing we know for absolutely sure is that our killer has to be a man.
Yeah.
So we know it's a man.
With an eye patch, no less.
Well, yeah, the killer's wearing. It's very. I think I don't know who this guy. I looked him up. He only directed this one movie, but I think he's influenced by like Dario Argento, like Italian giallo stuff. Because the killer has like the black gloves, which is a staple of those. Some of the death scenes are very like stylized. Like the lighting gets like colorful and weird, and then yeah, he's wearing the killer, who's definitely a man, is wearing a mask with an eye patch on it, and James Doohan is also wearing an eye patch. So there's that connection.
That's never explained why is an eye patch.
Because red herring.
Because red herring, yeah, because yeah.
Why he's wearing James
Doohan has an eye patch?
It's because his face is a mask.
No, it's not a mask.
Are you saying it's not really James Doohan? It's somebody in a James Doohan mask?
It's actually George Takai.
Just put James Doohan. James Doohan.
We need someone more famous, like James Doohan.
Oh God.
Been another killer.
What's so what? I'm retired.
Oh my God.
He's so bad.
There was such a long pause.
He had to remember his line.
Our detective, he goes to visit him because
He was the detective
he was the
on
original.
the case 8 years ago. The killings have started again now.
Yeah, he never caught the killer, and the newspaper made a point of mocking him horribly and calling him a failure.
In the newspaper article, there's a picture of James Doohan, which is a promotional picture from Star Trek. And it says, distinguished career ends in failure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And James Doohan in this movie, he's amazing. He gives the performance of a lifetime.
His first scene is so embarrassing.
It's so bad.
Leave us alone. My wife is upstairs. She has a weak heart. And for God's sake, leave me alone.
Oh my God.
Oh.
It's so
We thought he was
bad.
because he's like he comes to the door and he's like he looks like an insane person, but he's doing this like gruff voice, and we're like, is that him trying to? Because he's like, my wife is sleeping upstairs, and we're like, is that him trying to like whisper?
Yeah.
But he talks like that through the whole movie, so I guess not.
I don't know. You almost imagine he assumed it was like a pirate movie because he was wearing an eye patch.
Exactly. You know what's strange? James Doohan in this, he just made me realize how good Cameron Mitchell is when he phones in his scenes.
That's what I want to mention in relation to talking about like the Italian movies too. Is a lot of them will have like for a couple of scenes they'll have like John Saxon or like Cameron Mitchell, and then so this is this movie's version of that, where you cast the name celebrity in a small part because it should be Cameron Mitchell really.
Or you could see it as James, like this movie shows just how good James Doohan is at being Scotty.
Oh yeah, for sure.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Miles away.
Well, you know what? James Doohan did not give a shit.
Just that hard cut to him looking miserable.
Rich, you guys have the same shirt.
I'm not saying that James Doohan is a terrible actor. I'm saying in this, he did not give a shit.
I think he's trying, but he's just really bad.
So things make me afraid. Me afraid.
He was just really tired.
There's like certain times where he's kind of going for it, but he just doesn't have the talent.
Yeah?
Like, I don't think he's good.
You don't think he just didn't like glance down to the lines 5 minutes before they shot?
Yeah.
And it's like,
He does spend most of the movie in a chair, and that's clearly a sign that he doesn't give a shit.
But yeah, so he's a gruff old crabby man.
And he plays a character that's a gruff old crabby man.
But this led to the great debate during the screening of this film. We have a movie that is a murder mystery, and we have 3 characters.
There's no red herrings because there's no other characters.
2 of our characters appear to be the protagonists.
True.
Right? So who is the killer?
Until we're introduced to the woman who owns the costume shop.
Yeah, well that's jumping ahead quite a bit.
Oh,
I guess
sorry.
that's okay because nothing else happens in the movie. But yeah, an hour into the movie we meet, because he goes to the costume shop to see if they have the mask that the killer is wearing.
Well, do they know it's a mask? The clairvoyant?
The clairvoyant, the psychic, can see the final thing that the murdered victim sees.
Right. She's looking through dead eyes.
The dead bodies that our hero forces her to touch.
Oh God!
So they
more than once.
Completely,
That's
totally
true.
against her will.
That's a really good point. Yeah. And then she starts doing the
Oh, her overacting.
Yeah, she's like, and.
she overacts being distressed and traumatized, and then our detective overacts being an asshole.
Yeah.
Which really makes this an uncomfortable movie to watch.
It's terrible.
Yeah.
Please stop it.
Okay. What the hell's she gonna say about that, huh?
Stop it.
True. There's that quality of the clairvoyant actress when there's a knock at the door and she opens the door and she looks right at the person who's arrived at the door, and then the rest of the scene she's like,
Yeah. At a certain point in the scene, I think you can see the moment she realizes, oh, I'm supposed to be blind, and she looks away. But yeah, like, because her character is kind of under distress until she falls in love with him for no reason, but it comes across almost like she's being forced to act in this movie against her will.
Yeah.
Our psychic, she has 2 clearly defined powers. She can see the last images of a dead body.
If she touches it.
Or if somebody's about to die, she sees what they look like when they're
see
dead.
their death mask.
She can see
as
their
she calls
death
it.
mask.
Yeah.
The twist. It leads to the twist of the movie, because whenever she touches Detective, the reason she falls in love with him is because she sees that they're cuddling.
Yeah, they're
and
together.
They're together and they're peaceful. Oh, this will work out nicely. Completely forgetting how her own psychic powers work. Like, you can see the twist of this movie coming a mile away.
But every time
it's such a dark ending, you just assume they won't go there, because what screenwriter in his right mind would kill off a really sympathetic, distressed psychic character?
She may be clairvoyant, but I don't know how bright she is, because when she does see like the death mask, or sorry, them cuddling, they're cuddling in like dark dead soil.
Yeah, they're on soil. They're just lying.
Everything's gonna work out just fine.
They're lying on the ground.
Here's our peaceful future.
Maybe we're gonna live on a farm or something.
Yeah, we're camping.
In a suit and fancy dress.
Yeah.
So the only reason she falls in love with him is because she has visions of them being happy together, but she's really just seeing their dead bodies.
Yes.
With a mixture of Stockholm syndrome.
Right. Yeah. So then the detective visits the costume store, and like we mentioned, this is the first time we see this old lady, and she just happens to have the exact murder mask.
Who do you want to be? A warlock? Or how about the Tin Man? Yes, you'd make a fine Tin Man. Or a detective? Yes, Detective Sam Spector. Secret agent, perhaps.
I am a detective.
That's the director's wife. It's the only excuse for this.
I've been getting people up
This nonsense.
If they were to do a reboot of this, I would cast Tilda Swinton in her role.
Ooh. You could cast Tilda Swinton in every role.
In
Like
this
Suspiria.
movie?
She'd be
She's
James
so
Doohan.
good?
Yeah.
That's true.
That's right.
She played an old man in
That's true.
Suspiria. She could do it. I'd watch an old Tilda Swinton version of Through Dead Eyes.
She has to watch like years and years of Star Trek to get down the character.
She's wearing a green sock on one of her fingers so they can digitally remove it.
No, she actually enlists in the military and goes to war and loses one of her fingers in battle.
There's a nice cute touch when they go into the costume store, and the first thing you see on the wall on the right hand side when they go in are completely inaccurate Star Trek uniforms.
I don't even think that was an Easter egg. I think those were probably just there.
Is there a William Shatner mask, or was that a joke?
Star Trek.
I missed it!
Yes.
What if they have the Mike Myers mask?
Oh.
I bet you James Doohan was just like, I don't want a fucking Shatner mask in that store.
But he wanted the
He wasn't
Starfleet
on set when
uniforms?
they filmed that.
That's
He was
true.
on set for one day.
It was
No,
probably
it wasn't a set, it was his living room.
Yeah, that's true.
We have some, yes.
It's an eye patch.
It's more like the Toxic Avenger.
My last bite.
And she seems odd and off, and she's
Oh,
probably...
the game is over.
Well, it turns out she's the killer. And
I've
she's
done
also
it.
James Doohan's
I'm the third
wife.
to complete this fucking game.
Oh God.
It's really actually quite funny because the first game I mastered, I was the first. The second game I mastered, I was the second. And this is the third game I will master, and I will most probably be the third one.
Anytime my character talks about their wife, and for multiple scenes you don't
Never
see
see
her.
them.
I think he's just embarrassed to talk about his wife because she works in a costume store.
And also she's a murderer.
This is how
And
you...
she's embarrassed to talk about him because she's
James-
married to
James-
Star Trek Scotty.
That's terrible. Look, she's lording it over Walter Koenig's wife.
Did she have any family? Family? Would family let a girl paint her face like an Indian? Would family let a young and attractive girl wear jeans so tight? That's the problem. There are no restraints. No one holds back.
This is amazing.
Are you his girlfriend?
Are you a slut?
The slut strangler.
Guess you'll have to take my word.
She looks like Dana Carvey in The Master of Disguise.
the
turtle.
yeah. But then, yeah, that's when we discover she's the killer and she's wearing the stupid mask, and
Yeah.
it's comical once she puts it on.
Yeah, and then she uses her Darth Vader hands.
Yeah,
Chokes,
she's
chokes the
unnaturally-
clairvoyant to death.
That's it.
Right here.
It's over.
Toxic Avenger is shaking.
It's not explained at all. She's unnaturally strong, and at one point the detective breaks in or comes into his, and she throws him across the room into the wall.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, where does she get the strength from?
Who'd have thought this movie would end with a healthy young man struggling to feed up James Doohan's elderly wife?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
And boom.
Genre the
I'm
same.
done.
But the psychic says, "No, wait, stop! I don't see her death mask. She isn't allowed to die.
She's not going to die.
Right.
Even if you continue to drown her?
So she only sees the death of,
The two of them.
Oh my god.
Yeah, and she's burying two bodies in the daytime.
In the cemetery.
And every time it cuts to them, it's like clearly night with like bad lighting. like
Did there just happen to be like a freshly dug grave? Like there's a headstone.
It was in the dream too.
Well,
The
yeah, okay, it's
tombstone
not
is aged
completely
beyond
over.
belief. It looks like it's been
I
there
have
for
to
100
spawn
years.
the correct dragon,
Maybe she dug
which
up
will
her
probably
own
take
corpse.
another 5 minutes because the game decides to spawn the wrong dragon for at least 5
There's
times in a
tombstone
row.
there that's clearly like
Been there for a while. She's dug up
hundreds
a
of
grave.
years, and there's like a new hole, like a new grave dug.
She probably just tossed it somewhere.
Broad daylight.
Out the window of a moving
Yeah,
car.
in broad
Wow.
daylight.
the previous body is directly under them.
Boom.
Hey,
She didn't dig all the way
there you
out.
go. You
So
fixed the plot.
There you go. So it's like,
This movie is flawless when you think about it.
They've thought of everything.
so the grave she dug is 4 feet under. And after she's done her cemetery duties, she arrives back home.
This is the exciting moment with James.
Oh,
Doohan
actually,
is
I
done.
just
It's on the
remembered.
back
I
of the
think
box.
I'm missing 2 maps. I have to Google where to get the last map.
They were in love.
What about the others? Were they in
Oh, it's the
love?
correct dragon. At least that worked instantly. But as I said, I'm pretty sure I'm still missing 1 map.
God.
And this acting scene between the two of them is they're really.
It's a combination
Yep,
of somebody
I am
overacting
missing
and
1
somebody
map.
just wanting to nap.
Loved you.
Who said it should have been a John Waters movie?
Yeah, her performance in that scene is I think Mike mentioned that. It's like something right out of a John Waters film. It's beautiful.
Our love is a perfect,
How do I get the last map?
perfect thing in the eyes of God. Those others were sinners, and they've been cleansed. We are a perfect thing in God's eyes. In my eyes. Go home to your mother. Doesn't she ever watch you? Tell her this isn't some communist daycare center.
It's camp. Pure
Yeah,
camp.
it becomes pure camp. Most of the movie is kind
Wow.
Please choose the mode you want to play.
Go on, hurry, let's do this.
Kind of dull. Like, it's not horrible. It's dull and it's stupid. But her performance in that scene really pushes it over
Like
the
it
edge.
should have been a creep show bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. This whole story should have been a shorter creep show bit.
So
Maybe she shouldn't have worn those glasses. or married James Doohan. Beam me up.
Like we've just spent like
Oh
an
my
hour and
God.
a half discussing the first two movies,
Oh,
and
no.
we're gonna trim the fuck out of that because we're gonna talk about Neil Breen now.
I don't know if there's as much to talk about with this movie as there has been in the past. This is almost like, okay, now we get it a little bit.
Please
at
don't.
the-
the most coherent
If this is not true, I will be very upset.
Is that sarcasm? No.
No, it
I
is.
vaguely know what happened in this movie.
Yeah.
He's blossoming as a storyteller, Neil Breen.
Yeah.
What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm saying this movie, Neil Breen is becoming the best storyteller that Neil Breen can be.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah.
I think Neil Breen's brain needs to be donated to science
Yeah, they need to study him.
while he's still alive.
Yeah.
I was only saying what every 48 seconds.
Yeah. It's
AI will reach a level of self-awareness and able to consider complicated thoughts and have sensations. The final human invention, AI, artificial intelligence.
Thank you for clearing that up.
you know, they say like films are kind of like a look into the filmmaker's mind,
Yeah.
in some respect, and you just look into it, it's just madness.
Yeah.
Like you could go mad, you could drive yourself crazy, looking for answers.
The Force's advancements in AI far surpassed anything on Earth.
I'm not 100% sure, but I think this was, except me, I think this was the first transformation I've seen in this whole game so far. As I said, I've done it like maybe 5 times, but yeah.
Well, Twisted Pair is a movie about.
And
Kale
I'm not
and
talking
Cade,
about
two
like story mode
twins.
transformations. They do happen.
Kale and Cade.
Kind of forced.
Two
But
brothers
normal
who I think were
transformations,
abducted by
this was
aliens
the
and turned
very
into some
first
kind of
one, I
AI
think.
Human hybrid.
I knew it was you. Kale. Why haven't you contacted me?
It's pretty good.
Which I don't even, right off the bat, I don't understand that. How are they AI? They're still humans.
Well, like this is some alien intelligence AI.
I don't
thing
think
that-
he understands what AI is.
No, he doesn't. The
He does,
aliens,
yeah.
the aliens took him and his twin brother, who was also him,
right,
when they were young, and like turned them into super AIs, but they're also still human. So they're
Well,
humanoid.
yeah, he refers to himself as humanoid.
Even though a humanoid is something that resembles a human being.
Well, that describes Neil Breen.
Did
you see his hair?
Yeah.
That resembles a human
No,
being.
that's gorilla hybrid humanoid.
They transplanted. That's something they didn't mention in the movie. Is that the aliens transplanted gorilla hair onto his head?
It's dry straw.
Here's the interesting thing about this movie.
The best part is. The best performance in the movie is his hair in the scene where the wind is blowing.
Well, it's so tense because you don't know if the hair is going to blow off his head or not.
Yeah.
I can't take it. It's just, oh God, the hair is just struggling to stay
Yeah.
on his head.
It's gonna blow down the street like a newspaper.
The movie's called Twisted Pair. I always imagine like if you're gonna that person's really twisted. It's like they go strangling cats or something at night. That's an example.
That's Neil Breen Barbarian's autobiography.
No, but that's like an example of someone that's twisted. But in this movie, they're both just kind of boring assholes. They're just boring. Like, what is this guy doing? He's going to community college every night and wandering around.
And sneaking around.
In the context of the movie, it's not a community college, though.
No, in my context,
in the context of the movie, it's a restaurant. It's a government building.
It's an alleyway.
It's an alleyway, and it's all just on that same front step area.
It's a universe that is entirely comprised of abandoned community college campuses. It's the entire universe this movie takes place in.
Okay.
Because at one point they show the background and there's 2 fucking moons.
You are so incredibly brilliant.
She said to
You mean
himself.
the world to me.
What planet is this on?
It's like the end of Mandy.
It's really weird. Except that's in the middle of the movie.
Yeah.
And it's just
that one shot. It's never
and it's
commented on
never
again.
discussed.
Maybe it's like a metaphor for a twisted pair.
I mean, that is, the parallel. And I will say, this is his most Lynchian film.
Oh my god.
There's lots of, like, surreal, like, there's the part with, what's the...
I think David Lynch would say no.
I'll be right here.
Bullshit. Total fucking bullshit.
What's the villain's name that changes actors at one point? Coos.
Right.
But he goes to Coos' house, and it's like a mansion.
Coos is very Lynchian, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, all that stuff where it's like there's a woman wearing butterfly wings or something.
And he has this like artificially lowered voice.
Yeah, they fuck with his voice. That all feels very
And he's
like...
constantly touching his diamond.
Ah, so you come highly recommended. So you're interested in my special art.
The camera's
Are we
on.
rolling?
Yeah, we're rolling, Neil. Sabrina, we're rolling.
Yes, I'm interested.
He's got a bowl
He's
of
constantly petting his diamonds. He's not even just like stroking them. It's not
costume jewelry.
Yeah, he has a bowl of
Plastic
plastic
garbage, dollar store diamonds.
that he carries around with him everywhere.
Coos' empire is planning to take over of the Earth.
and then he also has 3 sentient ceramic cats.
That's right.
Yes. Yeah, so that, and then also the idea that there's the doppelganger thing. That's a repeated thing in David Lynch's stuff.
Yeah. There's something weird about those cats because they keep rotating.
They keep changing
And you know
like
that-
configuration.
It reminds me. I just wonder if Neil Breen like heard about that thing that happened in that museum. I think it was in Britain or something. And there was this. I don't know if it was a cat statue, but there was a statue, and security cameras would capture it rotating occasionally.
Ooh. That's
and then they
creepy.
come in the next day and they'd see it like rotated like like 90 degrees or something.
Was Neil Breen behind it?
No, it turned out it was like construction or something outside. But
Oh,
I
just
almost wonder if
vibration
that's
of
where
it.
he got the idea.
When
But
Zach Baggins
Yeah.
came in and did a show.
They edited out the construction noise across the street.
Big jackhammers.
It's like for Neil Breen's next movie. I wonder if those cats are on eBay right now.
Oh, crowdfunding.
But there is the dual sort of thing going on with the 2 brothers.
Who am I? What am I? What's happened to us?
And then you have the 2
Yeah,
brothers sort of.
it's finally over, I think.
Well, they
Come on.
have parallel lives.
They have parallel lives and they have parallel love interests. And the first one is him or following a woman to her house.
This is really creepy.
Well, he bumps into her in front of the homeless man and his rubber rats.
No.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
The rubber
Oh
rat
my god.
rats next
Fuck
to him.
this
It wants to look
game.
like a filthy alley.
Yeah, the
so he
scene
put
called for a
rubber
dark
rats.
alley.
That's his friends. That's the homeless man's friends.
Well, I'm done. Bye-bye.
Excuse me, I'm so sorry.
And by the way, I still don't like this game.
Here, let me get that for
The
you.
second one is better.
It's my
Actually, no, I don't know. I would have to replay the second game,
He
but
acts like he
Well,
just
that's
met
the-
her.
the story mode is garbage in this game. But to be honest, who wants to play the story mode like for the 32nd time? Like, it's always the same. And yeah, the combat, like, that was the reason why I didn't like the game in 2007. Like, the combat is just butchered, even though, yes, it's probably I don't know. Maybe they actually made it like more complex. I don't know. I would have to. I would have to compare the second and the first one again, but I just hate that they have that they took the triangle stuff and like have bound them to combos. And all the new stuff that's actually completely new in this game, for example, the thing I did just one fucking time in the whole game, for example, is when you like dragon sprint or whatever this is called, and the enemy also does it. There is like a cool cinematic scene that happens, and after that you're like you're spinning your R3 and or your two sticks like always. But yeah, this cinematic thing happened exactly once. I think I dodged attacks like the melee dodging stuff. I did that like 3 times, and two of the 3 times were on accident. But I think that was actually already in the second game. I'm not 100% sure. And yeah, I just like my muscle memory fucked me over in pretty much every single fight because I tried to use triangle stuff all the time. And oh god. Yeah. Whatever. I guess in the end, yes, the game was better than I would have thought, or like as I said, I never gave the game a real chance because I just don't like the combat. And I played the game back in the day for, I don't know, a few hours, maybe 5 maximum, and then just dropped it and never played it again. So I have not played this game in like 15 or 16 years, so yeah. Whatever. Bye-bye.